this last night. I mean, you'll handle your business. Usually. Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
But if you stop by the Super Phoenix table, we'll have it's also where I don't know. I haven't really been collecting this.
And then as far as Alex
I would say probably Alex. As long as they can stay focused.
Depends on which one it is.
Alicia, you get anything yet?
What was that?
Crazy, that's not working. It's not working. I'm trying to do it. Their internet is not working. I'm trying to.
Say something to cue them down.
What was that?
Will you be saying something to cue them down?
Cue who down?
When they come down.
So they will probably do it at the point that I call the convention to order.
Okay.
And then I will probably let that happen.
It's not too
We're doing this in the try not to break anything way.
Are you feeling any better?
I'm feeling a little better, but I will. It's time. Huh?
Be proud.
All right. Buckle up, kids.
Yeah!
Good morning, Libertarians. And welcome to the 2018 Libertarian Party National Convention.
It's an honor to present you with this flag on behalf of every veteran who's committed suicide, and to give you, Nick, the chair of the Libertarian Party, an opportunity to say something about the compassion of the message of libertarianism and how it relates to the issue of military and veteran suicides. Thank you for being able to step up in this role and handle this appropriately. In just a second. Present arms! Order! Arms! About face!
Thank you, Mr. Kokesh. Thank you for presenting the flag and for drawing attention to the issue of veteran suicides. As many in this room know, but not everyone in the country knows, the Libertarian Party is the only national political party committed to the solutions that will really get to the root causes of the veteran suicide crisis in this country, namely increased opioid addiction, not sending our men and women overseas to die in other countries' civil wars, and generally promoting a policy of peace. Thank you. All right. Welcome everyone to New Orleans. I want to let you know some fun facts. First of all, we apologize to anyone who didn't get a binder who purchased a package. We sold way more packages than we expected. This may in fact be the largest midterm convention the Libertarian Party has ever had. As of 2 days ago, revenue for this convention, not counting any banquet fundraising since it hasn't happened yet, was over 100% more than revenue in the 2014 convention. And attendance was at least 76% higher than 2014. So thank you all for coming out to New Orleans to do the business of the party. The next item on the agenda is the Credentials Committee report. Ms. Hogarth.
So it's mic 3. I don't know who's going to do it. Hi. As of 8:39 this morning, we had 1,276 people submitted from 51 affiliates whose credentials were approved. In attendance and eligible to vote, we have 676 delegates and 21 alternates for a total of 692 votes. Do you want the breakdowns for? Yeah. Okay. That gives us a quorum of 277, a majority of 347. I'm sorry. Yes, that's correct. A 2/3 vote of 462 and a 7/8 vote of 606. Thank you.
On behalf of the Credentials Committee.
On behalf of the hard work of the Credentials Committee, thank you all. I submit this. Oh, do I need to make a motion?
Yep.
Yes, I move that this report be submitted and approved. Well, I submit it and I move that it be approved.
Is there objection to approving the credentials report as described by Ms. Hogarth? Hearing no objection, it is approved. Microphone 3. Microphone 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Richard Burke. I'm a delegate from Oregon, and I wanted to update the delegates on what is happening in the state of Oregon, which has been a contentious issue for the last 3 conventions. We have this letter we would like to read. Dear LNC Credentials Committee and delegates, as some of you are aware, the credentialing of an Oregon delegation to the LNC National Convention has been a contentious matter since 2012. This biennial controversy reflects a rift within the Libertarian Party of Oregon since March of 2011. Since our dispute arose, 2 groups have each claimed to be the Libertarian Party of Oregon. One group has been recognized by the Oregon Secretary of State since 2011, and each group has been recognized by various bodies within the LNC at different times. We are pleased to report to your committee, the LNC, and delegates assembled at convention that the leadership of both Oregon factions, represented by the signatures of Kyle Markley and Ian Epstein below, have come together in the spirit of cooperation, setting aside our differences in the interests of representing Oregon Libertarians in this year's convention. The Oregon delegation contains several people from both sides of our dispute, and both sides have agreed to Drew Leda serving as the Oregon delegation chair. This cooperation marks an important first milestone on our road to reconciliation. Both sides have begun to work together, and although challenges remain, we are confident that the conclusion of this process will open a new, productive chapter for the Libertarian Party of Oregon as we advance the Libertarian movement together. Yours in liberty, Drew Leda, Kyle Markley, Ian Epstein.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Chair.
The next item on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. Everyone should have a proposed business agenda. Are there any additions or corrections to the agenda at this time? Microphone 3.
Mr. Chair, I move to add to the agenda.
Hold on 1 second. I'm going to make an object lesson out of the speaker because he's a friend of mine. What's the first thing we do when we come to a microphone and we get recognized?
Arvin Vora, delegate from Pennsylvania.
Yes, Mr. Vora, go ahead.
I would like to move that we add, before the treasurer's report on the agenda, 10 minutes to discuss debate exclusion.
Sorry, I was getting a pen. Where would that be?
That would be right before the treasurer's report.
Okay, so immediately after the adoption of the agenda, 10 minutes for the subject of debate exclusion. Is there objection? There's objection. All in favor of adding 10 minutes to discuss debate exclusion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. All in favor of discussing debate exclusion for 10 minutes and adding that to the agenda, please rise. Opposed? It's close, but it fails.
Mr. Chair.
Which microphone? Number 3, Mr.
Mike
Perry?
3, Darrell Perry, New Hampshire. Point of personal privilege, I believe. It's very echoey, and the New Hampshire delegation cannot understand anything being said.
Thank you. We will ask the audiovisual people to try and reduce the echo and adjust the sound to make it more comfortable for the delegates. I'm sure that they will do their best, and if it's not good in a while, we'll revisit the issue. Microphone number 1. 1 second, microphone number 1. Just make sure, don't touch it, Bill, just keep trying to talk and see if something comes out. Okay, microphone number 1 has a slight issue. We'll get that resolved. Stay right there, Bill, don't worry about it. I'll get to you in a second. Microphone number 2.
June Jennings, Texas. I believe that the current agenda does not explicitly break out when we are going to be doing the token deletion of platform planks. That's an extremely important thing. I ask that the chair remind people where that falls and of the importance of people being here when that happens.
All right. 1 second.
It is in the rules, but you have to read it there.
All right, I've been informed by the Secretary all tokens for all things token related, including platform deletion, chair and vice chair debate inclusion, will be in the blue box next to the Secretary's table. That is where the tokens get put in. The deadline for platform deletion tokens will be 2:10 p.m., assuming there are not modifications to the agenda, because they are due 1 hour prior to the beginning of the platform debate. Now let's try this again. Microphone number 1.
Yes, Bill Redpath, Virginia. I see in the agenda that platform has 3 hours, bylaws has 3 hours, and LNC and judicial elections 7 hours. And I was just wondering what the thought process was behind that. Is it to make sure we get to LNC elections early enough, and then it will be up to the body to go back to bylaws and platform? Is that the thinking, Mr. Chairman?
The intent in the proposed agenda in having those time periods was, given the large number of people running for LNC seats and previous national conventions in which elections were not completed in advance of the fundraising gala, we wanted to make sure that those things got completed. Should we dispense with LNC elections quickly, motions to suspend the rules to amend the agenda to add on more debate regarding bylaws or platform would be in order. It is also in order, because we have not yet adopted the agenda, to modify the agenda at this time if the delegates want to do that.
Thank you.
Microphone number 3.
Hello? David Owen, North Dakota. The delegation of North Dakota and the people in the back are unable to hear anybody from any of the microphones except for yourself, Mr. Chair. Is there any way to fix that?
We're trying to fix that now, although really, who else do you want to hear? They are working on it. I know that there is a little bit of an echo and we've had some microphone issues. It is the first day of convention, so please be patient.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. All right. If the audiovisual staff have a different laptop to display the treasurer's report that has the appropriate output, that would be helpful. And if you could bring that to the Secretary's desk, that would assist. Is there a motion to adopt, Mr. Dean, microphone 3?
Yes, Joe Dean, California. Relating to this microphone issue, a lot of it could be alleviated if anytime anybody says anything substantive or that we need to understand, if you could repeat it, because apparently your microphone is working properly and the rest of these are not.
I will endeavor to do that. Of course my microphone works right. Microphone 1.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the delegation from Connecticut has submitted a motion to suspend the rules. This is Daniel Reel from Connecticut, and the Secretary has a copy of that motion with the attached resolutions for the body to consider.
So, just to procedurally, we have not yet adopted the agenda, but the motion from Connecticut is to suspend the rules to consider a resolution at this time?
4 of them, yes.
What was that?
4 of them.
Sorry, now I'm having trouble.
Yeah, 4.
4 resolutions.
4 different resolutions, yes.
I appreciate your ambition.
Not a problem, much obliged.
So, is there a second? Is there any objection? All in favor of suspending the rules to consider these resolutions at this time before the adoption of the agenda, please say aye. Opposed? We will not suspend the rules at this time. Microphone number 2.
Motion to call the question on the adoption of the agenda.
It's actually what you meant to say once you tell me who you are.
John Wilford, Texas.
Is that you move that the agenda be adopted.
Yes.
Is there any objection to adopting the agenda as printed in your delegation materials? I heard an objection. All in favor of adopting that agenda, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? It is adopted. All right, the next item on the agenda is the treasurer's report. We have an audiovisual issue with the display of the treasurer's report on the screen. Is Ms. Fox around? Just wave your hand if you are. Oh, she is. Good for her. Is she ready? Maybe. Did you get the audit report? Sure. So the agenda has the treasurer's report next, but we have issues with displaying the treasurer's report on the screen. It requires audiovisual. The audit report does not require audiovisual. If there isn't objection, I would take up the audit committee report at this time and then take up the treasurer's report immediately thereafter. Is there any objection to following that procedure? Hearing no objection, I'll invite Ms. Fox, chair of the audit committee, up to the stage.
I just wanted to glance at one real quick.
Good. Okay. Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to report that our 2017 audit was particularly clean. Thank you to Robert Kraus and the other staff members involved for giving us the cleanest audit I've seen in my 3 terms on the audit committee. Only 2 new recommendations were brought up in this year's audit report. And the first one was regarding bequest receivable classification, where our auditor, Mark Fry, recommended that the LNC perhaps classify all bequests as current, considering the current litigation with the FEC in this regard. The audit committee members agree with the LNC's presentation of requests receivable on the 2017 balance sheet, considering that it is in keeping with current FEC regulations and is the more conservative approach. The second recommendation is more of a tax issue than an audit one, where Mark Fry has recommended that the LNC file Virginia state tax returns. This is more of a formality than anything else, considering we don't owe taxes in Virginia, but typically if an entity files federal returns, which the LNC does, they should also file state returns. It's recommended. So that is my audit committee report.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Fox. All right, there is progress being made on both the sound issue and the treasurer's report computer being set up to be able to display the treasurer's report. We are ahead of time, which is always good. So if there's not anyone seeking to be recognized, I would suggest we stand at ease until 9:25 to allow people to get some coffee, go use the restroom, and get some of these AV issues worked out. Without objection, you're at ease until 9:25 a.m.
probably serving more. Like that's his duty now. Is just to drink and serve drinks. Yeah.
Sort of stage.
I don't know the answer. All right, it's 9:25. Sorry, we're not easy anymore. A couple of things I would request on behalf of delegates that if you have conversations that you need to have, please have them not in the room unless they're directly related to the business. There are doors all the way in the back, and if you just step outside, it makes it a lot easier for the people in the hall to hear. I'd also note for the AV people that both of the speakers on the sides of the stage appear to be catching and broadcasting background noise from one of the microphones that may be causing some of the audio issues. I've also had a request from a number of delegates regarding what the Wi-Fi situation is in the room. So I don't know that answer, but if somebody comes to the secretary and says what that answer is, I'll be happy to relay it to the rest of the delegates. How are we doing on the treasurer's report? Could be. I don't know. Try it out. Okay. All right, still working out audiovisual kinks. Microphone number 1. Microphone number 1. Microphone number 1. Daniel, don't touch the microphones.
Oh well. Hello.
There you go.
I touched it. Sorry. Daniel Hayes.
Quiet, please, in the room.
Daniel Hayes, delegate for Louisiana, chairman of the Convention Oversight Committee, and New Orleans resident. I'd like to take a minute to welcome everyone to New Orleans, and I hope that everybody has a great convention, and we get a lot of things done, and we're all that libertarian. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, we're just getting the computer with the treasurer's report hooked up at the back of the room. Just if somebody can inform me, were the people over here able to hear Mr. Hayes when he spoke through microphone number 1? Has that issue been resolved? Good. Yay, we're making progress. Has anyone in the room seen a very tall, rather handsome, dapper Canadian gentleman? Oh, good, he's here. I just wanted to make sure, that's Tim Bowen, who's the leader of the Libertarian Party of Canada, right in the back there. His remarks will be immediately after the treasurer's report, so I just want to make sure he was present and available. Mr. Hagan, I think we're pretty close here, so if you want to come up, you can have the lectern for as soon as you want it.
It's fun, isn't it? Yeah, great. Do you have any preparatory remarks that you can use before you get the treasurer's report on the screen or not? Not really. Okay. I have got introductory slides. Oh, okay. All right. We'll be at ease. It just doesn't feel easy. Just heard. Oh, is he? Yeah. Thanks.
All right. Are we able to bring up the treasurer's report?
I'm just lousy. He's the one that gets things done. I'm just lousy. That's really
Problem is, I don't know if Tim has slides, so he has slides that also have the same, right? You know, the same issue twice. It's no fun.
Justin, what's up? Did you Beethoven yet?
Yeah.
Awesome. I can oh, I see somebody else. I'm pretty sure you'll get enough. So if you get enough of that.
Hey, everybody. Remember me? All right, we're going to try and do something fun to fill time. This is what they refer to as vamping in the industry. So if we could have everybody in the room stand up, if you're able. It's a lot of people. Feels good after a night of partying. All right. Thank you all for coming out to the convention. Now, if this is your first national convention, please sit down. If this is your second national convention, please sit down.
This is me and you. We gotta sit down.
Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18? Is that the most? Is there anyone still standing? All right, 19. 18. Mr. Willie Starr Marshall, former mayor of Big Water, Utah. Give him a round of applause.
Mr. Chairman.
Microphone number 3.
Mr. Chairman, I'm James M. Ray from Florida, a delegate. I am one of the people who managed to vote for Dr. Ron Paul in 1988, and I've had an idea of getting all of us together who either voted for him then or are willing to lie about it and have a group photo at some point like lunch. I don't know where or when, and organizing these people is, I always fail at it, but that's what I'd like to do.
All right, so people who voted for Dr. Ron Paul in 88, please assemble over there to my left at lunchtime.
Yeah.
Microphone number 2.
Timothy Perkins, Oregon delegation.
Hi, Tim.
I have a point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry, microphone 2.
Is taxation theft?
You know taxation is theft.
Thank you, sir.
All right, I think we are ready for the treasurer's report, so we'll stop recognizing microphones and doing fun things and get back to the business of the party. Mr. Hagan, National Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr. Sarwart. Good morning. Going back to the next slide. The bylaws require the treasurer to report the financial situation of the party, including independent auditors report on the financial statements. The non-officer members of the Libertarian National Committee appoint the members of the Audit Committee. And serving on the committee are Julie Fox, heard of from earlier today, Joe Bookman, and Aaron Starr. And the Audit Committee select Mark Fry from Fry & Company CPAs to be the independent auditor for the 2016 and 2017 financial statements, which are in your convention booklet. And next. Yeah. Financial statements include a statement of financial positions, which is the assets, liabilities, and net assets, a statement of activities and changes in net assets, which covers the revenues and expenses, and a statement of cash flow. And these statements, like I said, are in convention booklet. The 2017 statement, when it was printed, was awaiting its final sign-off, which is why it's marked draft. An auditor's opinion is that the financial statements present fairly, in all material respects, the financial position of the committee as of December 31st, 2016 and December 31st, 2017. And this table gives assets. The cash and cash equivalents were $239,852 in 2016 and $156,281 in 2017. And for bequests, the FEC has ruled that an individual's contribution limit applies whether the donor is alive or dead, and the dead having an undue influence on federal elections may apply here in New Orleans with its voodoo, but not in most of the country. So that's why the LNC has a lawsuit pending challenging the ruling. But until this is overturned, donations from bequests are put into trust where we can draw out the contribution limit each year. And the amounts in trust were $166,823 in 2016 and $210,493 in 2017. Prepaid expenses were $27,899 and $37,003 for those years. Net property and equipment, I'm sorry. I think my pages got a little shuffled. Apologize for that. Yeah, skip a page, sorry about that. This table summarizes the financial numbers. Actually, just want to start with the property and equipment, which is the fixed assets, and the land and building for the headquarters facility were the major assets we have, being $347,881 for the land and $529,570 for the building. Furniture and equipment were $63,206. Computer equipment, $22,801, and computer software is $84,645. Property and equipment total costs, all those was $1,047,103. And after you subtract depreciation, the net value of the property and equipment were $862,286 in 2016 and $837,998 at the end of 2017. Okay, next. And that's what I was talking about earlier for the cash and cash equivalents and the bequests. Property and equipment from the previous slide. And add up all the assets, you get totals of $1,296,837 in 2016 and $1,241,775 in 2017. The next slide. And the liabilities, they include the mortgage on the office, accounts payable, accrued liabilities, accrued salaries and related benefits, and capital leases. In April 2017, the office headquarters was purchased. We used earmarked donations for the office and a $500,000 mortgage. The LNC has paid extra payments on the principal, and as of 2017, over half the mortgage has been paid off. And we have $236,318 left to pay. Total liabilities were $413,938 in 2016 and $406,572 in 2017. The temporary restricted assets were earmarked for the college campus programs, radio ad programs, and legal offense project. The difference between the total assets and liabilities is the net assets. This is more commonly referred to as equity for corporations, but since LNC does not have shareholders to own equity, the auditors refer to it as net assets. And those net assets were $882,899 and $835,206 respective years. And you add up the net assets to total liabilities, you get the same totals that match the total assets from the previous table. And this next graph gives you an idea how this compares to previous years, showing the assets, liabilities, and net assets since 2011. And the increase in assets in 2014 is from purchasing the office, and the increase in the liabilities is from the mortgage for the office. A statement of activities and change in net assets. This presents revenues received and expenses paid throughout the year. You and our generous contributors gave $1,429,683 last year. And $1,894,268 in 2016. And these include $350,900 and $360,000 for monthly pledges. And of course, and then we had the convention 2016 brought in $383,690. In total of the revenues, include the interest, promotion material sales, and publications like ads inside the LP News. That we had $332,360 in 2016 and $68,873 in 2017. So this gave total revenues of $2,643,900 $626,278 in 2016, and $1,588,388 in 2017. And program services, those include affiliate support, ballot access, brand development, campaign support, campus outreach, litigation support, media relations, member communications, and outreach. And total for supporting services include the conventions, management and general expenses, and fundraising and donor acquisitions. So total expenses were $2,351,689 in 2016 and $1,636,084 last year. The difference between the revenues and expenses gives a change in the net assets. And as you can see, we had a surplus of $274,589 in 2016 and a deficit of $47,696 in 2017. And you take this change in net assets to the next table. And adjustments on second line are the non-cash assets, include depreciation, bequest receivable, prepaid expenses, accrued payroll and vacation, and deferred registrations. The numbers for each of those are in the financial statements in your booklet if you want to look those up. You add the adjustments to the net cash, provides operating activities. Investment activities include the purchases of equipment, and the LNC also had financing activities of the principal payments on the capital leases and on the mortgage. And the mortgage principal was paid down $134,792 in 2016 and $90,845 in 2017. You add the investing and financial activities to the net assets, net cash, gives an increase in cash of $164,469 in 2016 and decrease of $83,571 in 2017. And add these to the cash at the beginning of the year, get the cash at the end of the year, and these match the cash and cash equivalents on the statement of financial positions. And then next. And here again, we have a graph showing the revenues in blue, the expenses in red, and the surplus or deficit in green for the years from 2011 to 2017. And of course, we have a 2-year cycle, primary from the convention and election activities, bringing in more money in the even number years, which you can see on the next graph. Here it's showing what the convention revenue is in red and bequests are in green. All of the other contributions together in the blue. Branding and political materials, mostly stuff sold from the lpstuff.com or in yellow. And donations for projects are also included in the contributions. And that's in the report. Are there any questions?
Microphone 3.
Mr. Chair, this is Caroline Brown from Pennsylvania, and I have a point of information. As I'm pretty new as a member, and I received the first annual report, and I'm hearing the Treasury report now, and maybe this has been discussed in the past, I don't know. I was wondering why this information was not included in the annual report that we get for membership.
Why which was not included in the annual report?
The Treasury report. I didn't see any of that in the annual report.
Oh, the annual report that's mailed out?
You're talking about the annual report that you received in the mail?
Yes.
Oh.
We just didn't have it at that point, right?
Yeah, that gives more of a summary.
Let me try and answer the question first.
Why don't you ask it first, because we can't...
Oh, sorry. So you're asking why the full treasurer's report was not included in the annual report that was sent out to the delegates or to the members of the Libertarian Party?
Correct.
The answer is the annual report that we send out to the members of the Libertarian Party is primarily a summary of kind of high points of how we're doing financially, whereas the treasurer's report that's delivered at either LNC meetings or at national conventions gets more into the details of the specifics of the numbers.
Okay, I don't recall seeing any numbers in there with regard to Treasury, not even a, I was just wondering if that was something that had been discussed in the past to not include in that.
Not to my knowledge, but I appreciate you bringing it to our attention.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for the treasurer? Microphone number 1.
Dan Reel, Connecticut. Point of information, does this account for litigation with any law firms? Do we have a retainer with them, or is that just a pay-as-you-go thing?
So I'm going to ask the question again, just in case anyone didn't hear it. Mr. Reel asked whether or not this accounts for any litigation or retainers for law firms, or whether or not that's a pay-as-you-go. The litigation line items in the treasurer's report cover both our retainer for our special counsel as well as any outside counsel that we retain for suits.
Thank you.
Microphone 3.
Mr. Imhoff from California. 2016 to 2017 shows that land and building improvements were static along with computer equipment and computer hardware. Can you explain how you're not saying our property is more valuable and how like computer equipment's not actually being deprecated, like how it doesn't reflect that in the report and the summary in the booklets?
Did you hear it?
So, there we go. In a nutshell, why do fixed assets stay the same year over year when we know that property value in America goes up?
Yeah, that's the amount we paid for that computer, hardware, and software. And then there's line item for depreciation of that equipment from one year to the next. Does that answer your question?
That's part of it. The other part is land and buildings.
Oh, yeah, and land and buildings, with auditors have it stay the same amount for each year.
And you don't, at any point, reassess that? I mean, normal companies reassess that and say it's now worth more, and then it is written up in the books. Will you ever do that for our property?
Yeah, I believe it's asking if they ever readjust the value of the land in the office each year. I don't think they do, but that's a question I think Mr. Starr, who was on the audit committee.
He clarified for me, thank you.
It's at microphone 3, and he may be able to answer that.
Sure, I'm a CPA. Accounting is recorded at historical cost, so that's why you'll see that land and building doesn't change over time. We don't use fair market value where we adjust it each year. We use historical cost because it's verifiable, and that's just generally accepted accounting principles.
Thank you. That's Mr. Starr from California.
Seeing no further questions, thank you, Mr. Hagan, for the treasurer's report. Hey, Tim. Can't tell your players without a program.
Point of personal privilege.
Personal privilege, microphone number 3.
Yeah, just so you're aware, microphone 3 is the microphone that we can't really hear out here, so the echo is really bad for us. I think the other microphones we can hear, but microphone 3 is just atrocious, so I don't know what can be done about that.
All right, I'll note that for the AV people, that microphone 3 is not easily heard in the section next to microphone 3. So, I have been given information regarding Wi-Fi access codes, indicating that Wi-Fi is available for those who need to check social media or emails. In the ballroom, please look for LP Ballroom or LP Ballroom 5G. The access code will be Liberty, Liberty, 1776. In the Storyville registration and vendor area out in the hallway, it'll be LP Storyville or LP Storyville 5G. The access code is still Liberty 1776. All lowercase. And Hyatt meeting may also work. All right, may not work. People, I have conflicting views, so. Microphone number 2.
Thank you, dear leader. Delegate Ray Eubinger from North Carolina with a point of personal privilege. Happy birthday to the city of New Orleans, founded 300 years ago.
Microphone number 3.
Justin Bake, Utah. And it sounds like they're fixing it, but point of personal privilege, we're still getting really bad audio.
Thank you. All right, the next item on the agenda is...
Mr. Chair, can you repeat that? We just didn't hear what he said.
Yes, that's exactly what he said. What he said was you didn't know what he said. It's kind of Kafkaesque. All right, the next item on the agenda, I would like to invite up the leader of the Libertarian Party of Canada, Mr. Tim Moen, to be our opening speaker.
I don't think there's this many libertarians in all of Canada, so this is awesome. This feels like coming to church for me. I got to be honest with you. You know, before I get into why I'm here and why I think I've been asked to speak, we're having our national convention next weekend in Ottawa, and I've been hounded by my executive to get well wishes from people here, and I thought this is a great opportunity. Maybe I could get a video of you guys saying, "Be that libertarian, Canada." Can we do that? Can we do that? Awesome. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Be that libertarian. Oh yeah. Thank you so much for that. As Nick said, I'm the leader of the Libertarian Party of Canada. Now, our party structure is a little bit different than yours. As leader, I'm the guy that runs for Prime Minister. I'm not really the guy that does all the organizational work that your chairman does. So I just wanted to get that straight. But I find it's a real honor and privilege to be here to speak to you today. Not only do I get to be your opening speaker, I get to co-moderate the chair debate tonight with Robin Kerner, and later on Tuesday, I get to debate Walter Block. We found one thing we disagree on, and that is spanking kids. And so I'm going to have the privilege of bending Dr. Block over my knee and paddling his behind until he gets things straight. You don't hit kids. All right, so I hope you can make it to that debate. I think it's going to be a slugfest. So as leader of the Libertarian Party of Canada, I ran for Prime Minister in 2015. You might have seen this meme that was popularized that said, "I want gay married couples to be able to protect their marijuana plants with guns." You've seen that one? Yeah, so that meme launched me into international spotlight, got me interviews on Fox News and CNN. Our state broadcaster, the CBC, that is very left-leaning, actually made fun of me, which helped me out. They came up with, I think, what's going to be my next platform, which is, I want bi-curious Nova Scotian professional wrestlers to openly smoke crack cocaine in public while soliciting prostitutes after clubbing baby seals that have trespassed their property. So I think that's got a bit of a ring to it. I think they were trying to be funny, but I think that's a perfect libertarian message, personally. So the reason I'm here today is that I shared sort of a special connection with Dr. Feldman. And I first ran into Dr. Feldman at the California Libertarian Convention, and he came up to me and had a drink with me in the bar. I didn't know who this guy was. Eventually he told me he was on the presidential ticket for the Libertarian Party of Canada, and I found him to be a very interesting character during that brief moment we shared in the bar. But then later on, I heard him speak at the debate, And I remember this very clearly. The candidates were asked to talk about how frugal they are, because I guess being frugal is a good quality to have if you're a libertarian leader. And Dr. Feldman said, "Not only am I frugal, I'm cheap. I make a lot of money as an anesthesiologist, but I drive a Toyota Yaris. Why do I drive a Yaris? Because a Toyota Corolla is too ostentatious, that's why." And I knew that guy had a special quality that would endear him to the hearts of libertarians. Then I came to the Libertarian National Convention. I was invited to speak. This was a big deal for me, a pretty big crowd, opportunity to speak to a lot of libertarians. And just before I got up to grab the mic and speak, someone came up, grabbed the mic and said, "Are there any medical personnel in the house? Someone was just hit by a car outside, hit and run, they're unconscious and bleeding." Now, I'm a firefighter paramedic by trade, and so my first instinct was to go out and help this guy, but these fine people paid some money for me to come here and speak to them. So I paused for a second. I didn't quite know what to do. And then all of a sudden I saw Dr. Feldman jump up and start running out of the room. And I thought, well, I can't let that little anesthesiologist, that gas man, show me up. So I ran after Feldman, hot on his heels, and there was a picture snapped of a presidential candidate and a prime minister candidate bent over an unconscious bleeding guy rendering first aid. And I thought that was a great moment. You're not going to find that at any other conference. And I feel embarrassed that I actually paused and stopped to think about whether I should go help an unconscious bleeding man on the street or give a speech. And Feldman put me to shame, and God bless him for making me a better person and teaching me a lesson there. So this is the first time I've actually spoken at a Libertarian National Conference where someone hasn't dropped unconscious and tried to die. Let's hope it stays that way, all right, guys? I don't want to feel like I'm cursed here. But the thing that put Feldman on the map, and the reason this conference is themed That Libertarian, is because of a speech he gave. And I'm just going to quote him here. Now, I'm no Feldman. I don't breathe fire into the mic like that man could, but so bear with me. But here's what he said. He said, "Some may ask, Feldman, is he that libertarian? I am that libertarian. I'm that be what you want to be libertarian, that you look good on TV libertarian, that Muslim libertarian, that Jew libertarian, that Christian, atheist, Hindu libertarian, that Rothbard libertarian, that Jefferson libertarian. You know I'm not messing libertarian, that LGBTQ libertarian, no sex libertarian, that MLK Jr. Malcolm X libertarian, that revolutionary, honor Ron Paul libertarian, that Richard Winger, Bill Pat, ballot access libertarian, that Darrell W. Perry, no apologies, anarchist libertarian, that Gary Johnson, New Mexico success libertarian, that Austin Peterson, freedom ninja, in your face libertarian, that John McAfee, world-class, badass libertarian, that no pain, no gain, get those petitions signed in the rain libertarian, that sorry I'm not sorry libertarian, that can't stand the infringements and abuses libertarian, that right here, right now, no excuses libertarian. I'm that libertarian." Yeah. R.I.P. Dr. Feldman. Now let me ask you something. Are you that libertarian? That's the right answer. That's the right answer. So what did Feldman mean when he gave that speech? I've been thinking a lot about this. What was his message? I mean, to me, it was a work of art. And art inspires, it provokes a feeling, and its interpretation is kind of left up to the eye of the beholder. But here's what I took from it. I think Feldman was saying a few things. First of all, he was conveying a message of unity. You can be a Jew, a Muslim, an atheist, black, white, male, female. You can live a straight edge, socially conservative life, or be a hard partying coke fiend. And we can all live together in peace and harmony, but only if we are on the substrate of liberty. If we don't have liberty, we are factions fighting against each other. And I think his message is so important now when we see such hyper-partisan, divisive politics going on in the world. We see people getting kicked out of businesses. We see SJWs versus the alt-right, men versus women. But Feldman's message was one of unity. Now, I found myself in a bit of a predicament when I became leader of the Libertarian Party of Canada. I had no intention of ever getting involved in politics. It took some convincing to get me to even commit to running as a candidate. And then that famous meme came along and I was vaulted into the spotlight, and pretty soon I found myself leading a party. Literally 6 months before that, I had written an article explaining why political action and voting was probably immoral. And now here I was running for Prime Minister of Canada. And so that was a pretty big change for me. And this is the problem, you know, I'm an anarcho-capitalist, but I found myself, yeah, well, thank you, I guess there's a few out there, you haven't been purged, that's good. But I found myself coming out from the underworld. You know, I was one of those edgelords on the Facebook, staying up to 3 in the morning, explaining to people why they're wrong. I found myself probably fighting more with libertarians than anyone else. And, you know, as libertarians, we're kind of wired to pick groups apart and pick people's beliefs apart. We're against statism, and we continually have this attitude of seeing what's wrong with particular groups and dismantling systems. But now, here I was in a position where I was going to be representing these people. I would have to lead, to inspire, to create a vision, and represent a diverse group of people with all different kind of flavors of libertarianism. And none of these people had the right philosophy. I mean, only I have the exact right political philosophy. You know what I mean? And here I was leading a group of people who felt exactly the same way, only they had the exact right political philosophy. And it creates a bit of a predicament. It's hard to have unity in that type of thing. So I went from being kind of a rebel to being an organizational leader. I went from having no responsibility to others to having a whole lot of responsibility and feeling the weight of that on my shoulders. And, you know, on a side note, I want to see who agrees with me on this, that liberty equals freedom plus personal responsibility. Do you agree with that? Yeah. You know, we talk a lot about freedom as libertarians, but we need to start talking a bit more about personal responsibility, because without personal responsibility, we don't get liberty. And I see a whole lot of people here willing to take personal responsibility, willing to sacrifice things. I see people like Karen Ann Harlos, who I see at every convention, who I see working hard all the time. I see Nick Sarwark, again, all over the place, maniac. Jess Mears, running her all over, like she seems to be everywhere. Joshua Smith working hard. I mean, this is a room full of badass world beaters, and God bless you, it inspires me. But, you know, the first thing I found I had to do when I stepped into a position of leadership was do a lot of apologizing to libertarians, because I was not helping unity. I was kind of the enemy of unity in a lot of ways. And the next thing I had to do was find common ground. And I had to think long and hard about what it is we all have in common. And ultimately I came up with this, that we all want less government tomorrow than we have today. And that is a solid principle, I think. Yeah. And in fact, in a lot of ways, that makes me even more radical than an anarcho-capitalist, because I'll tell you, Libertopia or Ancapistan is still not going to be good enough for me. I'm still going to want more liberty tomorrow than I have today, and I'm going to be that way for the rest of my life. So I see liberty as a process, and I think we're all on that same path, that same direction. I think that's what we have in common. So that's something I had to recognize as a leader. But I also want to say something about people who are maybe followers or aren't in a position of official party leadership or something like that. When I ran for Prime Minister, I had to quit my job and cash in my retirement. And I'm a firefighter, I was a battalion chief, I was at the top of my career at that time. And so the sacrifice I decided I was willing to make was leaving the service, cashing in my retirement to fund my bills, and take a year off to dedicate myself to the party. And I knew when I did that I would have no guarantee of any kind of employment afterwards. I mean, I knew I probably wasn't going to be prime minister. It was going to be that shiny pony, Justin Trudeau. But I felt what I was doing was important. But the point is, I came back and I decided, well, I'll pick up work as a janitor or as a roofer. I'll do whatever I have to do to pay bills, or at the end of the day, I'll be living in a cardboard box with no regrets at least. But I found myself back in the fire service. But in the fire service, you don't carry seniority across departments. So I had to start all over again at the bottom. I was a probie again, and I was kicking in the doors and humping the hose. I was no longer the incident commander on scenes. And I found myself being in a position where I was actually a better team player than I had been because I had been in a position of leadership. I understood what responsibility entailed. And so even when incident commanders are idiots and don't know what the hell they're doing, it's still important that when we're fighting a fire, that we have unity on that fire ground. And from my perspective, what I do in the political realm is similar to what I do on the fire ground, except the stakes are much higher here. The government kills a lot more people than house fires do. And so we're all firefighters here. And this is serious business. It's serious business. People die in house fires when you don't have team unity. People are dying every day out there when we don't have team unity. And so disunity puts the team in danger, but it also puts all the people out there in danger. So Feldman was a team player. I got the sense from him that whether he won an official leadership role or not, he was going to fall in line and be a team player and support the team no matter what he thought of the official leaders. He was going to wield his influence and contribute positively to the team. And I think that's something we can learn from Feldman as well. Now, the next bit of inspiration I gleaned from Feldman's speech was he kept using this term libertarian. I'm that Muslim libertarian, that Jew libertarian. That term means something. Libertarian means something. It means don't hurt people, don't take their stuff, even if you win a popularity contest and call yourself government. It means you don't get to point guns at your fellow citizens to alleviate your anxiety about drug use or prostitution or the poor or education or terrorism. We have deep philosophical roots that go back a long ways, and our party was founded on those principles because principles are pragmatic. Do you agree with me? Thank you. And we've been grinding it out here for over 4 decades, and I believe we're starting to win. You know, the term libertarian is being used more and more in the mainstream. I'll give you a story. In Canada, we have this politician who's fairly popular. His name's Maxime Bernier. He's kind of like Rand Paul is, and he's in the Conservative Party. We have these 2 main parties, the Liberals and the Conservatives. Maxime Bernier ran for leadership of the Conservative Party, which would mean he'd probably be the next Prime Minister. And he ran on a libertarian platform, very strong libertarian platform, and he got 49% of the vote. I think he lost by like 12 dairy farmers. Dairy farmers have this big cartel. They're a special interest group. They infiltrated the Conservatives and caused Maxime to lose because he was going to break up dairy supply management. But he almost won leadership of a mainstream party. Now, why did he almost win that? I say it's because of the work we've been doing on the ground, going door to door, standing on principle. He wouldn't have come close to that if we hadn't been doing the work that we're doing on the ground. So why are people adopting our policies and our positions? Why are more and more people identifying as libertarian? It's because of what that word means, because of what it stands for. It's the rock on which we stand in this tumultuous sea of sloppy thinking and incoherent tribalism. People are they're dissatisfied with status quo politics. So we're getting people in Canada, and I'm sure it's the same here in the States. We got people joining the party from the left, from the right, from all over the political spectrum, and now we're faced with this temptation. You know, if we shift our principles and platforms just a little bit, if we compromise just a little bit, maybe this influx of people will be happier. Maybe we can win more votes. So now is the time, I think, when we really need to decide what winning looks like for us. Is it the goal of the Libertarian Party to get elected at any cost? Or is our goal a freer world for our children? Now, if our goal is getting elected at any cost, we need to tell people what they want to hear. We need to reflect our culture, which means we have to become state enthusiasts. We have to become followers. We have to follow the way culture leads. Maybe we have to get Barack Obama to be our candidate for president or something. But if our goal is a freer world, I think we have to stand our ground and stand on the rock our principles stand for. Come what may. We have to lead the way. And I'll tell you, if you're anything like me, I will knock doors the rest of my life and win one heart and mind at a time, even if it only means I get one vote, as long as the other parties have to adopt libertarian policies, because we create a culture of people who want liberty or death. That's what gets us liberty, from my perspective. You know, nowadays to be liberal simply means to be anti-conservative, and to be conservative means to be anti-liberal. These terms tell you almost nothing about an underlying political philosophy. And we are not socially liberal. We are not fiscally conservative. It means absolutely nothing to be fiscally conservative or socially liberal anymore. We're libertarian on social and fiscal issues. We're libertarian on every issue. Sometimes the left are socially libertarian, sometimes the right are fiscally libertarian, but less and less so every day. But we are libertarian on every issue. And it's time that they start describing themselves by proper terms, not these meaningless, vague terms like liberal and conservative. It's time they come to us. We're the cool kids now. It's time you come to us and start using our terminology and measure yourself against our philosophy. So, I think it's important to preserve the meaning of the word libertarian. People like us used to be able to word the term liberal to describe ourselves, but we can't exactly use that word anymore, can we? And we don't want libertarian to go the way of liberalism. So we got to be steadfast in our conviction, because when someone comes into our house with a well-intentioned statist agenda, we will be tempted to compromise. Maybe we can just adopt a little bit of statism in this one area to make this cohort of people happy and grow our ranks. But pointing guns at people creates disunity. So the degree to which we compromise our principles is the degree to which we create disunity and serve special interests. The degree to which we compromise our principles is the degree to which that term that Feldman used, libertarian, becomes watered down and meaningless. So my focus in Canada in the next election cycle will be to ensure that party leaders and influencers are helping to affirm our party principles for all new people who are flooding in. And my advice to them is to be gentle but firm. Help them understand that principles aren't for compromising. That's not pragmatic, to compromise principles. So when people come to our party and ask, Libertarian Party, are you really that libertarian? I say we are that libertarian. We're that classically liberal, constitutionalist, minarchist, objectivist, anarcho-capitalist libertarian. We're that don't tread on me and don't tread on anyone else libertarian. We're that I want gay married couples to protect their marijuana plants with 3D printed machine guns libertarian. We're that don't hurt people and don't take their stuff even when we win a popularity contest and call ourselves a government libertarian. We're that non-aggression principle, property rights libertarian. We're that taxation is theft libertarian. We're that end the Fed and end all the wars libertarian. We're that sacrifice our time and energy and comfort in the here and now so our children can have a brighter tomorrow libertarian. We're that open border, closed border, just deport the bloody government out of my border libertarian. We are that drop what we're doing and run outside to help a dying man, then breathe fire into a mic, call for unity and no compromise, Dr. Mark Allen Feldman libertarian. We are that libertarian.
Good morning. My name is Mark Feldman, and I'm a candidate for President of the United States.
have a responsibility to take care of each other, but we can do that without government stealing from us. Taxation is theft, and it's the worst kind of theft because our government convinces people that what belongs to them belongs to the government. It's a lie, it's our money, it's not their money.
It was in 2009 that I first learned about the Libertarian Party, the party of principle. The central idea of the Libertarian Party is simple. As much as possible, government should just leave us alone. Just don't hurt other people and don't take their stuff.
I've been involved with Mark Feldman throughout this entire debate process, and I will tell you, although he's not my first pick, I would like to put his name in nomination because he says it like it is, and he does a damn good job of it. Mark Feldman.
I don't need a concealed carry certificate. I don't need any kind of marriage license. I don't need a marijuana grower's permit. I have a constitution. What I need is a government that honors it and doesn't ask for licenses and permits and certificates for things that are none of the government's business. Whatever happens with these nominations, I want to pull us together as a party. I want to value everybody from the most abolitionist anarchists to the most pragmatic Ron and Rand Paul supporters. Let me see a hand for everybody in the Republican Party. Excuse me, everybody in the Libertarian Party. All right, I'm still running. Marijuana should not be legalized like alcohol and tobacco. It should be normalized like caffeine and chocolate. Drug abuse is a medical problem. It shouldn't be a legal problem. If that worked, we should make cancer illegal, diabetes illegal, hypertension illegal, and we would have a much better, safer, healthier country. Some may ask, Feldman, is he that libertarian? I am that libertarian. I'm that be what you want to be libertarian, that you look good on TV libertarian, that Muslim libertarian, that Jew libertarian, that Christian, atheist, Hindu libertarian, that Rothbard libertarian, that Jefferson libertarian, you know I'm not messing libertarian. That LGBTQ libertarian, no sex libertarian, that MLK Jr. Malcolm X libertarian, that revolutionary honor hall Ron Paul libertarian, that Richard Winger Bill Redpath ballot access libertarian, that Darrell W. Perry no apologies anarchist libertarian, that Gary Johnson New Mexico success libertarian, that Austin Peterson freedom ninja in your face libertarian, that John McAfee world-class badass libertarian, that no pain, no gain, get those petitions signed in the rain libertarian, that sorry I'm not sorry libertarian, that can't stand the infringements and abuses libertarian, that right here, right now, no excuses libertarian. I'm that libertarian.
Thanks for listening, and I hope you have a good day.
I still miss him. If there's no objection from the body, I would propose that we stand at ease for 5 minutes so that people can have a break. We will be back in the room at 10:31 for the award presentation for the Hall of Liberty Award. just trying to figure out exactly how far.
He's a good man. He's a good man. It's a tough day. How you doing? James.
right, if delegates could take their seats and get back to their delegations, we will be starting with the first awards committee presentation. If the awards committee could assemble next to the stage. All right. All right, I'd like to invite up to the stage the 2018 Libertarian Party. We're missing one, aren't we? We're very close. We ready? All right. All right. I'd like to invite to the stage the 2018 Libertarian Party Awards Committee. Please come up. You're going to introduce yourself?
Yeah, everyone. Unless, yeah, okay, yes, introduce everybody. Yep. Good morning again. I'm Tim Hagan. I'm a member of the 2018 Awards Committee, and my fellow committee members are Daniel Hayes, just arriving on the stage, Jim Larks, waiting over at the Virginia delegation, Keith Lobby, and Hap Werther. In 2012, the Libertarian Party established the Hall of Liberty to honor lifetime or significant achievement that has made a lasting effort on the Libertarian Party or the Libertarian movement. Previously, the Thomas Jefferson Award served as an award for lifetime achievement, the highest honor the Libertarian Party could bestow. Also in 2012, the purpose of the Jefferson Award was changed to recognize outstanding leadership, high character, and dedication to the principles and goals of the party. These two changes inadvertently created discontinuity in the awards. To resolve this, in December 2016, the Libertarian National Committee moved to induct into the Hall of Liberty all who had received the Thomas Jefferson Award for Lifetime Achievement prior to 2012. The motion was adopted without objection. The 2018 Awards Committee is proud to induct David Berglund, John Perry, Ron Krickenberger, Ruth Bennett, and Jim Lark into the Hall of Liberty. Please watch the following. Please watch the following video.
If we want to reclaim our liberties, if we want to move America back to where it should be, that place of individual liberty and personal responsibility, we have to be willing to work hard. We have to be willing to make the sacrifices. I was a basketball player in my younger days, and like a lot of men my age, the older I get, the better I used to be. The eminent moral philosopher and basketball coach Bobby Knight used to talk about the will to win. Do you have the will to win? Well, he said, everybody's got the will to win. Do you have the will to prepare? Do you have the will to do what's necessary to be able to go forward and fight on the battlefield of politics to reclaim our liberty? I hope that you're willing to invest that time. You should be asking yourself every day, how can I move the ball down the field? How can I help the United States get back to that place of being a place of liberty and personal responsibility?
The family of John Perry was unable to send a representative, but the Libertarian Party will ensure that his family gets his Hall of Liberty trophy.
Accepting the award on behalf of David Berglund and Ron Krickenberger is former LNC Chair and 1998 Samuel Adams Award winner, Steve Dasbach.
I had the honor in the presidential campaign when Dave Berglund was on the ballot to drive him around Indiana for a week. And it was just amazing to see the way he worked one-on-one with the press. Time and time again, he was the person that stepped up to the plate when the party needed him, a true patriot for liberty. Ron Krickenberger, God, I miss him. All of us who are here who talk about wanting to win elections, that was Ron's passion, and he was willing to do the work, the ballot access work, the training work, to put people on the ballot and get them elected. So, two of our great patriots for liberty. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. The co-recipient of the 2008 Thomas Jefferson Award and now a member of the Hall of Liberty, Ruth Bennett.
I left my 6 pages of notes on the table. What I'd like to say to all of you is, thank you. Oh, and taxation is theft.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the co-recipient of the 2008 Thomas Jefferson Award and now a member of the Hall of Liberty, Jim Lark.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to receive this, to be mentioned in the same name as the heroes of liberty who've come before. It's just truly stunning and humbling. I tend to be somewhat sentimental, and I didn't know John Perry. I did know Ron Krickenberger, and I did know Dr. Feldman. If I may allow me to propose, I don't have my usual beer with me. Allow me to propose a toast to absent friends, to absent heroes, to liberty. Thank you.
And once again, let's recognize these newest inductees into the Hall of Liberty.
Thank you to the awards committee, and congratulations again to all of the recipients. The next item on the agenda is the Bylaws Committee report. I'm just as excited as Mr. Fulner, but even more excited than me, the chair of the Bylaws Committee, Mr. Joseph Bishop Henchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Fulner. I wanted to start out by overviewing the report, where it is, and how it came to be. I am your chair of your Bylaws Committee, which is a committee of this convention. It is not a committee of the LNC, so we report directly to you. And I took over as chair in May, following the resignation of the previous chair. So we worked very hard, the 10 members of the committee, to get the report to you, which is available in your binders. At the bottom it says Bylaws and Rules Committee report. It's in there. It is also available on the convention website on the delegate docs section. And then there are additional copies at the registration desk if you do not have it. We held an in-person meeting last year and then a series of electronic meetings. We presented our draft proposals in survey form to members of the party. We received 1,408 comments on those proposals. I read every single one of them. And the committee then moved a series of several dozen amendments to those proposals, incorporating many of those suggestions. We had our final meeting yesterday where we made some final changes to the report, which are deletions, deleting proposals G and H. So you can rip those out. We're not even going to do them. We also adjusted the order somewhat, so it'll be mostly alphabetical. We will do A, B, C, D, and E, and then Q, and then P, and then F, skipping G and H because they're deleted, then I, and then resuming alphabetical order. So we'll start off easy going A, B, C, D, and E. I'd also like to recognize the members of the Bylaws Committee for their hard work, and I'll just list them off very quickly. There's Mr. M. Carling, Mr. Andy Craig, and if you're here, please stand, and Mr. Andy Craig, Mr. David Demarest, Ms. Karen Ann Harlos, Mr. Joshua Katz, Ms. Alicia Matson, Mr. Chuck Moulton, Ms. Kimberly Ruff, and Mr. Aaron Starr. Prior to proceeding to the report, Mr. Chair, I have a motion, which I'll deliver to the Secretary. I move to suspend the rules to permit 2-minute speaking time for each minority report contained in the Bylaws and Platform Committee reports, and if I could speak to my motion.
A second is not required, as it's a committee report. It's committee recommendation to make the motion. Please go ahead and speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're facing an issue this afternoon that we will need to resolve in some way, and I've been discussing it with the chair and the chair of the Platform Committee. The Platform Committee on 5 of its planks has multiple alternate proposals. So for example, Platform Proposal B, relating to government budget, debt, and taxes, is actually 4 different alternate proposals. Efforts to reach consensus on the committee have not been successful. Our current rules envision a maximum of 2 alternate versions. This rule change would accommodate those additional minority reports, and how it would work is everyone would get 2 minutes, so 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, to make their case for their version, and then you would debate and decide. For the bylaws report, we have 8 proposals where we have dissenting committee members. This rule change will allow them time to argue against adoption of the proposal. Delegates would be more fully informed, hearing pro and con. from speakers who know the proposals the best prior to debating and voting. This rule change would not change the maximum time allocated for the 2 committee reports. I ask the convention to vote yes.
Motions to suspend the rules are not debatable. It requires a 2/3 vote to suspend the rules in this manner. All in favor of the suspension of the rules proposed by Mr. Bishop Henchman and the Bylaws Committee, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? That is clearly 2/3. We'll move to the Bylaws Committee report.
Thank you. Proposal A. Secretary requests the AV people to switch to the Secretary's video feed so we can put the proposals on the screens.
There's a request for information. Mr. Fulner, please move to a microphone. No, sorry, microphone 2.
Jim Fulner, Armada, Michigan. My request for information is if the chair could read the section of the convention rules regarding how debate on bylaws will occur.
I would be more than happy to. It's my favorite part. So it's found in convention rules, Convention Special Rules of Order, Libertarian Party, Rule number 4, debating and voting on bylaws and rules. The chair of the Bylaws and Rules Committee shall report each recommendation of the committee to the convention separately and shall have 2 minutes to explain the intent or purpose of the proposed amendments. The convention chair shall open each recommendation to discussion without amendment from the floor. Each recommendation shall be considered and adopted separately with a maximum of 8 minutes discussion on any recommendation. After the discussion, the convention chair shall bring the recommendation to a vote. If the recommendation fails, the convention chair shall open the recommendation to amendment for an additional 10 minutes. So in simple terms, with the suspension that's already been proposed, if there's a report from the committee, it gets 2 minutes for the committee to present it. If there are minority reports, they each get 2 minutes to be presented. Then we have 8 minutes of discussion to determine whether or not to vote up or down and which one to vote on. After that discussion, if you want to amend the proposal from the committee or amend the minority report, you have to vote the proposal down, and then we open up for 10 minutes to recognize amendments to the report. Any questions?
Point of order.
Point of order, microphone number 2.
John Wilford, Texas. It is my understanding that Robert's Rules of Order requires that any supermajority vote be taken by a rising vote. I don't think there's any question on the one we just took, but I would ask the chair moving forward that we at least use a show of hand for supermajority votes.
1 second, let me talk to the parliamentarian. I've been informed by the parliamentarian that our rules allow me to start with a voice vote, and then if there's a question as to the number, I'll move to either hands or a rising vote, because I like to keep it kind of fun. And then if there's a need for division after that, we'll do a standing counted vote, which is probably the best part of the convention, after explaining the bylaws rules. So we'll now move to the debating. This is a point of personal privilege for me. We don't have a clock up here, so I have a timekeeper. I'm going to take care of that. The parliamentarian will inform me when we're out of time. So with that, we'll move it over to Mr. Bishop Henchman. Also, just a cleanup matter, we're going to lose about 10 minutes if we break for lunch at noon from the morning agenda. We're about 10 minutes behind, so we'll get those 10 minutes back somewhere. Promise.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal A, entitled Allow Debate on Proposals to Delete Platform Planks. So currently, we have a token system for deleting platform planks. Sorry.
Can the AV people put up the secretary's computer on the screen?
We'll wait for that. If we could display the secretary's screen on the screen.
Mr. Chairman, I've been informed by the our AV specialists that the secretary's laptop is so obsolete they are unable to connect to it.
I was informed of that as well, Mr. Hayes, but my understanding was that during the recess we had actually tested it and been able to get it up on the screen. So if that's not the case, then we'll adapt and overcome, I suppose. All right, we will work on that, but in the meantime, your reports are in your printed materials and also available at the registration desk, so follow along.
All right, Proposal A, allow debate on proposals to delete platform planks. We currently have a token system for deleting platform planks. So when you got your credentials, you received 5 of those tokens, which are cards. And people can cast those ballots to delete planks. Under our current rules, that vote occurs immediately without debate. So just to take an example of what happened in 2016, there were sufficient tokens cast to consider for the convention to consider the deletion of a platform plank. The way our rules are currently written is that needs to go to an immediate vote without any discussion or debate. And from my vantage point, it seemed like there was a lot of confusion about what we were doing, because it literally was the report of the planks, the report of the tokens, and then now we need to move to an immediate vote on this deletion. And a lot of people were like, what are we voting on? What is this? People on both sides, pro the deletion and con the deletion. This proposal would add a 10-minute period of discussion and debate prior to that vote. Really a chance for people to acclimate and find out what we're voting on before we vote. We did have public comment on this as well as all of our other proposals. A small number of people asked for a shorter period of time, a small number of people asked for a longer period of time, but the vast majority of people were comfortable with a 10-minute period. So that's the rationale for that. The committee adopted it unanimously 9-0, and it would take effect immediately.
Microphone 2.
Mike Seebeck, Bylaws Committee Chairman for the founding state of Colorado. I rise in opposition to this proposal because, frankly, it's a waste of time. We don't need 10 minutes to debate whether we want to delete something or not. We have a debate period if the deletion fails. Within that period, we can vote to delete it again if we want to. That's within the realm of the delegates. So why do we need 10 extra minutes to do the same thing we can already do?
Microphone number 3.
Curry Taylor, Texas. I want to applaud the Bylaws Committee for actually starting to address this toxic system, which is called the platform token system. We've had this for about 10 years. It's not a good system. It divides us, and I would like to see it completely removed. So I have submitted an alternative amendment to the Secretary, which will completely delete the platform token system. And I will support this amendment if it is the only proposal that we have, but I think we can do far better. I don't believe 20% of the delegation should be enough to force 100% of us to vote just because a minority doesn't like certain plank on the platform. So I would encourage you, everyone, to please consider at least supporting this proposal and also consider just getting rid of the token system entirely. It doesn't do us any good.
Microphone 2.
I second the comments. June Jennings, Texas. I second Mr. Curry's comments. I urge the delegation to vote this down so that he can offer his substitute motion. The deletion process has been flawed from the beginning. Deletions are changes. They should be handled like any other changes to our bylaws and platform. And there is no need for this special procedure which confuses people and allows a minority to get an unwarranted amount of time out of our busy schedule. Thank you.
Microphone number 1.
Point of information. Point of information. It says in the proposed change, the convention chair shall then open the deletion proposal for debate without amendment for a period of up to 10 minutes. When it says up to, and since it's the convention chair opening it, does that mean the convention chair could theoretically just open it for 0 minutes, as that is below 10 minutes, and it does not go above 10 minutes, so it's not up to?
So it does mean that, but typically the convention chair will open it for debate until there's no more debate seen. So it maxes out at 10 minutes, but no chair that I know, including myself, is going to stop debate while there are still people seeking to be recognized and we have sufficient time.
But shouldn't the up to provision, wouldn't it be better if it says it must be 10 minutes, not up to 10 minutes?
So to answer the gentleman's point of information, it would not be better because it would force the convention to spend 10 minutes on something that might not take 10 minutes.
Fair enough, I was just checking.
Thank you. Microphone number 3.
Darrell Perry, New Hampshire. Darrell Perry, New Hampshire. I'm speaking against, and the rationale from the chair of the Bylaws Committee was people might be confused about what they're voting to delete, so then we need to debate this for 10 minutes. If people aren't sure of what they're voting on, a point of information would be in order so that they would know what they are actually voting on. Points of information are not discussion and debate, it's clarification. Please vote no.
Microphone number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Tom Howe from North Carolina. I rise to speak against the motion, and I point out that there's 1,000 people in the room, and this allows for 600 seconds of debate. It's kind of ridiculous that people know that whether they support the platform planks or not, that we don't need a debate on whether to continue.
Microphone number 1.
Mr. Chair, Aaron Adams, the Oklahoma delegation. I rise today in opposition. I assure you, I assure this body, if there is ever a time that we have enough tokens in that box to consider deletion of a plank, there has already been an infinite amount of discussion happening on this floor, in the hall, at the smoking area, and potentially in the parking lot where we fight it out.
Microphone number 3.
Fred Coulter, Florida. I have a question of context. This is my first convention. How many of these actually come up? Is it 1 or 2 for deletion, or is it 300 for deletion?
Historically, Mr. Coulter, it's usually just 1, sometimes it's 2, and it's almost always abortion. Microphone 2.
I'm Bennett Rutledge. I'm from Colorado, and I rise to support the motion. I'm a mathematician. I'm familiar with how bodies of laws and regulations and platform planks must have either unanswered questions or unresolvable contradictions. I think that any powerful tool for removing restrictions is very useful, and any way that we can have an informed decision on this should be supported.
Thank you. Microphone number 3.
Omar Recurro, Florida delegation. I have a question, or more of a parliamentary inquiry. If this amendment passes, is it amendable? Meaning the 10 minutes, up to 10 minutes of debate, we need 5 more, 10 more? Would a suspension of the rules be in order, or is it something that's locked in?
My understanding, so the gentleman's question is whether or not this amendment, if it passes, would allow that debate for any tokens, any platform planks that get enough tokens this convention. My understanding is the effect would be immediate and would apply to the tokens turned in at this convention, that we would need a proviso if we wanted it to not apply immediately. Mr. Starr, are you raising your hand to correct me, or, okay. So that's my interpretation of it. If there's any, are there any appeals of the ruling of the chair on the parliamentary inquiry? Hearing none, we will move to microphone number 1.
Rex Lawhorn, delegate from Oklahoma. In reference to the proposal submitted by the gentleman from Texas, what is the historical problem that we faced that required the implementation of the token program?
Try not to editorialize in answering Mr. Lawhorn's question. Platform got real big and real contentious, and every convention we would have a lot of debate that wouldn't go anywhere because it requires 2/3 to delete something from the platform. And so the token system was put in place in an attempt to make sure that the only things that we would be talking about deleting are things where there's actually a significant plurality of the delegation that wants to get rid of them. But I think Mr. Starr may have a different interpretation, and without objection from the body, Mr. Starr at microphone 3.
Yeah, we implemented the token system in 2006. It was actually before 2006, actually through 2006, we had a system where everybody could vote up or down every single plank. And it was all done on a big Scantron card, and it was turned in. And in 2006, we actually ended up deleting almost all the planks in 2006. Before that was done, we actually had changed the rules, not realizing that later that same day, we'd wind up removing all the planks. So the thinking was that it was going to be easier just to have, let's just have people submit tokens for the few items that people had some objections to, they thought needed to come to an up or down vote. So that's the history behind it. In hindsight, I think I would have preferred the old system that we had in place.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Microphone 2.
Karen Ann Harlos from Colorado. I'm speaking in support of this. If there is any time that we are going to delete something, I do believe that the delegates are best informed by an open debate. While we might have debated this in the bar and in the parking lot and wherever else, oftentimes we're in our own little echo chambers, and we might not have heard an argument on the other side that could change your mind. Our platform is very, very important, and the more information you have, the better. If we're going to delete something, let's make sure we know what we're doing.
Time has expired on the 10 minutes of debate for the platform, for the Bylaws Committee proposal. We'll now proceed to a vote.
I'd like to move for 5 more minutes for debate on this, please.
Microphone 3, Mr. Starr, you'd like to be recognized to move to suspend the rules to add 5 minutes of debate at this time on this item.
Yeah, there's very few people that had a chance to really vote in favor, speak in favor of it, so I'd like
just asking what that's your motion. Is there objection?
Objection.
All in favor of suspending the rules to add 5 minutes of debate to this item prior to amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. It's not quite 2/3. We'll now proceed to a vote. All in favor of Proposal A, allow debate on proposals to delete platform planks, please raise your hands. Opposed? Looks like 2/3 to me. All right, we're going to try it rising, just in case it looks a little clearer. All in favor of Proposal A, please stand up. Or if you're unable to stand, please raise your hand. Thank you, Mr. Golston. All right, please sit down. Opposed, please stand up. Guess what, everybody? We get to learn how to do a counting votes. Woo!
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Who has the point of information and where is it at?
Microphone number 1.
Microphone 1, go ahead, sir.
Joseph Redmond from Kentucky. Can we get the information that we're debating on the screen? You're pretty and all, but the information's key.
Yeah, we would love to, and we're working on it, but we don't have it right now. So everybody knows that we want it, and it should be in printed material available in the interim. So we're going to do a counting vote. Do I have people who like to help with counting votes? Where's my rabbi? All right, we will start. It's early. We'll start to my right, which I believe Oklahoma would be the first delegation. So this is really simple. We go front to back and back to front. You say the next number, then you sit down. You do not come into the room late. If you come into the room just in time, be on the other side. And we're going to count. We're going to have people coming by to help count. This is actually pretty simple, but if you've never done it before, buckle up. All in favor of Proposal A, please stand up. Mr. Montoni. Loud and proud, people. That's true. Hold on.
Here, this person. Stay, this person. Mark, this person.
to Emily and Bill.
Secretary. 283 in the affirmative. Would all those opposed please stand up? Do you want to go from that side or the other side? After this vote, we'll probably do it by sections just for the interest of time. Or you could guys just could be unanimous about things, which would make this a lot simpler. I'm well aware you're libertarians. All right, all the noes.
74. 75. 76. 77. 78. Fill the wall.
Keep the noise down. The teller can't hear the shouting. One, 2, 9.
That's okay.
154.
Not quickly enough.
Mr. Chair, I count 179. I'm sorry, thank you. Thank you, you're right. 181? Is that right?
All right. The motion fails to get 2/3 with a counted vote of 283 to 181. Couple of housekeeping items. I was requested to answer by people on the floor how many credentialed delegates are currently able to vote. It's 697 as of the first credentials report, making 347 a majority, 277 a quorum, and 462 2/3. I believe I'd like to recognize microphone. Do you have a privileged motion, Mr. Fishman?
Point of information.
Okay.
Is it correct that only people who have the delegate badge should be voting?
It is correct that only people who have a delegate badge should be voting. I will tell people we've had this discussion prior to the convention starting. I trust the delegation chairs will make sure that they only allow delegates to vote in their section. If you see that not happening, please contact the delegation chair If it
Mr.
keeps,
Chairman,
if it
Mr.
keep, where am I at?
right here.
Oh, microphone one.
I'd just like a quick correction from the Credentials Committee.
Sure.
You can have an alternate badge if you are a voter in your state for a delegate who is not in the room or has not arrived yet. So I wanted to correct that. But you must have a ribbon.
Thank you. So you have to be either a delegate or an alternate, and if you are an alternate, there have to be sufficient delegates out of the room that you are not going over the delegate allocation for your delegation. If there are problems, please bring them to my attention. The other request I've had is a matter of personal privilege. I understand that there are people running for, I don't know, I think there's elections for something later. Most people don't mind if you hand out stuff. Please don't have conversations lobbying people to vote for you in the rows. It's disturbing to the people paying attention to the business. Microphone 3.
Mr. Chair, seeing as how the previous motion failed, I would like to consider alternative amendments, and especially the one that I submitted to the Secretary concerning deletion of the token system in its entirety.
All right. Mr. Taylor, can you read your, or sorry, I have it. I have a better microphone than you do. The motion would be to delete all of Rule 5, Section 1 of the LP Convention Special Rules of Order of the Libertarian Party and renumber the other sections accordingly. You have to come to a microphone, Tom, I'm sorry. But I'll wait for you. Point of order.
I'm Tom Howe from North Carolina. I don't believe it's in order to take motions to change the rules at this time. We're in the middle of a committee report.
I'm going to rule that it is in order, and the reason is that we just allowed debate on a motion to amend Rule 5, and so a substitution amendment to strike is in order and germane to our debate on Rule 5. Is there an appeal of the ruling of the chair? Hearing none. Mr. Taylor, I heard a second, I'm sure. Okay, pretty sure. Mr. Taylor, you can speak to your motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The history of the token system has been, in effect, it was basically introduced as a way to try to get the delegation a little bit more power over something that the platform committee may have wanted to do. In practice, what it does is it waters down the Libertarian Party. It makes us remove the most so-called controversial or more radical planks in this party because a small minority or small faction of people can come into this party, and if they just vote with their tokens for 20%, that's enough to force the entire delegation to vote on this deletion by a small minority. In fact, there's rule, I believe it's 5D of the special rules, which says that you may take all 5 and vote for one single plank. That means that even smaller than 20%, mathematically, in the worst case, 4% of the entire delegation can force, of a minority, can force the majority to have a much larger, force a vote on this. And it's not just a vote, it's up or down vote, it's majority only, and there's no debate allowed at all. And I want to say that one objection might be that Robert's Rules is supposed to give a voice to the minority, and that is true. It is, the Robert's Rules is supposed to give a voice to the minority, but that's it, just a voice. It is not, Robert's Rules does not allow the majority to take control over the entire delegation and force a vote, and that's what the token system does. So I just wanted to please urge you to vote down the token system and vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Microphone 2, are you speaking in opposition?
In opposition.
Go ahead.
Karen Ann Harlos from Colorado. I actually believe, in fact, that this does give power to the delegates. As we all know, whether intentionally or unintentionally, the time always runs out, and almost all of the direction of our platform comes through committee. There is not much opportunity for the delegates to exercise their own power. As far as a minority forcing a vote, it does it all the time. I could stand up here right now and call the question, which I'm not. Nobody could agree with me, but you all still have to vote on it. So that I do not think is a well-taken objection. There are times where there may be something we want deleted and the platform committee will not consider it. The delegates should have that power. I always will want more power in the hands of the delegates and less in the hands of the committee.
Microphone 1, are you speaking in favor or opposition?
Point of information.
Point of information, microphone 1.
Rexlaw Horn, Oklahoma. If this were to pass, what system would we revert to change the platform?
If this were to pass, we would revert to needing to suspend the rules for the deletion of a platform plank because we would need to, it would have to come up the same way that we would amend the platform outside of the committee reports. Okay? So if there was time, there wouldn't need to be a suspension of the rule, but since our committee reports almost always take all the time, it requires suspension of the rules to take up such an amendment. Microphone 3, are you speaking in opposition or in favor?
Favor.
Go ahead, microphone 3.
Okay, Bill Haidu, California, former chairman of the California Platform Committee. Anybody can submit proposals to the committee to delete planks. We're running behind now already. We're not going to have time to discuss the planks that have already been, discussed in committee. So I think we should do away with all the extra things and try to, be more efficient and get our business done. There are things for suspending the rules and all that for people that really want to sneak something in at the last minute. But it's better to do these well thought out in advance.
Thank you. Microphone 2, opposition or in favor? Opposition, microphone 2.
Yeah, my name is Dustin Nana. I'm an Ohio delegate. I'm speaking in opposition to deleting this. I think really this is the only way for the convention body to flex its muscle, per se, and say, hey, no, I don't agree that the platform committee, which I actually sit on, has not proposed a deletion or whatever. I think that the right of this body should be able to be exercised in this way.
Microphone 1, in opposition or in favor?
In favor.
Go ahead, microphone 1.
Mr. Chairman, David Stewart of Oklahoma. There's a procedure to amend or delete planks from the platform. It's called the amendment, it's called submitting an amendment or submitting an amendment to strike. We already have that procedure in place. We can do that at any time we want. All it takes is a motion and a second. So I don't think we need the token system. I think we have a system in place, we can do it.
Thank you. Microphone 3, in opposition or in favor?
In favor.
Microphone 2, opposition or in favor?
Favor.
Microphone 1, opposition or in favor?
Favor.
Is there anyone wishing to speak in opposition? I'm going to go with microphone 2.
Christopher Gill, State of Ohio. I speak in opposition to the motion. Very briefly, it should always, always, always be easier to remove something than to add something. This allows us to take something out with very little effort. Imagine if somebody got a part of the platform in that we all didn't care for during a small convention or something. We can go to the next one, cut it out very quickly. That's what this is in place for. Thank you.
Microphone 3.
Mr. Chair, I strongly disagree with the idea.
Who are you again?
Oh, sorry. Arvin Vora, delegate from Pennsylvania. Mr. Chair, I strongly favor this motion. It should not be easier to delete a part of the platform. Historically, some of the biggest mistakes this party has made has been in over-deleting things from the platform. It should be hard to delete from the platform. Libertarian ideas are permanent. They are not something that's a change from year to year or day to day. We have a procedure. We can suspend the rules. We can suspend the rules to delete any plank we want at any time we want. We do not need to give this ability for a small minority to blindside people, especially at a presidential convention when we have a lot of new people. A small minority should not be able to blindside people into a vote. So I strongly support this motion.
At the microphone, just raise your hand if you're speaking in opposition. All right, Mr. Starr at microphone 3.
Yeah, so here's the challenge, folks.
Mr. Starr.
Here's the challenge, folks. I've been to every convention since 1989, and I think even prior to that, we've had this provision where a majority can eliminate a plank. What we want to be able to make sure is that we can always keep the statement of principles. That doesn't change. In theory, you can have a platform with no planks and just the statement of principles. It was always the case that you could delete a plank with a majority vote. The problem, if you eliminate this mechanism, as the proposal is suggesting, is that it will no longer be possible for us to exercise our right to delete a plank, because it will take a 2/3 vote to suspend the rules in order to have a majority vote, which means that it is no longer possible to do a majority vote. That's the problem with this proposal. So you need to reserve your rights as a convention to be able to delete an offending plank with majority vote. That's why you have the token system in place, and it only allows you to have an up and down vote. That is it. Now, we would love to have debate. That didn't win the day here today. But don't foreclose your rights to be able to delete a plank. That's what this proposal is going to do if you vote for this.
There's a request for information at microphone 2. Please go to the microphone and identify yourself.
Thank you. Sean Haw from North Carolina. If this motion passes, would it take effect immediately or after the convention?
Having seen no proviso that it would take effect at any other time, it would be immediately, and there would be a lot of planks in the box that wouldn't, or a lot of tokens that would make nice confetti but wouldn't have any effect.
Point of information.
Request for information, microphone 2.
Can we find out how many other planks have qualified for consideration under deletion?
We cannot find that out at this time. The box is sealed. Microphone 2, were you seeking to be recognized to
Yes.
speak in favor? Go
Yes.
ahead.
As has been pointed out by numerous people, there are ways that things can be deleted. I think that this stems from a concern that the committee is not getting things to the floor that people want to talk about. That's a problem with the way we run the committees, not a problem with the deletion system. I want to call your attention specifically to two things. Look at the membership of the committees. How many of these people are on the committee time after time after time? We need fresh blood on our committees. Also, I want to point out that I had to make a point yesterday of pointing out that people don't even know by looking at the agenda that's presented to them when deletion is going to come up. Therefore, some of them may not even be here to challenge the minority which brings something forward. The token system is flawed. The procedure for getting things to the floor for consideration is flawed, but that's the place to address it. If there's problems with getting proposed amendments or deletions to the floor for consideration, let's fix it there, not here. Thank you.
Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? We're not quite there yet. I know you think we are, but we're not. Microphone 2.
Russell Brooksbank, Indiana. I'm speaking in opposition. We're talking about a minority forcing a vote, and I'm going to go back to the committee. You know, the committee is a minority. There's only a few of them. And so they're going to force a vote, or they're not going to allow a vote. You know, you can submit to them, but if they don't agree that it comes to the floor, it's not coming to the floor.
And with that, time has expired on this debate. We'll move to a vote unless there is a motion to extend.
Point of information.
So moved.
Sorry.
Point of information.
There's a request for information at microphone 3.
Brad Hessel, North Carolina. When Mr. Taylor explained the motion, he said that it would do away with the token system entirely. All the discussion has been with respect to the platform. I'm wondering if that literally means all the tokens, including like chair debate.
So I will clarify that point of information. This amendment would strike Rule 5 regarding debating and voting a platform, and so it would only eliminate the tokens for platform plank deletion. It would not affect the token system for debate inclusion or any other token system. We will now move to a vote.
Point of information.
There's a request for information, microphone 3.
Bill Haidu, California. How many planks were submitted to the committee that the committee is not bringing to the floor this time?
It's a request for information from a different committee that isn't here, so I'm not going to be able to entertain that request for information at this time. I understand your curiosity, but it would be difficult to get that answer. Microphone 3, is this a request for information?
Suspend the rule.
For what purpose?
To extend time 2 minutes, seeing as there's a very small group of people that are at the microphones that would like to finish up.
So your motion is to suspend the rules to extend time for 2 minutes?
2 minutes to give each of them 30 seconds.
It won't be enough.
10.
It would be, 5 is probably reasonable.
5. I'll take a friendly of 5.
Okay. Is there a second for a motion to suspend the rules? Okay. You don't have to say it, I know. All in favor of suspending the rules to add 5 minutes to the debate on this amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Man, this is a booming, echoing kind of hall, but I don't think it quite made it. So we'll move to a vote. The vote is on Mr. Taylor's amendment that would delete Rule 5, debating and platform in its entirety, and renumber the sections, eliminating the platform plank token system. All in favor, please stand up. All right, sit down, please. All opposed? It's not 2/3. It's not.
You only need 50% for to make this the main motion.
Oh, sorry, it is the... okay, we're going to do this the right way. I think... Sit down again? Sorry. All right. All in favor of adopting the amendment to make this the main motion, so the main motion would be the deletion, please stand up. All right, sit down. All opposed? I don't see a majority, and even if I did see a majority, as soon as we would vote, we would have to go to 2/3, and it's definitely not 2/3. So the amendment fails. We're out of time on this proposal. We're going to move to the next proposal. Mr. Bishop Henchman.
Mr. Chairman.
Privilege motion.
Microphone 2, Mr. Fulner.
This is Jim Fulner, Armada, Michigan. I'd like to make a suspension of the rules to take up Proposal W at this time.
Mr. Fulner has moved to suspend the rules to take up Proposal W at this time. Can somebody yell second so that I can... All right, thank you. It was just to let me get to it.
This is changing email votes from 10 days to 7 days.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to... So it would be to reduce the email vote time from 10 days to 7 days. What's the point of order, Mr. Wilford?
Point of order is that we failed the amendment, but that didn't necessarily knock the main motion of the proposal out, did it?
No, because we ran out of time for the amendments on that proposal. We had 10 minutes for amendments after the initial failure, and no one extended time.
But doesn't it still go to a vote since it was on the floor?
Yes, but do you really want to do it just to watch it fail? Because it requires to go to 2/3, and if... we'll do it. We'll do it.
The reason I say that is I voted against, so we consider the amendment. I would vote
I
in
got
favor.
you. All right. Your point of order is well taken, Mr. Wilford, and thank you for keeping me on my toes. So, the correct procedure is, the amendment didn't get a majority, though.
Mr. Chair.
What? So, I'm trying to figure out
We
exactly...
should still take a vote on the original proposal from the Bylaws Committee.
No, we did.
No.
Mr.
Our
Chair.
procedure requires take a vote, then allow amendments, then take a vote again, unless that's platform and it's different than bylaws.
I think that's platform and different than bylaws. Yeah, that's platform. That's not bylaws.
Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. Fulner is correct, because here's let me explain, please. Because what happened was that we had a motion, we voted it down so we can consider amendments, and some people voted it down. Please.
Mr. Starr, first, you haven't been recognized, but I will in a second. I'm going to read the rule, and then we can see whether people think we're in order or out of order. The chair shall report the recommendation, have 2 minutes to explain. The convention chair shall open it to discussion without amendment. The maximum of 8 minutes on that. After the discussion, we bring it to a vote. If it fails, then we open it up to amendment for an additional 10 minutes. Because the amendment didn't pass, we don't have to come back to a vote. We don't vote twice on the committee proposal because it would be voting twice on the same item. Mr. Starr, microphone 3.
Right, but there were many people that wanted who favored the amendment, but if the amendment had failed, was willing to vote for the main motion. So people voted down the main motion so we could,
I understand what you're saying, that people wanted to vote it down, amend it, and then come back and get another bite at the apple, but they do not get it under my reading of the rules.
I challenge the ruling of the chair.
There's an appeal of the ruling from the chair from Mr. Wilford of Texas.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Mr. Starr?
If I can suggest, maybe we can resolve this by having, I guess, call it a suspension of the rules so that we can vote down a motion, we can do an amendment. If the amendment fails, we can still go back to the main motion like most normal motions do.
Excuse me, Matthew Long, Connecticut, parliamentary inquiry.
Where's parliamentary inquiry, microphone 1?
So, if my understanding of the Robert's Rules of Order is that if Mr. Stark would like to reconsider the vote, it would be a motion to reconsider, suspend the rules and reconsider. But is my understanding that it's very unlikely the vote will pass, considering it's a higher threshold than a majority to suspend the rules.
It's the same 2/3, but your parliamentary inquiry is well taken. It would be in order, so we're going to have to unpack it because Mr. Wilford wanted to appeal my ruling first, so we're going to do that first. But in the future, if you want to do this, a motion to suspend the rules in order to reconsider something is a simpler and more direct way to do it. But, you know, I like being appealed. So there's been a...
Point of inquiry.
Haven't had it happen yet today.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Where's the parliamentary inquiry? Number 1.
David Stewart of Oklahoma. I just want to clarify what has happened and what is going to happen.
All right. I think we all would like to clarify. So
let me see if now my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong.
You're not close enough to the microphone, but let me clarify. So what happened was we had the debate on the committee proposal. The committee proposal failed. We then opened debate on amendments. We considered Mr. Taylor's amendment. Mr. Taylor's amendment failed. We ran out of time on amendments. Mr. Starr and Mr. Wilford feel that the appropriate procedure under our convention rules is that we would then have another vote on the committee proposal after the expiration and the failure of the amendments to try again. My ruling is that that would be a reconsideration without a motion for reconsideration, and so I ruled it out of order. Mr. Wilford appealed my ruling of the chair, and so we'll proceed to a ruling of the chair. I will not explain further my ruling. Who would like to stand up to be recognized to explain why I'm wrong?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Really simply...
Still John Wilford from Texas?
I am still John Wilford from Texas. Nothing has changed. The greatest state in the union. Anyway, the reason I rise to appeal your ruling is simple. The motion comes up on the floor for amendment, and there is no mechanism that I'm aware of by which that motion can simply vanish, can simply disappear. The main motion being amended has to be disposed of in any parliamentary situation I've ever dealt with, and unless there's something explicit saying that's not the case here, I think we need to deal with the main motion. Thank you.
Microphone 2.
Yes, Scotty Bowman from Michigan. It's a point of information. How many people voted against the main motion with the hope they'd get a second bite of the apple if they didn't pass the amendment?
If you voted against the main motion because you wanted to have a second bite at the apple, if it didn't get amended, please raise your hand. I will let the record reflect there are approximately 20 hands raised in the room. There's a point of personal privilege, microphone 1. Sorry, they'll get your mic. Go ahead. Microphone 1. Did somebody touch it? Don't touch it. They're not touchable. The AV guy is coming to help whoever touched it not touch it again. Sorry, you lost your microphone. Please go ahead. Dr. Phillies, if you could let Mr. Reel have microphone 2 for a second.
Of course.
Microphone 2.
The Irony Award is the point of privileges related to the people at home. I got a text. They say the AV is an abortion, and they can't hear us all adequately.
All right, so there is an AV issue with the live stream. What is it?
Yes, the audio quality is poor.
The audio quality is poor. We will work to resolve it and
Thank
work
you.
to verify. Thank you.
Parliamentary inquiry?
Parliamentary inquiry, where at?
Here.
Number 2.
I would like to ask the parliamentarian if it's appropriate to have a debate on an appeal of the ruling of the chair.
Yes, it is.
You can ask the parliamentarian, but I actually know the answer to this one. It is.
Mr. Chair, I have a privilege motion.
Privilege motion, microphone 1.
Can we have the orders of the day, please?
You're 9 minutes early, Ms. Adams.
Mr. Chairman.
Microphone 2.
George Phillies, Massachusetts. I rise in support of the chair and against the motion. The key issue is the reason there is some confusion. The bylaws specify a sequence. We vote on the committee motion, then we vote on alternatives. The use of amendment in the bylaws is the problem. It should be called alternatives because they are not, in fact, amendments to the motion that has already been defeated.
Thank you, Dr. Phillies. Microphone 3.
Aaron Starr from California. So back around 2008, I believe, we put in this change to the rule to require that we vote the motion up or down before we go through an amendment process. What used to happen is that we would always have a committee recommendation. The delegates would inevitably, always, without fail, make amendments from the floor. We would end up debating the amendments. We'd run out of time, and then we'd vote for everything. We actually never got to debate the main motion. So what we did in 2008, I believe it was, is that we put in this mechanism where we said, you got to consider the main motion first, vote it down before you can accept amendments. It doesn't preclude us from going back after the amendment process is over and an amendment fails to actually vote on the original main motion. The mechanism was put in place to prevent amendments the first pass. That was the purpose. And if you look at the actual Rule 4, nowhere does it say at the end of the last sentence there that we don't go back and vote on the main motion. All it says is if the recommendation fails, that the convention chair shall open the recommendation to amendment for an additional 10 minutes. The default in Roberts is that after you exhaust going through the amendments, you go back to the main motion, you vote for it again. I get that there are people out here, there are at least 20 people, who decided they were voting down the main motion because they wanted to consider the amendments. Those same people, and I heard this at least in my delegation, there were a number of people who said, hey, if this didn't pass, I would still prefer the main motion.
Microphone 1.
I rise to support, David Stewart of Oklahoma, I rise to support the chair's ruling. You don't get 2 bites at the apple, and I call the question.
Is there objection to proceeding to a vote on the appeal of the ruling of the chair?
Yes.
There's objection. All in favor of proceeding to a vote on the appeal of the ruling for the chair, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right. Technically, I get another bite at the apple, being the chair, but I won't take it because you already know what I think. All in favor of sustaining the ruling of the chair, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Not quite. The ruling of the chair is sustained. It is 11:55. We have 5 more minutes of debate on this topic. In the bylaws report prior to the lunch break, we could break early.
So we already had recognized me for...
Nah, that's right. Sorry. Forgot it's in the queue. There's a motion to suspend the rules to change the order to take up Proposal W at this time. There was a second. It's not debatable. Proposal W is the one about shortening email ballots. All in favor of suspending the rules in that matter to take up Proposal W at this time, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. All in favor of taking it up at this time, please stand up. Opposed? We'll take up Proposal W at this time. Go.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. Proposal W on page 48, reduce email vote time. Currently, both the LNC and a number of our committees conduct email votes. How that works is the chair posts the vote, and then there's a 10-day period for everyone to reply. In practice, that 10 days or when everybody has voted, and then it closes. In practice, it's resulted in 10-day votes as the general rule. Sometimes people wait until the last minute or hold out or just don't ever respond to their email. So we heard a lot of feedback to reduce that time. Some people want to make it really short, like 1 to 3 days. We didn't see a consensus for that. We did see a consensus for 7 days. So this would change it from 10 days to 7 days. It was adopted on a 5-2 vote, and it would take effect immediately.
Microphone 1.
Mr. Chair, Sam Goldstein, Indiana. I sit on the LNC and have for about 8 years now, and one of the more frustrating things, especially on a relatively simple issue, is waiting 10 days to get an email ballot results. I rise in favor of this motion and strongly urge the delegates to shorten the time for email ballots to 7 days.
Microphone 2, are you in favor or opposition?
Neither. Calling the question.
Sorry, microphone 2. Identify yourself.
Christopher Gill, State of Ohio. I call the question.
Second. It's not debatable.
I can ask, but it's not usually proper to move the previous question without hearing at least one voice in opposition. Is there anyone wishing to speak in opposition?
May I yield for one
opposition? I will recognize microphone 3 and Mr. Starr from California, and I'll come back to you at microphone 2.
Yeah, at one time we used to have 15 days, and we reduced it down to 10. And the reasoning for 10 was that there were people who would go on vacation for a good week. So if you left on a Friday, you may not come back till a weekend after the next weekend. So 10 days seemed to be reasonable to folks to be able to give everybody an opportunity to debate and to vote on a motion by email ballot. And I don't see the world coming to the end because of 3 extra days. So I would suggest that you vote down this motion. 10 days works. I agree that 15 days was too long. I thought moving to 10 days a number of years ago made sense. I think 7's just too short. So I would urge you to vote this down. Thank you.
Microphone 2.
Christopher Gill, State of Ohio. I'd like to call the question now, please.
Is there objection to closing debate?
Yes.
All in favor of moving the previous question, proceeding to a vote, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
We'll move to a vote on the committee recommendation, Proposal W. All in favor, please stand up. All right, go ahead and sit down. All opposed? Just squeaks by with easily 2/3. I'd like to recognize Mr. Dixon at microphone 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an announcement. There's a change. We have a party tonight. Texas is hosting a party. In your binder, it says it's in Imperial. It will instead be right next door in Storyville. See you at 9 o'clock tonight.
Thank you. Orders of the day are that we are at 12 noon. We'll proceed to the first adjournment. Absent any privileged motions that would stop that, we will resume again. Sorry, my schedule's underneath this. At 1:30 in this room, we will start on time. Thank you all. Enjoy your lunch.
Hi. All the people who voted for Ron Paul in 1988, please join me up here on the stage. We also request a competent photographer, if possible. I don't, this was 1988. You don't. Yes. Yes, come up here, please. All 1988 Ron Paul voters, please don't let it just be two of us. If you're old enough to have done it and you want to lie, go ahead and come up anyway. But I actually voted for the guy. I voted for Berglund in '84, too. All right.
Not only did I vote for him, I got him on the ballot in Massachusetts.
Nice, nice. All right. Where's our competent photographer? Are you the photographer? Okay, my phone's a piece of shit, but I'll get it to the photograph part if I can. There. Just press the white button on us. Oh, good. The more photographers, the better. Okay. All right, everybody come in tight. Stand close. Short ones in the front. Come on. All right. I can't. Where are we? This is more than sideways and turn out.
Oh, yeah. Not at all. Thank you.
Check, 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 check. Check, check, check.
You're supposed to, but it's not a requirement. Does that make sense? So if someone else is seeking to be recognized, then you're correct. At that point, I should not recognize somebody twice. Have I been doing that?
I am looking for a least confrontational way,
It never work. Don't try for crazy things. I got to start. I will look at the cookie before I eat it. Thank you. I will announce these. All right. All right. Yep. Hi, everyone. Sorry we're 1 minute late. Is Susan Hogarth or another representative of the Credentials Committee available to give an updated credentials report? While we wait for that, I will provide you an announcement. David Valente from the West Virginia delegation has made delicious cookies. Not only are they delicious cookies, they are in the shape of the Libertarian Party's logo. They'll be available at the West Virginia delegation, which is directly behind me, or in front of me, rather, behind you. Also, there are supplements to the Platform Committee report that are available on the black stage in the back. There's a stack of them. It's just a few pages, I think 2 pages. So if you would like to get those supplements to the Platform Committee report so that you can be on top of things when we get back to working, that would be helpful. Not seeing my Credentials Committee representative, so... Oh, I see Daniel running. No, that's not that. All right, so orders of the day are to hear a Credentials Committee report right before we get started. I think that would be useful to make sure that we have the right number of delegates. But we can also proceed to the next proposal and start the debate on that, and then take the Credentials Committee report up after that. Blank region formation agreements will be available up at the Secretary's table. So if you haven't formed a region and you need the form to form the region, that's where the forms will be. Motion forms for delegates that want to make a motion. Motions are required to be submitted to the Secretary in writing. If you need a blank form, they are up here. Microphone number 2.
I don't think it's on. Point of personal privilege. Can we get someone to refill?
Sorry, got to be. Hold on. Microphone number 2.
Bill.
June Jennings, Texas, point of personal privilege. Can we get someone to refill the water containers? I couldn't find one that had any water in it.
All right. It's been a request to have the water containers refilled. I'm going to say that out loud, to have the water containers refilled, and we will see about having the convention staff get that done. Now, Ms. Hogarth with the Credentials Committee, if you'd like to come up.
Emily convinced me we want to do this slightly different. I'm going to read off the numbers and then the names of the new people and say we have not been able to, they haven't gone through a national review, but the state chairs, delegation chairs have recommended them. Okay. So we're not offering a motion for them to be accepted. It has to come from the floor. It will come from the floor. Okay. Yeah.
Read slowly.
I don't know if I can. Okay. Hello. So as of 1:32 p.m., there are 770 delegates and 22 alternates registered in attendance. That gives us a total of 780 votes. A quorum is 312 votes. A majority is 391. 2/3 is 520. 7/8 is 683. State delegation chairs have added a total of 16 delegates to their delegations, and I'm going to read through the list now. Washington has added Jonathan Adams. Alabama has added Ernest Claiborne. Washington has added Justin David. Utah has added Bruce Earnhardt. Washington has added Robert Evans. Washington has added Alicia Gross. Washington has added Shane Lerner. Washington has added Amber Pulis. Washington has added Anya Pulis. Washington has added Marcus Pulis. New Jersey has added Murray Sabrin. Washington has added Jeff Sanford. Georgia has added Bradford White. Montana has added Michael Wolf. Washington has added Emily Wood. And Washington has added Michael Wood. These delegates were submitted by the delegation chairs of the states, but we've not had the opportunity to review their credentials at the national level.
Microphone number 2.
John Moeller, Ohio. I move to
You gotta get closer to it and speak louder.
John Moeller, Ohio. I move that the convention seats the 16 delegates that the Credentials Committee just reported as submitted by the state chairs.
All right. The delegate from Ohio has moved that the convention seat the 16 delegates just read by the Credentials Committee chair that were submitted by the state delegation chairs. I've heard a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? They're added. Ms. Hogarth, that adds 16 to your previous numbers, is that correct? Oh, they're just eligible, they're not registered yet. All right. Thank you, Ms. Hogarth. It is approximately 1:40. We have 1 hour and 45 minutes left on this item. So we will continue with the Bylaws Committee report, Mr. Bishop Henchman, and we are on Proposal B.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Oh.
Privilege motion.
Oh, sorry. The Secretary's asked me to clarify 5% of the 770 delegates currently registered is 39 tokens that would be required for participation in the debate under the current debate participation rules. Microphone 2 is, do you have a privilege motion?
I do have a privilege motion, yes sir.
Microphone 2.
Is this on? Okay. Mr. Chairman, at this time I move to suspend the rules for the purpose of taking up Proposal Q at this time.
There's a motion to suspend the rules for purposes, I think microphone 2 is getting some feedback and the levels are a little bit off, just from what I'm hearing up here. There's a motion to suspend the rules to take up Proposal Q at this time. Proposal Q is to codify protection of the statement of principles.
Point of information.
Point of information at microphone 3.
Isn't this item coming up right after E?
What was the question?
I said this item Q is coming up right after item E, according to the chair of the committee.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
The chair of the committee confirms that. However, the motion on the floor is to move to suspend the rules to take up Proposal Q immediately. It's been moved, it's been seconded. All in favor of taking up Proposal Q at this time, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. We will take up Proposal Q at this time. Mr. Bishop Henchman, go ahead.
Mr. Chair.
Microphone 3.
Tyler Danke, Wisconsin. I move to suspend the rules to change the agenda to extend the Bylaws Committee report time to consider bylaws by 1 hour in the current session.
So there's a motion to suspend the rules to add 1 hour to the Bylaws Committee debate. Is there, I heard the objection. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor of suspending the rules to add Get to the microphone, Mr. Fulner. Microphone 2.
So if we were to extend the bylaws by 1 hour, does that take the next item, have 1 hour less, or does it extend the entire meeting by 1 hour?
Extending the time for a single item on the agenda would not take time from any other agenda item. It would just make our agenda have more time than is actually available. So the meeting would go an hour longer than it should.
But so the meeting time in the schedule is not a fixed time to end this session?
Well, we have a fixed time to end the session on the last day.
Okay, but not prior to that.
But not prior to, and so we can expand and contract.
Thank you.
Okay. Microphone 3, is this privileged?
It's not privileged.
Okay, then we're going to take up the vote on the suspension of the rules that's been moved. It's been moved and it's been seconded. There has been an objection to suspend the rules to add 1 hour to the Bylaws Committee debate. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? No! Not quite 2/3. Now Mr. Bishop Henchman will come up and take up proposal Q. Unless there are any other privileged motions, good.
Hi. I'm 1 for 2. I'm hoping for more. Proposal Q is on page 32 of the bylaws report, codify protection of statement of principles. Currently, to amend the statement of principles, it requires a 7/8 vote of registered delegates at the convention. The provision that sets that requirement is Article 17, Section 2, which itself does not require 7/8 vote to amend. This proposal would introduce that requirement for that provision as well as not affect the overall requirement to change the statement of principles. So what this would mean that it is possible now that you could amend the 7/8 requirement, and indeed that was a proposal submitted in committee but not forwarded to you to the floor. So what this would change is, in order to lower the threshold from 7/8, you would need 7/8 to do that. It was adopted 5-2 in committee and would take effect immediately. Oh, and if we could request the AV to put the screen, put proposal Q on the screen. It's on page 32.
Microphone 2. Do you rise to speak in favor or against?
In favor?
Is there anyone wishing to speak against?
Yes.
Microphone 3. He's farther up than you, Tom. Microphone 3.
I don't mind if he speaks first.
I'm going to recognize you anyways, Aaron.
That's fine, thank you.
Aaron Starr from California, right?
Yes, thank you. So I've always had a problem with this area of our bylaws because think about it this way. We have roughly 800, just to keep the math simple, we have 800 registered delegates right now. To make any change at all requires 700 people to vote in favor. If you look around, now here's the problem with that, folks. The problem is if you look around, you don't have 700 people in the room. It should never be the situation where it takes more than 100% of the people to change anything, even if it's just a stylistic change. I know many years ago, back in the 90s, we tried to eliminate the wording cult from the statement of principles. There were people that had a problem with that. They thought that it made us sound like a cult ourselves, and we came very close to changing that on a number of occasions, but we could never get enough people in the room to do that, even though that was a very popular proposal to do so. Now, if you had 7/8 of people present, I can see that, or even 5/6. I mean, think about it this way. If you had 800 people registered, but you only had 600 people in the room, ask yourself, what number of people would be acceptable to you to make any sort of change? Now, to me, you can argue over what the number ought to be. I think it should be at least 500 out of 600. It should be really, really high. But right now, you have 600 people in the room. You need 700 votes to make a change. So anybody that's outside the room is treated as if they're a no. Anybody who doesn't vote at all, who's abstaining, is treated as a no. You never want to lock yourself into something where you can never, ever, 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 ever change it. And that's what we have today. So, you might as well make it 100%. Why not make it 100% instead of 7/8? Because that's really where you're at anyway. Because you cannot You cannot effectively change it. It's just an impossibility. No one's ever been able to do it. They've tried it for 30 years. It's never been done. It can never be done. So I would suggest don't lock it down even further where it's just impossible beyond impossible.
Point of inquiry?
Microphone 2 for a point of inquiry.
I would like Mr. Starr to explain then why they object to the change of numbers rather than making it registered delegates as opposed to people on the floor and coming up with a number.
No, that's in the nature of debate. That's not actually a point of information. I'm sorry. You can go ask him. He's over there. Microphone 2.
Thank you. Pat Dixon from Texas. I speak in favor of the proposal, and I understand the arguments by Aaron because I've actually made efforts to change a particular word in the statement of principle, which is cult. I don't like that word. But if I'm asked, should we do it the easy way, find some end run, I disagree. Our principles matter most. So the fact that we have 7/8 to change our statement of principles makes us unique. It's one of the reasons I love this party. That's what matters most. It is not an impossibility. Yes, I realize it's hard. I've tried. But it is not an impossibility. And if we come to this convention in 2 years in Austin and say we want to change that word and you get 700 people, it'll be more than that, then that's how it should pass.
I'm going to recognize microphone 2 again. I believe Mr. Howe wishes to speak in opposition.
Yes, I speak in opposition. I'm Tom Howe from North Carolina. And while I have sympathy for Mr. Starr's objections, my objection is far simpler and strategic. This amendment, as given, is poor English. It uses the conjunction or with one side having a not in it. It should say, if they want to be clear, it should say neither Article 3 nor this section shall be amended. As it's stated, it's unclear, the logic is poor. I urge you to vote it down in order to allow amendments to be made to it.
Microphone number 1.
Thank you very much. It's Karen Ann Harlos from Colorado. I speak very strongly in favor of this proposal. I'm one of the people who was very much in favor of it, and I actually disagree that it doesn't now have the 7/8. I don't think there's anyone in this room who doubts that was the intent when this was written, that everything was supposed to be protected by 7/8. And what they weren't able to anticipate was people looking for loopholes and looking for backdoors, just because they weren't as parliamentary sophisticated as we are today with the games that we play with our principles. It is completely against the intent of our founders, and all of us joined this party knowing exactly what that said. I did not join this party and give hundreds of hours to this party and thousands of dollars to this party only to have people try to find a back door in it. To me, that is fraud and trying to find a loophole. Whoever is opposed to it joined this party with that same document in place too. Now, one other thing I'd like to close with here, well, actually 2. It's not impossible. Let me tell you something. If I wanted to do it, I'd get it done. It ain't impossible. One last thing. I'd like to add one last thing that is from our bylaws. The statement of principles affirms that philosophy upon which the LP is founded, by which it shall be sustained, and through which liberty shall prevail. The enduring importance of the statement of principles requires that it be amended only by a 7/8 vote of all registered delegates at convention. There is no one who could read that honestly to say that they meant to put a frickin' back door in the back there. Let's close that to stop these stupid games.
If you're at a microphone wishing to speak in opposition, please raise your hand so I can see you. Microphone 3.
Mr. Chairman, this is Guy McClendon.
Since 1980, I have had a copy of the Statement of Principles on the wall in my home. So I truly love the Statement of Principles as it is. However, that word registered truly does mean it's numerically not possible to make a change. Now, the founders of our nation talked about the dead hand of the past. I do not believe that this convention should tie the hands of every future LP convention. I urge you to vote no, to vote this down so that we can remove that one word, registered, so that it does indeed take 7/8 of the seated delegates in order to make a change.
Microphone 2.
Christopher Gill, Ohio. I called a question.
Is there any objection to closing debate?
Objection.
All in favor of closing debate, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. We'll have no further debate. All in favor of the proposal, please stand up. You may sit down. All opposed, please stand up. It's just about 2/3. The motion passes. Is anyone seeking to be recognized for microphone 2?
Mr. Chair, this is Chuck Molden of Pennsylvania. I move that we suspend the rules to consider Proposal V, which is roll call votes for committees.
That's Proposal D as in Delta? No.
V as in Victor, roll call
V
votes
as in Victor.
Roll call votes for committees.
There's a motion to suspend the rules to consider Proposal V as in Victor, roll call votes for committees at this time and take it up out of order. Is there a second? All in favor of taking up Proposal V at this time, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, we will continue with the committee's report. I believe we're next up to Proposal B as in boy.
Proposal B is on page 5 of the report. And if we could get it on the screen. Thank you. Clarify method of electing judicial committee. So we have 2 rules relating to the election of the Judicial Committee, Rule 2 and Rule 9. Rule 9 says nominations and elections for the Judicial Committee will be conducted the same way as for at-large, which is what Rule 2 is. And then Rule 2 doesn't mention Judicial Committee. So there is now a potential conflict over whether Rule 2 governs or Rule 9 governs. This would amend Rule 2 to include Judicial Committee, thereby resolving the conflict. It's also in accord with our current practice, and it's what we're planning on doing anyways. We're making sure the rules actually reflect that. It was adopted 8-0 in committee and would take effect immediately.
Microphone 1.
So point of parliamentary inquiry, I had a resolution concerning the judicial committees and possibly relating to how we'd vote. The proposal was to suspend the rules so we can consider all the proposals related to the judicial committee at the same time and have those read at the same time.
To respond to the gentleman's parliamentary inquiry, I do not believe that the convention rules would allow us to consider them all at the same time. It would conflict with the other convention rule that has us take them step by step, and it's also too messy for me to unpack. Maybe there's somebody who's better at this than me.
Could I possibly make a new motion to lay on the table after this vote to just then to follow up with the next proposal?
I'm not sure I understand the gentleman's question. What do you want to do?
Ideally, we should just do one proposal related to the Judicial Committee after the other.
Okay, so what you would do is wait until the end of this proposal, then rise to be recognized to suspend the rules to take up the next proposal at that time.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition? Okay, I'm going to note for the body that there's no one who wishes to speak in opposition seeking to be recognized. Oh, who does? Oh, Mr. Fulner. Go ahead, get to the microphone.
I'm opposed to wasting more time when I call the question.
Mr. Fulner has indicated he was speaking in opposition and yet followed up by saying we should just vote on this thing. So is there any opposition to not having any further debate and voting? No objection in a Libertarian Hall. Amazing. All in favor of adopting Proposal B to clarify the method of electing the Judicial Committee, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Mr. Fulner's very, very quiet and it passes.
Privilege motion.
I have a motion at the table.
So, sorry. Did you have a privilege motion?
I have a motion at the table.
So you're moving to do what, Ms. Kaczynski?
I would like to move to have the recommendations of the committee voted on based on whether they were unanimous in the committee and do those first.
Okay.
That's the order we already have.
I would just, as a point of information, let you know that that is actually the order they go in if we don't keep doing this thing. So your motion would be extra. Privilege motion, microphone 1.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move that we suspend the rules to move to consideration of Proposal L to elect the LNC and the Judicial Committee earlier. And as you all know, this was an issue in Orlando. So,
who was that, Mr.?
Mr. Craig of Wisconsin.
Okay. There's a motion to suspend the rules to take up Proposal L, as in llama, and to elect the LNC and Judicial Committee earlier. There's a second, I'm sure. All in favor of suspending the rules to take that proposal up at this time, say aye. Aye. Opposed? It's not 2/3, I'm sorry.
Fair enough.
Proposal C is microphone 2.
Mike Seebeck, Colorado. Platform Committee wish to suspend the rules to consider Proposal N to get addressed before the Platform Committee report is presented.
There's a motion to suspend the rules to take up at this time Proposal N, as in Nicholas. And there's a second. All in favor of suspending the rules to take up Proposal N at this time, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. Okay. I'm just going to try and help you guys out a little bit. This doesn't generally work. So if you keep trying to do it, it's going to make it less likely that it works when you really, really want to do it. So if there are no other people seeking to be recognized to take things up out of order, we can let the committee chair deal with these things in the order that the committee recommended them. Mr. Bishop Henchman. And as a reminder, platform deletion tokens are due in the box as of 2:10 p.m. Are the other tokens due then too? How are we going to sort that out? I would entertain a motion to suspend the rules to make it a 3 o'clock deadline for all tokens so that it's not confusing.
So moved.
Is there a second? Huh? I know, but... Is there objection to that procedure? There's an objection.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman.
Point of information from Mr. Starr.
If you have a 3 o'clock ending time, is there enough time to compile the number of planks that will actually be subject to the deletion rule? Because I don't see how you can do it.
Well,
I'll ask the secretary. I'll ask the secretary then. Does the secretary or whoever she's working with have the time to put that together so we can actually do that next procedure, which is in our agenda?
We will not be able to count them in time, and so we would end up taking up the deletion of platform planks in that vote out of order.
But that would require a suspension of the rules to do that too. So
that's all of a piece of the suspension of the rules that I just got a motion for, because it's the effect of that suspension also delays the ability of the body to do that business. So there's a motion, and it's been seconded to make it a 3 o'clock deadline for all tokens to be turned into the box. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. 3 o'clock's the deadline. Get your tokens in.
However the rest of these go, I'll always remember B passed unanimously. So. Proposal C is on page 6 of our report. Appoint Credentials Committee and Bylaws and Rules Committee members earlier. So both the Credentials and the Bylaws Committee consists of LNC appointed members and state affiliate appointed members. Currently, the LNC appointed members are earlier than the state appointed members, I believe. The current rule is that the state affiliates must, excuse me, the National Committee, I said that wrong. Try again. The Bylaws Committee, currently, the National Committee has to appoint their members 3 months in advance of the convention. And for the Credentials Committee, the state affiliates have to appoint their members 1 month in advance of the convention. In practice, that is not enough time. As delegates, you may be aware, the Credentials Committee has to be up and operating in advance of 1 month before the convention. And the Bylaws Committee, speaking from personal experience, has to be in operation in advance of 3 months before the convention. So we are looking to move those appointment deadlines earlier. These do not have to wait for state conventions, and in fact, it's a problem if they wait for state conventions, because state conventions, as soon as they happen, start sending their information to the Credentials Committee. So the Credentials Committee has to be up and running. These technically can all be appointed like 2 years in advance. We're just asking that we move them up a little bit earlier than the 1 to 3 months that they are now. So under this proposal, the Bylaws and Rules Committee members appointed by the National Committee have to be appointed no later than 12 months in advance of the convention. And then state affiliates have to appoint their members of the Credentials Committee no later than 3 months. The current practice, unfortunately, has been because the Credentials Committee doesn't have enough state affiliates appointed in time, the national appointed ones do all of the work, and really the state affiliates aren't really represented in the credentials process the way they should be. It was adopted 8-0 and would take effect at the adjournment of this convention. Oh, and could we place it on the screen? It's page 6.
Anyone seeking to be recognized in opposition? Microphone 1.
No, I'm in favor. I'm in favor.
Is there anyone seeking to be recognized in opposition?
Yes.
Oh, Dr. Ahmad, microphone 1. Introduce yourself for people that don't know you.
Thank you. I'm Dean Ahmed from the state of Maryland, and I was the National Party Secretary in the 1980s. At that time, we did not have any problem with dealing with the Credentials Committee report. I think that there's a tendency to move everything up a little earlier, which I think I can see the reasons that one might think it's more comfortable and convenient, but unfortunately has an undesirable effect, especially in the presidential nominating year, by giving an advantage to presidential candidates who have announced early to use their ability to get influence on Bylaws Committee and Credentials Committee to their advantage. So for that reason, I think that it would be better to defeat this.
All right. Microphone 1, in favor?
Yes, David Stewart of Oklahoma to speak in favor. I'm a member of the Credentials Committee, and many of you may or may not know that our bylaws require that at least one delegate from every state be entered into our credentialing system with name, address, and everything 30 days prior to the convention. It was an issue with a couple of delegations this year that just got in under the wire, and those have to get then vetted, verified by the Credentials Committee. And if the Credentials Committee members from the state affiliates are just coming in at the same time that all of these delegates are just getting put in, or if their delegates put in before they have a state Credentials Committee member, that this can be a big problem. So I speak in favor of this motion, and I call the question.
Is there objection to closing debate? All in favor of closing debate, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, debate will be ended on this item. All in favor of proposal C, please stand up. Doesn't that feel good to stretch your legs? All right. Y'all can sit down. All opposed, please stand up. It passes. Who are you going to get to one? Nobody's a microphone.
Now we're cooking with gas. All right, Proposal D, page 7, clarifying procedures for regional alternates. Our bylaws currently provide a mechanism for regions to remove their regional representative, but do not provide a mechanism for removing the alternate. I'm not aware of any efforts to remove an alternate, but if those arose, it's kind of weird to be able to remove the representative and not the alternate. We're pretty sure this is an oversight, so we amend Article 7 and Rule 8 to provide that alternates can be removed the same way that representatives can be removed, which is described in the rationale and in the proposal, which is not easy to do, but it's at least a mechanism from which we don't have now. When we sent it out for public comment, we got very positive comments, including one who recommended we change a which to a that, which we did. It was adopted 8-0 in committee and would take effect immediately.
Does anyone wish to debate this proposal? Ooh, sounds real quiet. If we're ready for a vote, we can move to a vote. All in favor of the proposal, please stand up. It's like church. Okay, please sit down. All opposed, please stand up. Okay, it passes.
Amen. Proposal E is on page 8 of the report. It's entitled Simplify Article 4 Language on Membership. So what you have here is all of Article 4 reproduced. 4 of these sections are redundant to other sections in the bylaws. I'm not saying if we'll never change them, and we're not advocating changing them, but if we wanted to change any of these items, we'd have to be sure currently to change it in 2 different places in the bylaws. And if we made that mistake, then we'll have 2 conflicting bylaws. To avoid that in the future, and to cut out a few words out of the bylaws, we strike those sections that are redundant. The rationale at the bottom tells you where that language appears elsewhere in the bylaws. Originally, the proposal deleted Section 4, public comment. Many eagle-eyed public commenters noted Section 4 actually is not redundant and is not anywhere else in the bylaws. So that's back in. We amended that back in. So it just deletes 3, 5, and 6, and then summarizes the information in 4. It was adopted unanimously on a vote of 8-0 in committee and takes effect immediately.
Microphone 3.
Request for information, please. Darrell Perry, New Hampshire.
Go ahead.
Just want to clarify that all of these things are in fact elsewhere in the bylaws, and that this change will not somehow allow people that are not sustaining members of the party to be presidential or vice presidential candidates or members of the LNC?
Checking. You would want to look at Articles 6.1 and 7.4 of the bylaws regarding national party office, and Article 14.2 regarding president or vice president. My understanding, and I have no reason to disbelieve the committee, is that that is correct. Is there anyone who wishes to debate this proposal? Can we move to a vote? Mr. Fulner, go to microphone 2.
Sorry, I won't touch the microphone.
No, go ahead. Just introduce yourself.
Jim Fulner, Armada, Michigan. This is a lot of language that's changing at one time. I assume our guys are accurate, but I personally have to vote against something that I haven't spent enough time to know exactly what I'm striking. In the past, we've had some members of committees do things nefariously, which they claim to be non-nefariously. That's fine. I'm personally not comfortable, and I suspect many of you may be as well.
All right. Anyone wishing to speak? Dr. Ahmad, microphone 1.
Yes, but I wish to speak against the motion.
Hold on one second. Is there anyone who wishes to speak for? Microphone 3.
Robert Imhoff, California. I just want to start with a point of inquiry.
Sure.
To the chair of the committee about the timing of distribution of all of the bylaws change and the distribution mechanisms, i.e. platforms it was distributed to, and the count of feedback information that came from the delegates.
Feedback on this. So, sorry, that was multi-point. Can you say that again?
Let's unpack this. So start with the first point. When did you tell everybody about all these changes?
When did I tell everybody about what? Oh, the survey. Survey went out in, I believe, mid-May.
Mid-May. And how much feedback did you get from said survey?
We got 1,408 comments. I read every single one.
And and the distribution of this, was it via PDF on the website, on emails, on Facebook, on Twitter?
All of the above.
And when was the timing of that distribution?
I believe it was open for about a 14-day period.
So my point of inquiry is, do you feel as the chair of this committee that you have given all of the delegates ample time who are libertarians 364 days a year, not 4 days a year, to better understand what they're voting for? Is that a correct assessment, Chair?
I know it's a softball question. I would actually prefer to get these reports out earlier. I only became chair of the committee in May, so there was only a limit to how early I could get it out. And there is a balance between giving people an opportunity to provide input in person and getting it out early, and we've tried to meet that balance.
All right, thank you.
All right, since that was a point of information, or a debate masquerading as a point of information, I'll recognize microphone 1.
Yes, Dean Ahmed from Maryland. I believe I do see a substantive change in here. The reference to the fact that the $25 that would make someone a sustaining member may be donated by someone other than the member in question leaves open the possibility of inflating membership. If I had the money, I could pay $25 on behalf of 1,000 other people and make them sustaining members. I don't. I don't like giving the advantage to someone who does.
All right, microphone 2.
I rise to speak in favor.
You are?
Oh, sorry. Anastasia Wilford, Texas. The point was made earlier that people who have not read this proposal should vote against. And the question that I ask is that rather than that, or I guess the request I make is rather than voting against something that you have no idea of whether or not you would actually support, you instead choose to abstain and leave the vote to those of us who have done our homework.
Is there someone seeking to be recognized at microphone 3? Go ahead.
I'm Spencer Dias from New Hampshire, and I move to the previous question.
Is there objection to closing debate? I hear no objection to closing debate.
Yes, you did.
Oh, all in favor of closing debate, say aye. Aye. Opposed? I heard that objection again. All in favor of proposal E, stand up. Okay, you guys can sit down. All opposed? It passes. Microphone 2. Oh, you're just teeing yourself up. Okay. Go ahead.
All right, this is going to be confusing. Proposal P is next. Let me explain why. So when I first came up, I said the order we were going to do it was mostly alphabetical. We deleted G and H, so again, forget G and H. And we moved Q and P up to be immediately after E.
Oh, never mind.
So we've just finished E, so Q and P would be next. We already passed Q, so that's why P is now next. Proposal P is on page 31. It's entitled Reorganize Purpose Statement. Article 2 contains the purposes of what we are as a party, and they forthrightly state why we exist and what we're trying to do, or at least that's the goal. Currently, it's six parts in a paragraph-long statement that omits our vision and proceeds straight to a list mixing activities principles, and other elements of our mission. The proposal would streamline it, number it, 1 through 5, and fix a glitch so that they all end in the same, it reads like it was written in one sitting rather than by a committee. And currently, the current language, if you were to put in ellipses, it says the party is organized to build a political party, which is redundant. So instead it says the party is organized, ... among other things, to elect libertarians to public office to move public policy in a libertarian direction. Originally, this proposal subordinated the statement of principles to the list, 1 through 6. We did get comments that that was not desirable, so the version you have in front of you restores that statement of principles to the main purpose paragraph. It was adopted 7-2 by committee and would take effect immediately.
Microphone 1. Is there, I think that's you, Starchild. Oh no, sorry, you're microphone 3. I meant to say microphone 3. I was looking at you.
Starchild from California. I rise to speak in opposition to Proposal P. If the chair or secretary could put that language back on the board, I was just about to read.
It'll get done here very shortly. Okay. We'll put the screen up.
Okay, someone just handed it to me. I'm concerned that the preamble of this list here in the new language refers specifically to the statement of principles in a way that actually goes against what the statement of principles says. Our statement of principles refers, and I think this is very important, to a world set free in our lifetime. Nationalism is on a long-term decline. I believe that if we tie our horse to nationalism, and this is something that is very timely and important for us to think about, I think, in the era of Trump, and it may superficially seem like Trump and the nationalists here in Europe and elsewhere are winning right now. I think that is a short-term blip. The long-term trend is towards a more and more interconnected world with the internet and faster and more abundant travel available to more people as the prosperity of people around the world increases. The world is going to become more united and, if anything, more monocultural than it is now, not less so. If we stand on the wrong side of that divide, we are risking putting the 5% of the world's people who live in the United States ahead of the 95% who live outside the United States, and associating libertarianism with that kind of exclusion and treating people outside the United States as second class or lesser under the law in terms of their rights being upheld. This proposal refers specifically to defend freedom and expand liberty in America, and that is not what our statement of principles says. I think it would be a mistake to adopt this. I don't really think that the new language is necessary, and I urge people to vote no on it. Thank you.
Microphone 2.
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Chair. We don't really need to look at ourselves on the screens. Can we keep the motions up on the screens longer?
Yes,
until
we can do that. If the AV people can put the secretary's screen back up during the debate. Microphone 2.
Christopher Gill, State of Ohio. Speak in favor of the motion. I believe it's a lovely stylistic change. I don't see it changing any of the functional message of our party. So that being said, I'd like to call the question.
There's a motion to end debate on this proposal.
Point of order.
Point of order. Microphone 1.
Yeah, a person who makes an argument on one side or the other cannot then immediately call the question.
So it's good that you brought this up, because you're one of my favorite people. In fact, you can make an argument and then immediately call the question, but it's not nice. And so in the future, it would be nice if we'd all be nice. Is there objection to closing debate right this minute? Objection! All in favor of closing debate, say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. We will continue with debate. Microphone 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to speak, Dean Ahmed, I'm from Maryland, and I wish to speak against the motion. This is a demotion of the statement of principles. Instead of calling to implement and give voice to the statement of principles, we now just want to defend it. I don't think that's all we want to do.
Is this privileged or no?
Not privileged and against.
Okay, I'm going to go in order. Microphone 3.
Fred Coulter, Florida. While Starchild has a few good points about libertarianism as an international movement, we are doing politics in the United States, not the world, and I think we should focus on the LP as part of that national change in politics. As such, there are a couple things that bother me, and I'm hoping the National Committee can fix, which are we refer to America, and America includes Canada, Mexico, and a whole bunch of other things, and we refer to the United States, and it is the United States of what? But I think that would be a grammatical change that you can address later if this passes.
Okay. Microphone 2.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition. The first point, on looking at point 2, we do not elect libertarians. The voters do that. We build a party that convinces the voters. So this point 2 is wrong, in my opinion. Second, in point 4, there are actually two completely distinct topics in there: nominating candidates and supporting party and affiliate candidates, and I believe that supporting our party affiliate candidates should be a separate point. Point 3, quite frankly, I reject completely Starchild's point. The virtue of nationalism is that we can have a free country here without having to convince 1.4 billion Chinese slaves to support us. We want liberty here, and that is what we can hopefully get in my lifetime.
Microphone 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this motion. As a secretary of my local student senate, I understand how trying to make things cleaner and more well-articulated can come into issues such as this, so I really appreciate the committee putting this proposal up. So while I agree with the sentiment behind Starchild's initial comment that nationalism is concerned and we don't want nationalism to blind us in our cause for liberty, I will say that, and I understand that America might be more generalized, but generally in the States, we refer to America as America. I don't see that being as much of an issue, but that's for the committee to decide if they feel like that's a grammatical issue that they want to change. That being said, we are a national party in the sense that we are not the world branch of it. We have a separate branch for that, so I don't see that also being an issue. And I really do appreciate the change. It does look nicer instead of a giant, large paragraph, so that's why I support us voting yes, and probably as soon as possible. Thank you.
Microphone 3.
Privilege motion.
Huh?
Move to suspend the rules to allow me to submit an amendment to this proposal.
I'm going to, you really don't want to do that. There's only like a minute left of debate. But do you want to do it?
Yes.
All right, there's a motion to suspend the rules for microphone 2. Identify yourself.
Richard Longstreth, Colorado delegation.
Okay. To suspend the rules to allow an amendment at this time before we complete the committee's report. All in favor of suspending the rules in that manner, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. Microphone 3.
James Weeks, delegate from Pennsylvania. I'd like to say that the statement of principles has a world set free in our lifetime. I think that the problem with putting more nationalist language in our bylaws is a terrible idea. It opens us up for a lot of problems, and we should really focus on making sure that we're trying to embody the statement of principles, the principles that we all agree with to be members of this party, and not try and add nationalist language through our bylaws. Thank you.
Microphone 2, are you in opposition or in favor?
I'm in favor.
Is there an opposition?
Opposition.
Oh, actually, wait, that was just opposition. So microphone 2.
Now, some people might be surprised that that I am in favor because anywhere the statement of principles is mentioned, as I think you guys saw, I turn on the rocket boosters. But there has been attempts after attempts to change this and make a mission statement to be something that doesn't even mention the statement of principles. Like I spoke before, how there's been attempt after attempt to do this backdoor thing, there's always going to be an attempt to mess with this. Do we want to deal with this year by year? I think this is a good compromise that would keep things from being brought up year after year. Is it what I would want ideally? No. But I also believe that we have to work with each other. And if you remember from 2016, the mission statement that was put forward would have completely gutted the statement of principles. Now that the statement of principles is protected by that 7/8 that we just took care of, I think we can be more at ease with other things rather than always doing factional grounds. I actually wish, though, that the body would entertain a motion to suspend the rules. It seems like the words "in America" is what's stumbling everybody, and that if that was out, that this might be more comfortable. So at this point, I'd like to move to suspend the rules to offer an amendment.
It's out of order.
Okay.
You just spoke on the thing, and we're out of
Thank you.
time. So we will now move to a vote on Proposal P. All in favor of Proposal P. Microphone 3.
Point of information.
Yes, I'd like to suspend the rules to add 5 more minutes for debate.
There's a motion to suspend the rules to add 5 more minutes for debate. There is a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. They've had enough debate.
Point of information.
Point of information, we're at?
If one wants to amend, should one vote against this and then it will be amendable, or does one vote in favor of it and then it's amendable?
If one wishes to amend this proposal, then one votes against it now, and then amendments will be in order for 10 minutes.
Thank you.
All right. Any other points of information before we proceed to the vote? All in favor of the proposal, please stand up. All right, you guys can sit down. All opposed? The noes are in the majority for a change, and we are moved into 10 minutes for amendment. Oh. No, you can. I'm going to recognize the chair of the committee.
As an individual delegate, I move to amend this proposal to delete the words "in America" and then adopt it.
Second. Second. It's my proposal. Second.
I have to speak to it. I think it's a good change.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to amend the proposal to strike the language "in America." Is there anyone who would like to speak against the amendment? Microphone 3.
Robert Imhoff, California. The way that it's written, I believe, is regardless of whether we fix this "in America" thing, the fact that we're replacing "implement" with "defend freedom" is, in my opinion, some other backdoor similar to wrapping up Q with a backdoor. This is a direct attack on the Dallas Accord of 1974. And anybody that doesn't see that should reread this and rethink about the fact that we're here to elect people to do things, not to be around to defend things. We need to implement policy, not defend policy. Thank you.
That's his.
Microphone 1.
I'll take it.
Sorry, what we're seeking is comment on the amendment. So if you wish to speak in favor of the amendment, please find your way to a microphone. Microphone 1.
Yeah, I speak in favor of this amendment. For one thing, America is a pair of continents in the Western Hemisphere, so people who think that, well, our scope of our party is only this country, well, you're already going out of it. And second of all, by simply removing it, the whole topic of whether or not this is being nationalistic or not, or globalistic, is simply removed, and we're for liberty, period.
Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition to the amendment?
Point of information.
Point of information, microphone 2.
Mr. Chairman, Michael Kilsky from Arizona. I wish to inquire, how would one propose that the language from Article 2 purposes, the first sentence, remain in place, but much of the rest of the proposal should be adopted, including the deletion of the word "in America"?
So the gentleman is asking, how do we keep the first.
The party is organized to
Yeah.
implement and give notice to the principles embodied in the statement of principles, and then the rest of what the proposal is.
You'd have to write it down and try and make it make sense, because it doesn't make sense to me right now, and it has to be submitted in writing anyway.
Would one go about doing that by making a motion to amend?
It would be a move to amend the amendment.
Thank you.
All right. Microphone 3. You have to be at a microphone to do that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Carolyn Wade from Oregon. I call the question.
See, she's at a microphone. Is there any objection to closing debate on the amendment? All in favor of closing debate on the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes. So we'll now move to vote on the amendment, which would amend the proposal by striking the words "in America" from the first paragraph. All in favor of the amendment, rise. All right, you guys can sit down. All opposed, rise. I believe that is definitely enough to add the amendment to the motion. Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized? Microphone 3.
Will McVeigh from Delaware. I move to further amend the proposals to restore the original language of the preamble, as it was previously before the changes, the implement and give voice to, keep all that in.
Here's the problem, and this is the problem that I was trying to intimate to Mr. Kielski. It's reformatted. So they've changed the format of the whole thing, so you have to write it out how you want it to work.
I'm only talking about the preamble here, not the parts that are in the list.
Right. No, they changed it to say "by." That it didn't say that before. Like they changed it to a numbered list with a prefatory statement. It's changed sufficiently that you have to write down what you want the whole thing to say if you want the amendment to make any sense to anyone.
All right.
Okay. I get what you're trying to do. I'm just telling you that because of the nature of this proposal.
In that case, I move to table this until we can come back to it with a properly written amendment. Never mind, there's one here. There's one here.
So your motion is to postpone this proposal at the point that we're at for what period of time?
Can I actually revoke that? Somebody's got it written down already.
So there's a written one now?
Yes.
Okay, you might want to get that to the secretary.
I yield to Mr.
Imhoff.
Imhoff, yeah, from California.
Hi. So I know I have to get it to the secretary, but can I simply just say it out loud?
Yeah, you can say it out loud and then you have to run it up.
Okay, so the amendment would be to amend it to strike everything in the past amendment up to the word "by" and replace it with "the party is organized to implement and give voice to the principles embodied in the statement of principles by."
Oh, wait. Yeah. No, that actually makes more sense. It was just formatted wrong.
Correct.
But yes, that's the correct amendment. Just run it up. Is there a second to the amendment? Second. Okay. No, they want you to go faster. It just has to get to her. All right, so that's the amendment. Do you want to speak to the amendment, Mr. Imhoff? Or is it pretty clear? No, it's pretty clear. Okay, who would like to speak against the amendment? Mr. Bishop Henchman would like to speak against the amendment. I would ask him to go down to the floor for debate. I let him make an amendment from up here, but I don't want him to be debating from up here.
Mr. Chair.
Microphone 2.
Ken Molman, Ohio delegation. I would like to see the wording, if possible, because I know it's been submitted. I know the secretary's typing it, but before we vote, that might be a good thing.
Okay, we'll pause for a moment for that. Can we stop the clock on this? Is the clock stopped? Okay. What was that? We're working on doing the things that are necessary to make it readable by everybody. But if you'll all indulge me for a moment, the clock is stopped on the debate. Is there a Christy Bellinger in the Texas delegation? Could you stand up, Christy? I'm saying, please, please. Ms. Bellinger, I have a quick point of information for you. Is it your birthday today? Would there be any objection from the body if all of the delegates sang happy birthday to Miss Bellinger? And a 1, and a 2, and a 3.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
All right, are we able to get the language of the amendment up on the screen? All right, I think that satisfies Mr. Molman's request for privilege. We had an amendment. We have not had anyone speak against. Is there someone that wishes to speak against this amendment?
Yes.
I'm looking at the other microphones first just to check, but microphone 3, go ahead, Mr. Starr.
So basically what I'm understanding this proposal will do is that basically instead of defending freedom and expanding liberty, we are proposing to implement and give voice to the principles embodied in the Statement of Principles, which leaving aside kind of the redundancy of saying that, I think here's the important distinction. It really comes down to what do you want a political party to do? Do you want a political party just simply to give voice to principles? Or do you really want to accomplish it? And I think that when you're actively defending freedom, which I argue we do, I really do believe that we are perhaps the last bastion of defense for freedom and for expanding liberty. I just think it elegantly says that. I think it elegantly says it in a way that communicates to other people in a way that implementing and giving voice to simply just doesn't cut it. So if you want to actually talk to people in the world and use language they're familiar with and can appreciate so they understand where we're coming from rather than us talking to ourselves, I would urge you to vote down this amendment and keep the existing proposed language of defending freedom and expanding liberty. Thank you.
Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor? I'm going to go to microphone 1 because he's been there for a little bit. Go ahead.
Yes, Dan Real from Connecticut. I speak in favor of the amendment as amended, unnecessarily so, but I think even if we had the words "in America," it is commonly understood where we're operating here. Now, I am that libertarian that wants the income tax abolished now.
Yes.
I want educational freedom now. I want healthcare choices now. I want a free market now. What I do not want to do is sit here and have a semantical circle jerk debate amongst ourselves, waxing philosophically. I want petition signatures. I want knocking on doors. I want to raise money so we can get elected libertarians in office so we can end the lack of freedom now. This is pretty clear. We all agree with the Statement of Principles. We reference the Statement of Principles. My fellow delegates, what is the confusion? Let's just pass this. I yield.
Don't ever yield. You don't have to.
I take that back. We never yield.
You just stop. Is there anyone else who wants to speak against the amendment? Okay, so everyone
I'm
at the...
sorry, I got a little confused.
Are you against or for?
Against.
Oh, good. Microphone 2, go ahead.
Okay, this is Karen Ann Harlos from Colorado. It's basically defeating it by reverting it. And I understand that, but I'm going to reiterate that each convention, as I've gone through records and was here in 2016, this will continue to be targeted. While I have a special dear place in my heart for the phrase give voice to and implement, literally I do have a very dear place in my heart for that, I don't think anything is sacrificed if perhaps I hear that the words defend freedom is also what might be upsetting some people, because that tends to be a, let's fly the eagle across the world and bomb brown people. So I tend to think if this had simply said is organized to expand liberty, that everyone might be somewhat amenable, and that's kind of where I'm going to it. If you want it back to its original, just vote it down rather than amending it and doing that. I think that kind of subverts the whole process. But the fact is, at some point, I think the two sides are going to need to come together on this language, at some language, if we're not going to bring this up every convention.
All right, I'm going to check the time. We have 20 seconds. Mr. Vora, microphone 3.
I'll be quick. First, I do not agree that we are defending freedom, because that presumes that there's already this huge amount of freedom. We have a huge deficit of freedom in America, and I don't disagree with that at all. In terms of responding to what Aaron Starr mentioned, it's simply not true that we can't have action. It says, give voice to and implement. That's the second half. And responding very quickly to what Ms. Harlow's added, this is, even if we, it's a change because it's an ordered list. I mean, that's a difference, and that's visually appealing. I mean, it doesn't have to change the actual language. So I don't see that at all. Finally, I've been on many interviews where I've said things like, the right to bear arms as expressed by the Second Amendment, that is my way of saying that it's a natural right, not something that's granted by the Constitution, but it is a way to lower the Constitution below natural rights. And I do believe this language does that. So I am going to, the new language does that, so I will be voting in favor of this amendment.
Okay. Time has expired for amendments on the proposal. Is there a motion to extend?
I move.
There's a motion to extend for microphone 3. Can you identify yourself?
Sean Brown from Pennsylvania.
How long?
5 minutes.
Okay, is there a second? All in favor of extending time for 5 minutes for amendments on this proposal, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? I just like that wave of sound. So just to help everybody understand exactly where we are right now, we will now move to a vote on the amendment to the main motion that would restore the original first sentence. A yes vote would then make that the amendment to the proposal. A no vote would have us then consider the amended proposal from before, where it was just like the proposal from the committee but striking "in America." So if you like the proposal from the committee that was previously amended that's just strikes "from America," you vote no on this amendment. If you like to replace the paragraph from before onto the proposal, you vote yes on the amendment. Any questions? All right. All in favor of this amendment, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. All in favor of the amendment, please stand up. Okay, you guys can sit down. All opposed? I don't think that amendment has a majority. I don't. There's been a request for a counted vote. Boo. If you would like a counted vote, please stand up. That is enough people for us to have a counted vote, and we will have a counted vote. This time I would like to do it by sections. So I would like a volunteer 1, 2, 3, and 4. So the people who can do the counting, and so each section will count off, all right? Which means try not to listen to people that aren't next to you. It's a little more complicated, but I think we can get this done. All in favor of the amendment, please stand up. And then the section counters, please do a counted vote.
37, 38, ma'am, 39, 34, 40.
No. Pat, no. Let me make him stand. But what's your number, Pat? Oh, be careful, buddy. Uh-oh. The AV guys are going to have to come see what happened. I think one of the plugs came out. Nope, it's back. Don't worry, you're good. Just don't do it again. Is that, which one is it? This one? 51, 53? And the final section, are they still counting? Oh, Montoni's got that.
Point of information.
Yes, microphone 1.
There is still confusion as to what this vote is actually voting for.
No, there really isn't. Well, I mean, there is, but this is the vote to adopt the Imhoff Amendment. If we vote yes, we will be proceeding with the Imhoff Amendment, which would be to replace the original paragraph for the one that was amended. If it's a no, we'll go back to the one that was amended. Can you check with the tellers and see if any of them want to vote? Or I'll check with the tellers, because we're going to do no's. All right. Now we'll do the no's. All those opposed to the amendment, please stand up. And if the counters can count the sections again.
Here? 19. 19. 23.
23.
My question for you is, where do my friends find this? How did you, actually, I'll pick up. I just went for it. I can't find it. Did you see the names of this?
What? Sorry, Pat. Pat.
Carry a deal all the time. Great. Failed in our section. Failed in our section handling.
Far section.
Huh? Yeah.
68 in this section.
Okay.
Yeah.
get a stand for those things or something.
Who's excited? So the tallies that I have are the yeses are 228 and the noes are 219. Wow. The amendment passes. That is now the motion on the floor. Now we'll vote on the motion as amended. All in favor of the motion as amended, which would be the numbered list but with the original prefatory paragraph, please stand up. All right, you guys can sit down. All opposed? It gets 2/3, passes. Just as a point of information, we have 9 minutes to get your tokens in. If you have tokens of any sort, you have 9 minutes to put them up in the box over there.
Privileged motion, Mr. Chair.
Microphone 1.
Andy Craig, Wisconsin. Obviously, we are running very short on time. There's one proposal here that is of a very practical significance. It's not merely semantics. That is proposal L, to change so that in presidential years we elect the LNC earlier. I move to suspend the rules to move to proposal L.
It's been moved and seconded to suspend the rules to take up proposal L at this time. All in favor of taking up proposal L at this time, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. All in favor of taking up proposal L at this time, stand up. Sit down. All opposed? It appears to be 2/3 of those voting will take up proposal L.
That was fun. Proposal L. Elect LNC and JC earlier. It's on page 26 of the report. I believe it's on the screen. Excellent. Currently, we elect everybody every 2 years at every... Mr. Chair, could I have order?
Yeah, so is everyone going to be quiet while Joe talks? Thank you.
Proposal L. Currently, we elect everybody every 2 years, and that is sometimes a problem in presidential nominating conventions where we run out of time to elect some people, especially the Judicial Committee and party officers like the chair, vice chair, secretary, treasurer, and at-large offices. This proposal would change it so that we elect them earlier during those conventions. So that way, everything kind of leads up to the presidential conventions as the culmination of the convention, and we make sure that the election of our party officers, which is very important, is not an afterthought that we don't have enough time for, but is something that we do spend time on our business on when we have realistic quorum and are able to do it. This proposal was adopted 7-0 in committee and comes with the provisos that it takes effect upon the adjournment of this convention, and a proviso relating to proposal I, which is listed in your binder.
Mr. Chair,
sorry, microphone 1, go ahead.
Yes, Michael Long from the New York State delegation. I wanted clarification as a simple. We don't often have we don't know what we're voting on, and it's just a point of inquiry about whether we can have time to debate and also time to review what we're going over, because I don't believe a lot of the delegates have had time to review the proposals as is or any changes that may be needed.
Okay. We will endeavor to make sure that everybody knows exactly what they're voting on. The proposals have been distributed in printed form and they're on the screen during the debate. If there are questions about what we are voting on, point of inquiry is privileged in that regard, and if you get to a microphone and ask for information, I can clarify as best I can. Okay?
All right. Also, one more thing, Chair.
Yes?
The delegation, the information is hard to find on a printed form, and we're going at a really quick pace. Do you think that all of us will have time to review it as we're debating?
The time limits are set by the convention rules, and we have as much time as the convention rules give us. So I'm trying.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Because track changes was used in here, and it might be just the number. Numbering is correct on the screen, but it's different in the print.
Okay. Just for everyone's information, Proposal L has weird numbering in the printed binder, but everything else is correct. Was there a point of information from microphone 2?
Thank you. Sean Hoff from North Carolina. This is a two-part question, and because I honestly don't remember. I know it has happened at least once that we have run out of time to elect a judicial committee in session. Has it happened any other time, or is that the only time it's ever happened? And the second part of my point of information is, what did we do in that event to select a judicial committee?
If Mr. Starr remembers, go ahead, microphone 3.
Yeah, we actually had a time where we had a convention, I forget which one it was, but we ran out of time. We couldn't elect a judicial committee, we didn't have quorum, we had closed down. So what we wound up doing, and it was against the bylaws, but we had no other choice, is that we allowed the existing judicial committee to continue to serve. So hopefully we don't want to do that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm still waiting on an answer to the first part of the question was, is that the only time that's happened, or has it happened at other times as well?
Only once that I'm aware of, there's only once that we haven't been able to vote at all on the Judicial Committee. I know there have been times when we voted on either LNC or Judicial Committee, and due to majority requirements, we may not have filled it and then had to add people. That's my recollection, although I'm not sure that was really I mean, it's a point of inquiry, but it seems kind of in the nature of debate. So, microphone 1.
Yes, I'd like to speak in favor of the motion. That's all right. Andy Craig from Wisconsin. Thank you for the indulgence of the body in moving to this. Those of you who were in Orlando, remember this was one of the big issues we had there, and a big complaint was that we moved to the LNC and Judicial Committee elections on Monday morning after having had the presidential knockout drag down fight on Sunday. And so there was quorum problems. We didn't meet quorum. We didn't fill all of the at-large positions. There are real practical problems to having the LNC and the Judicial Committee elections dead last on the order of business. And so this would simply move it up so that the same body that is picking our presidential candidates in those years or making all the other decisions will have the full turnout able to make this important decision. Thank you.
Point of information.
Point of information, microphone 2.
Dale Thomas, Delaware. If this is moved up and the new chair and vice chair, et cetera, would they be taking over? Would there be any ambiguity about who's in charge until the end of the convention?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, 1 minute warning on tokens. If you're trying to get them up to the front, then you probably should learn how to run. Microphone 2, are you against or for?
For.
Someone against?
Microphone 1.
All right. Mic 1.
Yes, I'd like to speak against one of the primary reasons.
Steve Dosbach from Virginia, right?
Thank you. One of our primary purposes of our presidential nominating conventions is to nominate our ticket, and it is an extraordinary opportunity for publicity to get our message out before millions of Americans. And we want to make sure that that's done early enough in the convention that we have time to exploit that opportunity, to be able to get our ticket out before the cameras, do the interviews, all those kinds of things, those opportunities that doing it at the last minute cuts down those opportunities. And the other thing I think of is, we've seen the problem that if we run out of time for our elections. What happens if we run out of time for our presidential or vice presidential nominations? It seems to me that's an even worse situation to deal with. And finally, the solution to this is for the convention organizers to make sure they block out enough time to be able to do all the business. That's the real solution. So I'm against this.
Microphone 2.
I speak in favor of this.
Still Karen Ann Harlos from
Karen Ann
Colorado.
Harlos, Colorado. I speak in favor of this, and I do recognize the wisdom of Mr. Dasbach's point, but the fact is, maybe to some people, the fact that we don't elect the ticket would be, or have time to do that would be more devastating. I actually think the fact that we are putting our running of the party from the year to year and our officers at short shrift is a much bigger problem than that. And I do think if the threat was there that we perhaps would run out of time for the ticket, that we would all of a sudden find that our conventions are given enough time and our officers would in fact get elected. Last convention was a complete shame. There were people who ran for at-large who put so much time, money, and heart into it. They didn't even have time to have the decency of nominating speeches. That is so disrespectful to the people in our party who want to serve. And it was just done at this haphazard way, like they didn't matter. People show up for the beauty contest and then they go home. And I don't think we should be encouraging that. I think we need to start putting our party structure just as important as the beauty contest.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition? I'm going to recognize Mr. Perry at microphone 3.
Thank you, Darrell Perry, New Hampshire, and I am opposed to this. Most of you may recall that 2 years ago I was a presidential candidate. I was also a candidate for at-large LNC. If the elections for LNC happened prior to the presidential election, then I would not have sought a spot on the LNC. I don't believe that Dr. Mark Allen Feldman, may he rest in peace, would have sought a spot on the LNC because we were busy campaigning for president. If you really want to solve the problem here, you move up the presidential election earlier. You have the election of officers before the 2 billion hours of discussion on bylaws and platform. And then you have that at the end. So vote no on this proposal so that we may offer an amendment.
Microphone 3 to speak in favor.
Yeah, the problem with that solution is that, Aaron Starr from California, the problem with that solution Mr. Perry offers is that often the bylaw changes you want to make are going to impact the presidential race. So you really have to deal with your rules first before you deal with the activities that are impacted by those rules. But a more important problem than running out of time is running out of quorum. So what happens is that people love to stay around for the presidential nomination because that's really sexy stuff. And then they go to the bar afterwards. And, hey, I'm guilty as much as anybody else is sometimes. But the bottom line is that we don't have enough people in the room, which happened 2 years ago, for us to continue a lot of the business. So by holding the presidential and vice presidential nominations more towards the end, you inspire people to stay during the stuff that isn't so interesting as you build up to the climax, if I may use that word, of the event, which is to elect the president and the vice president. So I think this is a really good proposal. Start off with the least interesting stuff like the Treasurer's Report, and I'm a CPA, the Audit Committee report, Bylaws Committee, Judicial Committee. It gets more interesting as you get to officers, then Platform Committee, which is really interesting, and then finally President, which is just hooray. And we're all here for it. Under the existing system, people leave. People leave after the presidential, vice presidential nomination, and that's what causes our problem. So this fixes that problem. I encourage you to vote for it. Thank you.
Microphone 2 in opposition.
My name is Dustin Nano from Ohio. I'm rising to speak in opposition. Listen, it doesn't matter when we nominate president, vice president. It's always going to be the most important thing we do at a presidential nominating convention. Whether you think so or not, the media is going to treat it that way. And putting this at the end, as somebody else already mentioned, is suicide if we want any media coverage. And the fact of the matter is,
Then if people are only going to show up for the presidential, then they're just going to cause quorum problems in the beginning of the meeting. So it really doesn't matter when you do this. That's when the people are going to show up. So if you want people to be here, I suggest that you appoint delegates that are going to be here for the entire business session and not leave because they've got their token vote in.
Microphone 1.
Tom Rolette, Missouri, call the question.
There's a move to end debate, and we were about to be ended anyway.
Point of information.
Point of information, microphone 2.
How much time was remaining?
There are 30 seconds.
Thank you.
16 seconds, I'm informed. So debate will be ended, and we won't entertain the motion to end debate. All in favor of proposal L, please stand up. Okay, you guys can sit down. All opposed? That's 2/3, it passes. Proposal F is the next one on the report. Unless somebody wants to move to suspend the rules. Microphone 2, who are you?
Karen Ann Harlos, Colorado. I'd like to move to suspend the rules to take up proposal I at this time.
There's a motion to suspend the rules to take up proposal I at this time. All in favor of, is there a second? Second. All in favor of suspending the rules to take up proposal I at this time, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. We'll take up proposal F. Go ahead, Mr. Bishop Henchman.
Proposal F is on page 9 of the report. It's entitled Make Elected Libertarians Automatic Delegates at Convention. So this proposal would add, in addition to the delegate allocation for each state, any libertarian who is elected and serving for a certain list of public offices, which are governor, member of the U.S. Senate, member of the U.S. House of Representatives, state senator, state legislator, or mayor. So for your state, if you have any libertarians who hold those offices currently, they will be seated as automatic delegates in addition to your delegate count. We sent this is different from the draft proposal that we sent out for public comment. The draft proposal did not have a finite list of offices. This proposal does. The argument in favor of this is that it is a way to recognize and ensure the participation of libertarian elected officials in a cost-effective manner. And it's also a way to make sure that they're here to set a good example for us and share their success stories.
Mr. Chairman.
While it was...
Sorry.
Can everyone be quiet so we can talk? Dr. Phillies, were you asking for order?
Yes, on a point of information, but later.
We'll get to the point of information after he finishes the report.
It was adopted 8-0 in committee with the proviso that it take effect at the close of the convention that it's considered. There is a minority report of 4 individuals listed in here, and according to the rule we adopted, Mr. Chair, they are permitted 2 minutes speaking time if they're here.
All right. Before we go to the 2 minutes for the minority report, was there a point of information at microphone 2?
Yes, I have 2 points of information. First, state legislature later appears to include state senator, and I'm not clear what was meant. And second, at least in Massachusetts, the office in most places is not called mayor. What was intended?
What is it called instead?
The obvious choice would be chairman of the select board.
Okay. I would interpret this as state legislature. It's intended to mean the lower house in those states that have a lower house, and that mayor would be interpreted to include chairs of select boards, since that's the equivalent office of being the primary office holder over a city. Point of information, microphone 2.
I suspect it's...
John Wilford from Texas.
Correct, thank you, Mr. Chair. John Wilford from Texas. I suspect it's the same in most other municipalities, but I know in the state of Texas that the office of mayor is not a partisan office. So in what way will it be determined which mayors are Libertarian and which mayors are not Libertarian?
My understanding is it would probably be determined by party membership or voter registration or both. Some Libertarians run for nonpartisan offices like mayor. Who knew? We'll now hear from two. Inside joke. Ms. Harlows for 2 minutes. And AV, we have a little bit of feedback that's coming out of the speakers to my left.
Thank you, everyone, for your attention. I'm speaking on behalf of a minority on the Bylaws Committee that we urge you to reject this committee proposal. We think it's very admirable to reward elected Libertarians, but it's potentially unworkable. And some of the issues that we noted is that right now we know the maximum number of delegates at any convention. If we do this, the maximum number of delegates will not be known for each convention. Sometimes, particularly at the lower offices, such as mayor, the states don't report to the national party the ones that they do in fact have elected. So advanced planning conventions, including booking dates, requires at least knowing how many delegates will be there. It also does not require that the potential delegate be elected as a Libertarian. So you could have a coordinated plan where a bunch of people switch parties midterm and swarm the convention, and that is the biggest concern here. And lastly, affiliates who are burdened by oppressive ballot access laws would be highly disadvantaged by this, and I think that would be very discouraging to them. Thank you.
Speaking in favor, I'll go to are you speaking in favor, microphone 3?
Opposition.
Opposition. Is there someone speaking in favor? I'm going to, Ms. Van Horn, if you could approach microphone 2. Microphone 2.
Elizabeth Van Horn from Indiana. We did
Speak up. Sorry.
Elizabeth Van Horn from Indiana. We did something similar to this in Indiana where we passed a bylaws rule that said our district reps and our county chairs are going to be automatic delegates to our state convention. And the reason we did it is they were competing against people in their own districts for those state convention slots. After doing tons of work and representing the party and doing all this stuff, some of them might not even get to be delegates to the convention. So I think this particular, this is what we're proposing here, or what the bylaws, they're addressing that situation. People that are elected might not even get to be delegates to the convention. So I think that's what it's addressing, and I'm in favor of it.
All right, microphone 3.
Thank you. I'm Brandon Finney from New Hampshire, and I actually am elected to an office, and I rise in opposition to this proposal. I rise in opposition because I firmly believe that even though I switched parties, that it is still my duty to earn the trust of my state and be duly elected by the people of my state. Is it incumbent upon people like me and Caleb Dyer and whoever else switches or gets elected to their positions that we do here as members of the party, that we're always doing the right thing and that we're not here for any nefarious purposes. And I firmly believe that we should not give any special treatment on the basis of our positions, but on the merits of what we've done and come here properly.
All right.
Thank you.
Raise your hand if you're, what? What'd I hear?
Point of information.
Where's the point of information at? Microphone 3.
Bill Haidu, California. I don't understand how it can be adopted 8-0 and there are 4 on the minority report, one that says don't adopt it.
The committee works in mysterious ways, Mr. Haiju. And people change their minds sometimes. Those who wish to speak in favor, can you raise your hands just so I can see you? All right, I'm going to take microphone 3, Mr. Starr.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we're only talking about maybe 10 people who are impacted by this. because we have no congressman. Let me finish.
There will be order. The gentleman has the floor.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
We have no congressmen today. We have no governors. We have no senators. I think we have 3 or 4 people in the legislature across the country. We might have 6 mayors across the country. So I'm thinking at best we have 10 people. So I'm not really worried about being flooded by libertarians coming to the convention. We're not able to handle those numbers. Having said that, I can see that there's a lot of opposition to this, and rather than waste time, I'm going to move to postpone this item indefinitely.
Sorry, it's a motion to postpone indefinitely?
Yes.
All right. So there's
if I had the wrong feeling about the room, fine, vote it down, but I don't think we have the votes for this.
Okay, so you move to postpone indefinitely, yes?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. Not debatable?
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Just a second. I'll get to you. All right. So just to clarify for the people who may be confused about the difference between postponing indefinitely and just voting the proposal down, if we postpone it indefinitely, it cannot be brought back this convention. So there is not an opportunity for a motion to reconsider. If we defeat it, it could theoretically be brought back through a properly formed motion to reconsider. Star Child, microphone 3, what was your point of information?
I believe you largely answered my question, but just out of curiosity, I guess, more than anything, if it were to be brought back subsequently at another convention, say, could it be brought back with a lower threshold by bringing it off the table than it would otherwise need to be considered at that point?
The other convention would be a separate session, so it can be brought back with, it can just be brought back. The postponing indefinitely only limits it for this convention. A new convention can consider whatever it wants.
I understand that, but if it were to be considered at a new convention, having been postponed indefinitely, would it do so under any privileged status?
No, it does not change the status of it for the next convention.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Point of information. There's a point of information, microphone 1.
I'll be brief, Mr. Chair. There's a sentence that says, unless disapproved by a majority vote of the affiliates or convention's non-ex officio delegates, I guess if we knew how that disapproval worked, it would better inform a decision. What does that mean?
What it means is that if you're automatically a delegate by virtue of your elected official status, if this proposal passes, that your state, the affiliate or the Sorry, give me a second. So it means that you could be dinged out by either a vote of your affiliate, that the state that you're in, or a vote of the majority of the entire convention.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now.
Point of order?
Where's the point of order? Microphone 1, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, my question is it correct that when a motion is postponed indefinitely, it still can be taken off the table as opposed to postponed to a definite time? Am I mistaken?
The parliamentarians on the desk are telling me no, it cannot be taken back off the table.
Thank you.
Okay.
Point of information?
Point of information, microphone 2.
How would rejecting them at the convention get onto the agenda, and where would it be?
It would be very unlikely it would be put on the agenda. It would probably be a motion to suspend the rules to consider such a rejection. Are there any other privileged motions or questions that need to be answered before we proceed to voting first on Mr. Starr's motion to postpone indefinitely and then potentially voting on it if it isn't done? Because if there's not, I'd like to get those things done. All right. All in favor of postponing this item indefinitely, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, it is postponed indefinitely. We will no longer consider this item. We have 5 minutes left on this agenda item. I would suggest we try and get one more proposal done.
Since I may not have a chance to say it later, I'll say it now. This first-time committee chair is having a lot of fun, and I appreciate it. So, proposals G and H were deleted. Skip those. The next proposal is Proposal I. Make Judicial Committee a 4-year term. This is on page 21. I know, 4-year term. We don't like those. Hear us out. Some continuity is important for some positions, and we think Judicial Committee is one of them. And one of the main reasons is the Judicial Committee is the last resort to prevent any takeover of the party by persons who don't hold our principles. Currently, we elect the Judicial Committee at the same convention that we elect or nominate the presidential and vice presidential candidates. So if someone packed the convention to, shove through their preferred presidential or vice presidential candidate, they would also have the ability to pack the Judicial Committee, which is the anti-takeover mechanism we have. This proposal would instead have the Judicial Committee elected at the non-presidential convention for a 4-year term, so it serves through the presidential election cycle, giving us at least one bulwark against a takeover. It was adopted on a 7-0 unanimous vote in the committee and would take effect immediately.
Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Please just raise your hand if you're against. Okay. I'm going to recognize microphone 2.
I'm Dustin Nana from Ohio. I rise to speak in opposition to this.
A little louder or a little closer.
My name is Dustin Nana from Ohio. I rise to speak in opposition. Listen, I heard the committee chair make the point that the convention might be packed. That could happen anyhow. I hate to tell you guys. The mechanism to avoid that is for your states to appoint good delegates, once again. That is all.
All right. To speak in favor, I'm going to go to microphone 1. Or are you waiting or no?
I'm just waiting to move the question. I will allow one in favor.
Well, then I'm still going to go to microphone 1. Why don't you try that out?
Hi, Andy Craig from Wisconsin again. I just wanted to reiterate we've seen here that libertarians can have sometimes a bit of a paranoid streak. This proposal would make it clear that no matter what happens at a presidential nominating convention, there will be some continuity. There will be somebody to appeal to that was chosen by this body here in a midterm year when there is no presidential ticket at stake. Thank you.
Microphone 3, the gentleman in the red, to speak in opposition.
Thank you. Keith Butkovich, delegate for California. I speak in opposition. Anytime we extend terms for any kind of office, anything whatsoever, is bad.
Okay. I'm going to go to microphone 3 to speak in favor.
I'm Spencer Dias from New Hampshire, and I move to question.
All right. It's been moved. The previous question has been moved. Is there objection to closing debate? Hearing no objection to closing debate, we will move the previous question. All in favor of proposal I, please stand up.
Is this
You guys can sit down. All opposed, please stand up. It's probably 2/3. It passes.
That's right. I'm not sure it's ever a bad day to be a libertarian in Orleans, but all right. Come on through, sir. They said 10 minutes, but I forgot to look at my watch. Sorry.
I just have one statement. I seldom eat cake.
You got a personal privilege, right?
Hi, everyone. It is 3:35. The next item on the agenda is the Platform Committee report.
Motion of personal privilege.
With all the excitement that normally comes with. The first item on Platform Committee, before we get to the committee report, according to our rules, is to deal with the platform plank deletion tokens. So if the secretary has that list. I will go over how many tokens were given in for which planks, and you're all going to be shocked, I promise you. Plank 1, personal liberty, got 7 tokens. Plank 1.1, self-ownership, got 2 tokens. Plank 1.2, expression and communication, got 3 tokens. Plank 1.3, privacy, got 1 token. Personal relationships 1.4 got 11 tokens. 1.5 abortion got 608 tokens. 1.6 parental rights got 17. 1.7 crime and justice got 5. 1.8 death penalty got 37. 1.9 self-defense got 2. 2.0 economic liberty got 1. 2.1 property and contract got 4. 2.2 environment got 17. 2.3 energy and resources got 7. 2.4 government finance and spending got 7. 2.5 government employees got 44. 2.6 money and financial markets got 3. 2.7 marketplace freedom got 2. 2.8 labor markets got 18. 2.9 education got 25. 2.10 healthcare got 17. 2.11 retirement income security got 1. 3.0 securing liberty got 46. 3.1 national defense got 57. 3.2 internal security and individual rights got 22. 3.3 international affairs got 5. 3.4 free trade and migration got 86. 3.5 rights and discrimination got 2. 3.6 representative government got 9. 3.7 self-determination got 5. And 4.0 emissions got 14. So by my count, that means we're going to consider 1 plank for deletion.
Request of personal privilege. Point of personal privilege.
Point of personal privilege, microphone 1.
I'm speaking on behalf of Stephen Schaefer from St. Louis, the Missouri delegation.
Sorry, 1 second. Go ahead.
So we need so I move that we have a handicap accessible only microphone with walkways at least 3.5 feet for mobility impaired individuals so that they are equally able to participate.
So you would like a separate microphone? Or what was the motion? Or the request?
There be a handicap accessible only microphone with walkways at least 3.5 feet for mobility impaired individuals so that they are equally able to participate.
Okay. We will endeavor to work with the AV people to get that done. I don't know if it's practicable to get it done during the session today, but we'll do our best. We should definitely have it done before tomorrow, I would think. If it's possible, we'll do it. If we can't, we can't. In the interim, if there are mobility impaired individuals who need the microphone taken out of the stand, I will revise my no touching rule and allow it to pull it out of the stand. But it goes for the rest of you that aren't mobility impaired, you can't take it out of the stand. And as far as accessing the microphone with the walkway size, I don't know exactly how to do that, but we'll try.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. All right, so now we will move to a vote on whether or not to delete plank. Sorry, I had it in front of me and now I don't. Whether to delete plank 1.5 abortion.
Point of personal privilege.
Personal privilege, microphone 2.
The person on our delegation who is supposed to be sending out alerts has not managed to get back on the floor. I see a lot of empty chairs. I don't think people know this is happening, and it's important that people be here. Can we delay or somehow get the word out in the lobby that people need to get their bodies in here?
The body was informed of the time that we would resume, and I've resumed on time every time. So if you want people in the room, then I suggest you send people out to bring people into the room. Sorry, I'm just reading the debating and voting procedures.
Divided by 5 because everybody
who
didn't like it voted for it.
So for everybody who hasn't done this before, some of us have done this multiple times, because the abortion plank 1.5 got enough tokens for a deletion vote, we will have an up or down vote without debate on whether or not to delete the abortion plank. To delete the abortion plank does not require 2/3, it requires a majority. So as people come into the room,
I've got something good for after.
we're going to move to a vote on whether or not to delete plank 1.5 abortion. So if the delegates could all take their seats. I understand the line at the bar was a little longer than we probably all expected. And we can move to that vote. So, where's the point of information at? Microphone number 3.
Yes, hi, Ted Brown from the California delegation. Could you read the plank, please?
I would be happy to read the plank, Mr. Brown. Plank 1.5 abortion reads, recognizing that abortion is a sensitive issue and that people can hold good faith views on all sides, we believe that government should be kept out of the matter, leaving the question to each person for their conscientious consideration. All right, we will proceed to a vote. So please find your way to your...
Mr. Chairman.
Wait, sorry, I'm hearing 2 different people, so I'm going to go...
Mic 1.
Microphone 1.
I'm Gene Bell from Oklahoma. I call for a quorum.
There's clearly a quorum, Mr. Bell. No, I understand they're trying to stall, but there's clearly a quorum.
No, I'm not stalling.
Huh? No, I'm sorry, I was talking to somebody else. There's clearly a... What's the quorum number? $312 people. There are definitely 312 people in this room. So, are there any other privileged motions? Seeing none, we're going to proceed to a vote. All those in favor? Whoa, come on, man. Get to the microphone faster.
Point of information.
Go ahead. Microphone 1 was being recognized first, and I'll come back to microphone 3. Go ahead.
Point of information, David Stewart from the Oklahoma delegation. A yes vote, to clarify, a yes vote is a vote to delete, a no vote is a vote to retain. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that's how I will state it before we vote. Microphone 3.
That answered my question.
Oh, good. All right, so now assuming there are no other privileged motions, we're going to proceed to a vote. And hearing none, we will. So all those in favor of deleting plank 1.5 abortion, please stand up. Please sit down. All those opposed, please stand up. It fails. Now we can move to the platform report.
Mr. Chair.
Microphone 3.
Starchild from California. I move to suspend the rules for the consideration of what I believe is the most important change that we're going to be considering today for the platform, proposal N, to be moved immediately to the front of the queue to be considered next.
There's a motion and a second to move platform proposal N as in Nancy, is that right?
Correct. To delete the final sentence of the blank on trade and migration.
Right. So there's a motion to suspend the rules to move proposal N to the beginning of the platform report. There is a second. All in favor of suspending the rules in that matter, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. We will suspend the rules. We'll take up proposal N first. If you will indulge me, we have to go over some things first before I give the microphone over to Ms. Harlos. So, there's Rule 5 in your convention rules that talks about how we debate and vote on platform. It is somewhat complicated. The ones that don't have a minority report get 2 minutes to explain the recommendation. Then we have 15 minutes to debate without amendment. Then, if it fails, we ask for any amendments from the floor. If there are amendments from the floor, then we ask for a vote about whether or not we're going to consider amendments from the floor. And then if a majority of us want to consider amendments from the floor after we've asked for them, then we can consider those amendments for up to 10 minutes. If there's a minority report, there's 2 minutes for the majority and 2 minutes for the minority. Then we open for consideration of both positions for 5 minutes, during which time any delegates may express their views without offering amendments. After 5 minutes, there will be a vote on which of the two reports shall be considered for purpose of adopting a recommendation. Then when you get the greater number of votes, whichever one of those comes out of the little jungle primary there, gets debated under the same 15 minutes with 10 minutes for amendments rule. After all the committee recommendations are done, and we have lots of extra time, we can debate platform proposals from the floor. And then finally, after that, we can take platform committee proposals up that were defeated by the committee, but the likelihood of us ever getting that far down into the rabbit hole is basically nil. There's a wrinkle this year because the platform committee has decided to allow multiple minority reports to be issued. So on certain proposals, for example, proposal N, there is a first minority report, and there's also a second minority report. That's not contemplated by the rules under Rule 5, because the rules under Rule 5 say things like both, and two, and either. And so I think that multiple minority reports appear to be out of order. However, the convention, if they would like to consider multiple minority reports, can move to suspend the rules to allow such a thing. And then the question would be, how do you do it? So moved doesn't quite work for this one. So at this point, I'm going to rule that multiple minority reports are out of order. Is there an appeal to the ruling of the chair, not from the stage, Mr. Starr? Sorry. I understand you want to, but, oh, right. Yes.
Request for information.
Request for information, microphone 3.
So if, again, Darrell Perry, New Hampshire. So if the chair's ruling of there's only one minority report per plank is upheld, then how will the chair handle multiple minority reports? Will only the first minority report be allowed? Will the second minority report be allowed? Will there be a vote to determine which minority report is allowed?
I know you. If my ruling is upheld, I would allow the minority report that had the most votes to be the minority report presented under the rules of Convention Rule 5.
Most votes from whom?
The most number of people signed on to the minority report. The largest number.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, what is it? If there's a tie?
If
That's
there's
why
a
we
tie.
have coins.
Mr. Chairman. Microphone 2.
Can we
Microphone
base
2.
it on the fastest marathon time of one of the sponsors of said minority report?
It's a very interesting proposal, Mr. Perry, and I know you're very fast, but no. Microphone 2.
Mr. Chairman, Michael Kilsky from Arizona. I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules and allow the consideration by this body of multiple minority reports.
So motion to suspend the rules to allow consideration of multiple minority reports. There's a second.
Second.
All in favor of that suspension of the rules, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. All in favor of suspending the rules in that matter, please stand up. All right, sit down. All opposed, please stand up. That's 2/3. We're going to consider multiple minority reports. Now, what this means, because we've suspended the rules, I'm going to try and interpret them as well as I can, is that we would allow spokespersons for the majority and any minority positions to each have 2 minutes to present their views, which then opens consideration of all the positions for 5 minutes, and then we're going to vote on which of all of the reports will be considered for adopting a recommendation. We're basically rewriting Rule 5 on the fly. Is there any objection to that procedure? Hearing no objection, we'll proceed in that manner. The request for information from microphone number 3.
Chip Spangler, New Hampshire. If none of the reports receive a majority, how is this going to be handled?
If none of the reports received a majority on the committee, you mean?
Well, if we're voting for consideration of which different reports, do we vote on which report to consider, or how does that work?
So the way I'm planning to do it, and you can stop me if you don't think it's a good idea, is we will do rising votes on each proposal, and I'll try and figure it out. So let's say there's 4 minority reports. I will ask people to stand for the first, or for the majority report, ask people to stand for the minority report, the other minority report, the other minority report, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And whichever one has the most people standing is the one that will then be considered under the first part of the rule.
Okay. So if I understand you correctly, a plurality will win?
Correct.
Okay.
That's what happens when we change our rules on the fly.
Point of information.
Point of information, microphone 2.
So it would not be approval voting. In other words, if somebody stands, they can't stand again if they agree with another one.
Correct, because if we did approval voting, then we would be right back in the same position the committee's put us in, which is we have multiple options and we haven't whittled them down to not as many.
Point of inquiry?
We have to get to the point where we actually consider a proposal, and we aren't going to get there if we do it by approval. I mean, I guess we could, maybe, but it's really hard to. Jeez.
Point of inquiry?
Point of inquiry, microphone 1. Was it 1 or 2?
3.
3, sorry. I keep doing that. 3.
Point of inquiry, is it possible to suspend the rule, and I know I'll hear some groaning after I say this, to do a ranked choice vote on this matter?
Sure, it's possible. Do you want to make that motion?
I would like to make that motion.
Is there a second for that motion? There's a second. All in favor of doing ranked choice voting, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Don't think that passes.
Parliamentary inquiry?
Parliamentary inquiry, microphone 2.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Richard Longstreth, Colorado delegation. I am wondering if it would not be in the best interest of the delegation to choose between the minority reports and then choose between the majority report and the minority report approved. I would motion as such.
So, wait, okay, wait. Hold up. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. Bear with me. So you're moving to suspend the rules that the first thing that would be done would be a debate between the minority reports, however many there are, and then we would proceed to a vote on which minority report would be considered under the normal.
Switch those is my intention. That we would hear the majority first, and if we had to move on to minority reports, then we would hear all minority reports. Then we would choose the best minority report. Then we would choose the minority report versus the majority report.
Okay. That's as clear as I can make it, so I'm not going to repeat it. Is there a second to suspend the rules in that?
Second.
Okay. All in favor of suspending the rules in that manner, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. The ayes have it, so we'll do it that way. You'll have to remind me later what that way is. Are there any other questions or concerns before we move into the platform report? There's a call for a division on the last suspension of the rules. If you would like a division on the last suspension of the rules, please stand up. If you would like a division on the vote to suspend the rules, please stand up. I do not count enough people who are unclear on the result of that vote to do a rising vote or a counted vote with a division, so there will be no division. All right.
Point of information, microphone 3.
Point of information, Mike, 1 second, I will get to you. Sorry. I screwed up. So we're going to do something before I get to your point of information. All in favor of suspending the rules in the manner where we hear from the majority, then we hear from all the minorities, then we pick which minority, and then we proceed with 1 and 2. Please stand up. This is the suspension of the rules that Mr. Longstreth made, where the delegates will choose which minority report to consider before we move into that debate. All in favor, please stand up. All right, sit down. All opposed, please stand up. It's still 2/3 of those voting. So if you want a counted vote, then I need 20 of you to want that, and I don't think 20 of you do. So, point of information, microphone 3.
Yes, Sandra Callender from California. Quick question, because I don't have the binder in front of me or time to go through and check this out, but do all the minority reports propose alternative plank language? So they all are, it's okay.
I'm being told yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Microphone 2.
Mr. Chair, Pat Dixon from Texas. I move that we use approval voting in any case where there's more than 2 minority reports, just to determine the minority report selection.
There's a motion to use approval voting where we have more than 1 minority report in order to choose between them, or sorry, more than 2. No, more than 1. Well, let's just say more than 1.
Point of order.
Approval voting works the same either way.
Point of order too.
Why is it point of order?
Because we just considered how we address more when the cases are just more than 2 minority reports pretty clearly.
It's still approval voting.
Okay, that's a good point.
Yeah. It just doesn't have any practical effect. That's my point. Anyway, all in favor of suspending the rules to use approval voting for the votes on which minority report to choose to consider, please stand up. All those opposed, please stand up. That suspension of the rules does not pass, so we'll proceed by plurality voting for that portion of it.
As a point of information.
Point of information, microphone 2.
I'm reading the motion that was typed out by our secretary on the board here, and I don't believe that was worded based on what my motion was or how people voted.
Can you come up and help the secretary? Thank you. Any other privileged motions? Point of order, microphone 3.
I'm sorry, but I don't think that fundamental
concepts under Roberts allows for plurality voting of anything, unless your bylaws tell you that you can do it. It's got to be something that requires a majority vote of this body. That could be done through approval voting, ranked choice, or something, but you can't do any decision by plurality vote. It's just not, it's just a violation of the fundamental rights of the body.
So I understand the point of order vis-a-vis Roberts. However, because we're suspending and amending special rules of order that are outside of Roberts, that we've designed our own rules, I find that it is in order, and if you want to appeal my ruling, go ahead.
So we could adopt a new, we could change our rules. We could, if a majority wanted to adopt a new bylaw or a new rule, you could, or rather if 2/3 wanted to adopt a new bylaw or rule, we could do that. But what you can't do is suspend the rules and simply say that a plurality can do something in this body. It's just a fundamental violation of rights.
I've ruled it in order.
Point of information?
No, we're going to wait and see whether he wants to appeal.
I want to appeal because you just simply
All
can't
right.
do that under Roberts or
So
under our
it's
bylaws.
the ruling of the chair has been appealed. I've ruled it in order that we can use plurality voting to determine which minority report to consider. Mr. Starr has appealed the ruling of the chair, arguing that we cannot use plurality voting. I think we're so far deep into special circumstances and rule suspension, and all we're doing is choosing which thing to consider, so I find it to be in order. Mr. Starr, would you like to speak further to your appeal from the ruling of the chair?
I think I'm not going to. I think I've stated my case. It's in Roberts, and we can violate our rules, but that's a fundamental violation of your personal rights to not have a majority rule.
All right, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on the appeal from the ruling of the chair?
Can I just have a point of info? It's real quick, I swear.
What is your point of information?
Didn't when we vote for the special circumstances to do it by approval, wasn't that 2/3?
Every suspension of the rules is by 2/3.
Okay, I just wanted to clear that up.
All
so
right.
That we did do that.
So, are there anyone?
Information.
Point of information, microphone 2.
Will McVeigh from Delaware. Didn't we vote to do the minority reports first by majority and then choose between the majority and the selected minority report again by majority?
No.
I thought that was what we passed with the last suspension of the rules with the division.
No, the last suspension of the rules was that we voted to hear the majority report first, then all of the minority reports, then have a vote on which minority report to consider, and then proceed with the both language that's in the rule.
Right, but based on that procedure, we're not actually doing a plurality vote at any point. Is that correct?
I think that's a point of interpretation that's fundamental to the suspension of the appeal of the ruling of the chair that's being done right now, so I don't know if I can answer your question. I think a vote's going to answer the question.
Fair enough.
All right. We're going to pause for a second. If everyone could keep the volume down, because I'm having a little trouble hearing.
Just said what I've said, but I'm just saying. I was going to ask you to tell everybody to keep it down because I couldn't hear what was going on.
And since I don't see anyone else wishing to speak to the suspension, to the appeal from the ruling of the chair, I will note as my final statement on this, as pointed out by the parliamentarian, that our rules regarding debate on platform amendments say, and I quote, so I find it, Rule 5, subsection 4, subsection B, says in relevant part, the report receiving the greater number of votes shall then be discussed and voted upon in the manner of section 3B, which allows for plurality voting. And so I'd ask that the delegates uphold the ruling of the chair. We will now proceed to a vote. We will now proceed to a vote on upholding the appeal from the ruling of the chair. All in favor of upholding the ruling of the chair, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. The ruling of the chair is upheld. I will note for the body that we have spent 20 minutes on the rules and we have not touched a single proposal. Microphone 3.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Point of inquiry?
Mr. Imhoff.
Yes. The inquiry is there an opportunity, even though we suspended the rule, to table any platforms that have multiple minority reports so we can actually get work done on ones that were done properly first? They deserve to be heard first.
It's out of order at this time because we already suspended the rule to consider proposal N.
Can I make a motion to suspend indefinitely the suspension?
No. The best you could do is move to reconsider the suspension of the rule to consider proposal N first. The problem with that is, given the vote, I don't think you're likely to succeed.
Well, given that, it's still my right to do just that, yes?
What was that?
It's still within my privilege to do just that.
You have the privilege to do it if you'd like.
I would like to do it then.
So you would like to move to suspend the rules to push all proposals that have more than one minority report to the end of the report and consider them last?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor of suspending the rules to move all proposals that have multiple minority reports to the end of the report, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Fails.
Worth a shot.
This is a salutary reminder to everyone that while Roberts and our bylaws allow people to do things, not everything you can do should be done. If there are no further privileged motions or requests for information, I would like to turn it over to the chair of the platform committee to present proposal N, free trade and migration. And also, okay, just do that.
Mr. Chair, I have a privileged motion.
Microphone 2, Mr. Please identify yourself. I don't think you've spoken yet, so.
Adam Kokesh, Pennsylvania. In order to avoid the potential hashtag #LPSoWhite and to show respect for our guest speaker this afternoon, Cynthia McKinney, and her presence for the Black Community Outreach Panel, I move to adjourn for the day 35 minutes early at 4:25.
The motion to adjourn early is privileged. Doesn't need a second, does it? I just got one anyway. It is not debatable. All in favor of adjourning how many minutes early?
35 minutes early at 4:25.
All in favor of adjourning at 4:25 rather than our scheduled time of 5 o'clock, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion fails, Mr. Kokesh. Anything else?
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Microphone 1.
John Phillips, Illinois.
Sorry, just a second. Microphone 1.
Just a quick point of information. We're doing plurality voting on the minority reports, correct?
Correct.
Are we going to do the count like we did earlier, or how are we going to, I mean, because that could get really close. I'd just like a clarification on how we're going to do that.
We're going to see, based on the vote, what we have to do. Okay? Do you want to come up here? It's really fun. Best of luck.
Well, hello, everyone. Are we having fun yet? That's what I want to know. All right, so we are turning to Proposal N in the report, which should be in your binders. And it is to amend the current Plank 3.4, which is entitled Free Trade and Migration. And if we could have that up on the screen. While it's coming up on the screen, there we go, thank you very much. It basically is to delete the last sentence of that plank with no other changes to that plank. And the committee's rationale for that is that when this was adopted in 2008 with this language, there was a very well-intentioned goal of the delegates that the final sentence was to prevent entry by individual known terrorists, known criminals, or people who were known to carry infectious diseases into the country. But as we all know, in recent years, there's been a lot of rhetoric of security and safety risks that have been used to justify categorical restrictions based upon such factors as nationality and religion. And already the Planck's second sentence leaves room for the differences of opinion as to what might be considered reasonable constraints. And in the era of Trump and the whole immigration debate, it is pretty clear that we set forth a clear position on this and differentiate ourselves.
Who will be presenting the first minority report? Is that you, Mr. Starr? Please go ahead. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Where we agree with the committee is that there is a lot of language out there that seems to treat people as groups, where we're talking about a particular religion or a particular nationality or a particular creed or color, that people are trying to make that last sentence mean that somehow we'd be okay with that. And we agree that's a problem. So what we want to do is we want to instead add the word individual before foreign nationals. So I don't know if it's on the screen or not. Can it be placed on the screen? The minority report? Thank you. So basically all we're planning to do is add the word individual. So that makes it pretty clear that if some particular person has a history of violent crime, if some particular person has known terrorist ties, if some particular person is a carrier of serious contagious diseases, that we can't keep someone like that from coming into this country. It is not clear in the rest of the plank that somehow unreasonably constrained is sufficient to make it clear that we can prevent somebody who is a known threat from coming into this country. And just thinking it from our candidate standpoint, it's tough out there. This issue is tough for libertarians in general. And having this last sentence is very important to let people know that we're not in favor of just anybody coming in if they're an actual threat to people in this country. So we're very much in favor of keeping the existing language, just add the word individual, and we think that makes it clear and corrects us. That's what we're in favor, and we ask that you make the minority position the majority position. Thank you.
Who's going to speak on behalf of the second minority report? The options are Adams, Craig, Knapp, and Sheets. Would any of you like to speak in favor of the second minority report? I see Mr. Sheets approaching. Mr. Sheets, you have 2 minutes.
Keeping this stuff together is rather awkward. This is why we decided to split it up into both 3.4 and 3.5. But if you look at the rationale as to why we changed things, it was really simple. Just because we've done things a certain way for a certain period of time does not necessarily make it right. Our goal behind this is to stay true to our statement of principles. And in my humble opinion, that's exactly what the second minority report does. And I strongly urge the delegation to adopt the second minority report as the main language. Thank you.
We will now proceed to a debate on which of the two minority report proposals will become the official minority report, which will then face off against the majority report. The way that I'm going to do this is I'm going to recognize people in order of alternating between favoring each given minority report. Is there somebody to speak in favor of the first minority report as being the main minority report?
Point of order.
Point of order. Go ahead.
2.
Microphone 2.
Thank you. Richard Longstreth, Colorado delegation. So what we passed in our suspension of the rules is that we would first vote on the majority report, and if that failed, we would proceed to debating the minority reports.
Your point of order is well taken. We'll proceed in that fashion. We will now immediately proceed. Is that not correct? Okay. All right. I'm going to consult with the parliamentarian if you guys don't mind.
Double check with the secretary because I don't think that's what we passed.
I've been corrected by the parliamentarian. The original thing I said was correct. We will now be debating between the minority reports. I'm going to recognize people in alternation of the first person in favor of the first minority report, then the second minority report, back and forth. Is there somebody who would like to speak in favor?
Point of information.
There's a point of information. Go ahead, microphone 2.
With regard to the second option that was just read, that gets into a different plank entirely, or a different subsection of the plank. It's not clear to me how we handle that, because it's one thing to diddle with one section, it's another to diddle with two at the same time. And I would appreciate someone clarifying how we can deal with the second option.
I'm going to rule that it is in order because these two are very closely relevant and related planks. Does anybody wish to appeal from the ruling of the chair? Okay, hearing no appeal from the ruling of the chair.
Parliamentary inquiry.
A point of parliamentary inquiry. Which microphone? Microphone 2.
If we scroll back up to what the motion that was passed was, that our secretary took such good notes on, you will see that what I presented in my previous, what I just said a moment ago, is actually what we did vote on. We voted to vote on the majority first, then the minorities, then have a face-off between the majority and the minority. And I respectfully disagree with the parliamentarian.
Can I request that that motion be put up on the board so we can have some clarity? Okay, the motion is there. Okay, to suspend the rules such that the committee report is presented and voted on. If the committee report fails, there would be a debate between the minority reports to choose the winning minority report and then choose between minority and majority. The motion was ruled and adopted. I'm going to reverse my previous ruling and say that your point of order is well taken. So what we will now do is we are going to proceed to a vote on the majority report. Is there objection to proceeding to a vote?
Objection.
Okay, there's an objection. Oh, sorry. We'll proceed to a debate on the majority report. Is there objection to proceeding in that fashion?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Nana.
That was not me.
Oh, okay.
Jim Cavoli, Ohio.
Microphone 2.
Yeah, we just reread the motion that was passed. It does not provide a provision for that debate. It says immediately to the vote on that report. We're voting on the majority report. Point of order.
Point of order, microphone 3.
Nicholas Sarwark, delegate from Arizona. With the chair reconsidering his previous ruling about what's in order, this plank now has a majority report and a minority report, and we should be following the standard rules under Rule 5 for debate prior to a vote. Is that correct?
I believe so. Okay, I'm getting different advice from the parliamentarians that are saying that we suspended the rules, so we are doing... If I can ask as a point of information from Mr. Sarwark, in your view as the most recent person at this position, what is the next thing after all the suspensions of the rules?
So, my understanding is that we suspended the rules for special procedure for consideration of reports that have multiple minority reports.
Correct.
By the chair determining that this second minority report on this plank was not in order to be considered because it touches two planks.
I ruled it in order.
Oh, you did rule it in order. Which part did? Okay, so I'm confused. Go ahead.
Okay.
Microphone 2.
The way that I'm looking at this, can we get that motion back up? Can we get the suspension of the rules motion back up? Presented and the way that I'm reading this is that the motion is presented and then voted on. If the committee report fails, so that means there is not a provision for debate in the way that it's written. Correct. Does anybody wish to appeal from the ruling of the chair? So we will now proceed to a vote on the majority position. We're going to do this by standing. If you would,
point of order. a yes. Point of order.
Point
Sorry,
of order.
now I do have a point
microphone
of order.
3.
So Nicholas Sarwark, delegate from Arizona. We have to have a debate about which minority report will be the one considered before we vote on the majority report.
Can we get that on the screen again? Because
yeah,
that is...
I was just looking at it on the screen.
Okay. Such that it says that the committee report is presented and voted on. If the committee report fails, I'm understanding the
you're right.
committee report to be the majority report. Okay, so the committee report is the majority vote. We will now proceed to...
Point of order.
There's a point of order. Which microphone? Microphone two.
Point of order. Mr. Chairman, you have already ruled, based upon what the suspension of the rules were, that we were going to be debating and then voting on the majority report, and if it failed, we were then going to debate and vote on the minority reports. We have not started debate on the majority report yet. Discussing the minority reports at this point would be out of order.
The way that I've read the motion, and feel free to, of course, appeal from the ruling of the chair, the way that I read this motion is that the report is presented and then voted on. If it fails, we proceed to the minority reports.
Correct.
It has been presented, and I believe that it's now time to vote on it.
We have
Now,
to debate.
if you want to interpret that as if you want to interpret presentation as debate, then you would need to appeal from the ruling of the chair, and then we would proceed.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay, the ruling of the chair has been appealed. I've already spoken my part. If you would like to speak, would you like to add any more to?
I would.
Okay.
I already know how I'm going to vote, and many people here may, but some people may need to hear some debate on this motion. So I think that some debate would be in order, and then we call a vote.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak either for or against the ruling of the chair on this?
Microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
With respect to the motion that we passed, that we vote on the majority report, it does not say without debate, as our rules do say when we're going to vote on something without debate.
Okay. Anybody else wish to speak either for or against the ruling of the chair?
Over here, sir.
Microphone 2.
Richard Longstreth, Colorado delegation. As the author of the motion to suspend the rules, it was not my intent that debate be eliminated.
Okay. So in this case, unless there is further discussion, we can move to a vote on appealing from the ruling of the chair. Ms. Harlos, microphone 2.
Karen Ann Harlos, Colorado, and I believe when the delegates voted, no, there wasn't a clear, I think to waive debate, everyone needed to know that is what they were voting on, and I do not think that is what people voted on. When you say presented, I believe people interpreted that as in the normal course of things, and that would include debate. I can't imagine this body waiving debate.
As a point of information for the body in general, the chair very strongly believes there should be debate. I'm simply reading the motion as I understand it. So I would encourage you to vote to appeal from the ruling of the chair on this one.
I don't think we'd be having this big-ass debate we ended to.
On advice of the parliamentarians, I will be reconsidering my own ruling. If you guys don't object, we are going to go to 5 minutes of debate on the majority report. Is there somebody who wishes to speak in favor of the majority report? I see microphone 1.
John Phillips, Illinois. I would like to speak in favor of this because I think that it very simply solves the problem that we have. All the other minority reports are overly complex. I think just eliminating that line solves the issue, solves the problem that we have currently with immigration, and it avoids the rest of this train wreck.
Is there someone who would like to speak against the majority report? Microphone 1.
David Stewart, Oklahoma delegation. I disagree with while I agree with the intent of the majority report in this case, we are in a situation where clearly the term credible threat has been abused. It's been abused badly to say anyone who's brown or anyone who's a Muslim or anyone who somebody doesn't like, anyone who Fox News or CNN doesn't like is a credible threat. Well, no, credible threat is a legal term. And I think the better way to do this is to substitute the legal language that's used for credible threat. So I urge the delegates to vote down all of these proposals and in search of a substitute amendment to do that.
Someone to speak in favor. Microphone 3, sorry.
Tom Knapp, Florida. I'm rise in favor of the Platform Committee's recommendation. Of the minority reports, the first one, by adding individual, helps, but it doesn't solve that train wreck of a sentence that we're trying to eliminate. Control by who over entry? What does pose a credible threat? Just eliminating that sentence solves the problem that we were trying to solve. The second minority report goes in a different direction. I just prefer the majority report.
Anyone to speak against the majority report? Microphone 2.
Jim Cavoli, Ohio. I rise to speak against the report at this point simply because under the rules as suspended and changed on the floor here, we are somewhat bound to only be able to consider the minority reports by first rejecting the majority report. And I would encourage the body at large to consider the fact that changes to this platform are, yes, important, but in no way permanent, and that this is a practical political document that is consumed by voters, and it is important that we move to the business of getting to as many of these proposals as possible. We need to hear the items and vote promptly, forthwith, to these ends, so that we no longer are doing this ridiculous parliamentary circle instead of actually moving on these items.
Microphone 3.
Nicholas Sarwark, delegate from Arizona. I rise to speak in favor of the majority report. As one of the people who authored and worked on putting this sentence into the platform and participated in the debate in support of adding this sentence to the platform when it was added, I was wrong. Individual rights, including the right of freedom of movement, are sacrosanct. They are the core of our party. And adding a sentence that takes away everything that's given by the first part of this plank was a grave mistake. It has been abused by people who do not agree with the principles of the Libertarian Party, that individuals have rights regardless of where they were born. It has been abused by Republicans and Democrats who find all sorts of reasons to deny the opportunity of people to come to this country. It has been abused by the president in the sort of statements he makes in support of the Muslim ban. And it has been abused by the Supreme Court in upholding such a Muslim ban, in spite of the fact that it very clearly had an animus against people based on group dynamics and not individual characteristics. It is not savable, it is not salvageable, and it needs to go.
Zach Detweiler with Florida, I call the question.
We are out of time, so the question will be called regardless. We will now move to a vote on the majority report. A yes vote means that we will adopt this. A no vote means we will proceed to the minority reports. All those in favor, please stand. Please sit. All those opposed, please stand. That very clearly passes.
Hi, everybody. All right, the next proposal from the Platform Committee is...
We got the important fix.
Handouts on the back, it's this 1.6, where you announced earlier that was a...
All right, so the next proposal is a change to Platform Plank 1.6. It was on the handouts, the supplemental handouts in the back regarding parental rights, Proposal AA.
Mr. Chairman.
Microphone 3.
Thank you. Carolyn Wade, a delegate from Oregon. I think it's a point of privilege. I move that we take every platform motion in the order they've been proposed, and we don't do any more foolish moving around, bouncing from one to another.
Your point is well taken. This is not an issue of the delegates bouncing around the order. This is the committee choosing to present the planks in a different order than they had previously chosen.
We've also taken motions from the floor to move things around.
What I'm just saying is that this is a little different because the committee, their chosen order would have this be the next thing. So this is not the delegates moving things around. This is the committee deciding this plank is either more important or has more likelihood of success.
May I modify my motion then, that we take things in the order the committee proposes and not accept any motions from the floor?
That's the default if we don't pass any motions. This is the order the committee has proposed. But I can't preclude people from trying to suspend the rules to change the order again. I can ask nicely, please.
Mr. Chair.
Microphone 2.
I'm tired, so I'm going to need a little bit of help. This is Ken Molman from the Ohio delegation. I would like to figure out how to ask the secretary to read the results of the chair and vice chair tokens, and also ask delegates to submit questions for the debate.
Okay, so the results, I'll report them at a break when I can, but it is well taken that you did want me to make an announcement that if you have questions for the debate, you should submit them in writing to the secretary's table. Where do you want them? Yeah, so questions for the debate. If you have questions for the chair or vice chair debate, note which debate they're for and bring them up to the secretary's desk.
Point of information.
Point of information, microphone 2.
Jeff Wood from Michigan. What page are we on in the platform committee report?
So proposal AA was a supplemental report that I announced earlier in the day, is in the back. It's a 2-page handout, but it'll also be up on the screen regarding the parental rights plank. Okay, and Mr. Seebeck's standing back there. He is the tie-dye. He is waving these supplemental reports. Please get them distributed. Ms. Harlos.
Point of information, sir. I'm sorry.
Point of information, where's it at?
Microphone one.
Microphone number 1.
Sorry, sir. John Phillips, Decatur, Illinois. I'm trying to remember because we've had so much confusion. On the upcoming ones with multiple minority reports, are we going to go back to that same procedure, or was that just the one we just considered?
I think we're going to do that for all the ones with multiple minority reports.
Okay, then I would like to move that we take all the ones with multiple minority reports and move them to the end so that we can actually get something done.
That's out of order, actually, because that's already been moved and it was voted down.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed it getting moved.
No problem. Ms. Harlos.
All right, I was wrong before because now we're really having fun. All right, everyone, if you could take a look at the supplement. The committee is proposing to amend current plank 1.6, parental rights. And what we are asking the convention to consider is to take out the last clause from that, which says, this statement shall not be construed to condone child abuse or neglect, and instead add a new clause to the end, which would state, provided that the rights of children to be free from abuse and neglect are also protected, as on the screen. The committee considers this a small style change. We found that this statement shall not be construed, to be rather awkward and directive, telling people what they can and cannot interpret things. So we propose to slightly reword it here. It keeps the same substantive point about protecting the rights of children, but words it better.
Secretary was trying to help me. All right, this one doesn't have a minority report, right? All right, so, sorry, I set my binder down over there. Everything else you guys did took so long that I thought I had a little bit of time.
25 minutes left.
Debating on platform. All right, so we will now open up this platform recommendation to debate without amendment for a period of up to 15 minutes before bringing the matter to a vote. To speak against.
Oh, well.
You against? Microphone number 2.
Yes, Mike Seebeck, Colorado. I rise in opposition to this one as a parent and a delegate. The previous wording about not construing to condoning child abuse or neglect deals with the actions that some bad parents may do to their children. The modification does not address those actions. It addresses protecting the rights that are infringed by those actions. This change is substantive, it is not stylistic, and it actually weakens the protection of children from abuse and neglect as we state in our platform. I would encourage the delegates to vote this down and recognize that the actions are what's important for protecting our children, because the rights and protection or violation comes with those actions.
Microphone 3.
Spencer Dias from New Hampshire. Seeing that I only have one job, my job is to move to the question, seeing that we're only 25 minutes left and we have only done, I think, one platform plank.
Second.
It's been moved to close debate. Is there objection to closing debate?
Yes.
Of course, yes.
All in favor of closing debate, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
The ayes have it. We will close debate. We'll move to a vote on this proposal. All in favor, please stand. Okay, you guys can sit down. All opposed, please stand. It passes. Dilatory. Next. All right, we're moving to microphone 3.
Yeah, I'd like to move to suspend the rule. Oh, I'm sorry. Heidi Alejandro Smith, Texas. I'd like to move to suspend the rules to bring forth proposal G next.
All right, there's a motion to suspend the rules to immediately consider proposal G, as in goat. There's a second for that, and that is plank. It's a proposal on the plank. It's a proposal for a new plank 2.8 regarding sex work.
Point of information.
Point of information.
How many minority planks are on that one?
2. All right, motion to suspend the rules to consider proposal G. It has been seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. All in favor please stand. All right, sit down. All opposed, please stand. It's not 2/3. We will continue with proposal A.
All right, hello again. We're now moving to proposal A, which is to add a new plank. This plank would be inserted in section 2 after the current plank, which is numbered 2.7. This new plank would be entitled licensing, which would read as follows and is also on the screen. Libertarians support the right of every person to earn an honest and peaceful living through the free and voluntary exchange of goods and services. Accordingly, we oppose occupational and other licensing laws that infringe on this right or treat it as a state-granted privilege. We encourage certifications by voluntary associations of professionals. The committee believes that this fills a gap that was in our platform regarding trades and the government's infringement upon the rights to earn a living. No one should ever be forced to pay to exercise a right. If it's considered a privilege, privileges can and often are revoked by the government and used to stifle competition, to create government-mandated monopolies. And further, these licensing requirements often hit the poor at a disproportionate barrier to entry.
All right, we will now proceed to debate on Proposal A. Anyone wishing to speak against, please raise your hand. I don't see anyone raising their hand to speak against. Is there a need for debate on Proposal A? Okay. Hearing no desire for debate, we'll move to an immediate vote on Proposal A. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. If there's anybody opposed, say no. Good job. All right, it passes. We'll move next to Proposal B.
Okay, everyone, that was wonderful. I'm not so sure I've ever seen that happen before. Proposal B, excuse me, I'm getting a little bit of the pop here. Proposal B is to amend and split, or split and amend, current plank 2.4, which is entitled Government Finance and Spending. As you see on the screen, the plank is split between now a 2.4 and a 2.5 with the titles of Government Finance and Spending and Government Debt. With the changes noted, the significant change is one sentence added to the new plank Government Finance, which would read, "We support any initiative to reduce or abolish any tax and oppose any increase on any taxes for any reason. To the extent possible, we advocate all public services be funded in a voluntary manner." Our rationale is that the current plank covers two different topics, which are complex enough to warrant addressed being separately. With regards to government finance, the current plank has been a source of confusion that leads some to believe that the Libertarian Party only opposes income taxation rather than its position of opposing all forcible collection of the property of others, as stated in our statement of principles. However, we also realize that it's unlikely that all coercive taxation will be done away with in one fell swoop, no matter how much we might wish that. So it is important to clear up this confusion while making it clear that we will take whatever steps and transitions we can get on the path to no coercive funding. Lastly, we also do want to make clear that we do understand that there will be a need for services in society, no matter who provides them. So we offer our position of advocacy of the eventual voluntary funding of any needed services so that people just don't think we're deluded and think that there are none that will be needed.
All right, to present the first minority report, Mr. Starr, and Mr. Perry, are you for the second? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Starr.
Thank you. Can we put the minority report on the screen? Let me know when it's up there and I'll talk about it. Okay. Okay. So if we scroll down a little bit further to where the rationale is, that might be helpful for those who don't have it. So we have a couple problems. Number one, the first sentence of the committee proposal actually has a grammatical error in it. It says, "We support any initiative to reduce or abolish any tax and oppose any increase on any taxes for any reason." It should probably say on any tax for any reason. But leaving that aside, we find that the language that's proposed is too rigid to say that we support legislation that reduces, we prefer that we say something that we support legislation that reduces overall tax burdens. You will have the reality in life with legislation that sometimes you're eliminating one tax and you might be increasing another tax just to kind of, this is just kind of the way the legislative animal works. So you don't want to prevent a situation where we can be in favor of an overall reduction in taxes. I think we all agree on where the final destination ought to be. But we can't set up a requirement that we will only support a tax reduction if there's any language in there that affects any sort of marginal tax increase somewhere else. If the overall result is a reduction in taxes, that's what we want. So that's why we're in favor of this minority report. We eliminate the grammatical error and we make it less rigid. We go down the path towards less of a tax burden. Thank you.
By the way, the West Virginia cookies are delicious. Thank you, Mr. Valente. If anybody hasn't had one, should ask for them. To present the second minority report, Mr. Perry.
Darrell Perry, New Hampshire. The second minority report is actually fully in agreement with the majority report, with the caveat that we would like to change plank 2.5 to strike reference to a balanced budget amendment. Every balanced budget amendment that I have ever read that's been proposed to the US Congress allows for said balanced budget to be bypassed by a 2/3 vote of Congress, or the president saying emergency, which means there's not actually a requirement to ever balance the budget, even if a balanced budget amendment winds up getting passed. So this winds up adding the language, no person can rightly enter into a contract on behalf of another person without their consent. When governments accrue debt, they are in essence entering into debt on behalf of their constituents and the children of their constituents. We oppose governments entering into debt obligations on the behalf of the constituents and their children for decades to come. In other words, your children and your children's children are being taxed right now, and we want to change that. So please support the second minority report.
And to speak on behalf of the third minority report, Mr. Sheets.
We're libertarians, and we absolutely positively oppose coercion, correct? I mean, I am in the right room when I say we oppose coercion, right? Oh, come on, you can be louder than that. We oppose coercion, right? Thank you. We agree that with the overall thrust of the majority report, we don't think it went far enough. Our idea is to repeal all government financing that has to do with coercion, i.e. theft, i.e. taxation. I encourage you all to vote in favor of the third minority report because we are libertarians and we absolutely positively oppose government coercion. Thank you.
Point of parliamentary inquiry. Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Parliamentary inquiry, microphone 1.
Steve Dasbach from Virginia. Mr. Chairman, is there a way for us to vote first on whether to split this into 2 planks and then consider the amendments separately for each section so that we don't, to minimize the train wreck that we see coming? I point out that all of the proposals split it into 2 planks.
Right. So, sorry. It would be in order to move to divide the question at that 2.4, 2.5, if I'm getting my numbering right, at that line. I think it's...
If I can continue on, would it then be possible to consider all of the 2.4s and then basically try to deal with each section separately and try to, instead of mixing and matching them all at the same time?
I don't think that's going to be... I don't think there's a good way to do that with where we're at.
Point of order.
Point of order, microphone 2.
Mr. Chairman, Joe Johnson, Colorado. I do believe that this question has been brought up, debated, and settled, that we are supposed to debate and vote on the majority report, and if it fails, we were supposed to then be hearing arguments for and against the minority.
You're absolutely correct, and I just screwed it up. So, sorry. So now we'll move into 5 minutes of debate on the majority report, and I apologize for letting people present on the minority report. So, who would like to speak in favor of the majority report? Microphone 1.
Jim Fulner, Armada, Michigan. While I originally was a author of the second minority report, I actually had removed my support of that due to the fact of all 4 of these are fantastic. But for the use and of the time of our delegates, I highly recommend you vote in favor of the majority report. It makes it very clear that libertarians oppose all taxation. It's not simply the income tax that is taxation. All taxation is theft. Please vote in favor of the majority report.
People wishing to speak against the majority report? Microphone 2.
Christopher Gill, Ohio. I speak in opposition to the majority report and essentially in favor of debating the minority report, specifically because when we say to support any initiative to reduce or abolish any tax, when you get into the nitty-gritty of actual policy, the legacy parties love using targeted tax breaks to favor politically connected entities. Not that we're necessarily condoning that, but when we actually start to get into the details of how an elected official might realistically implement tax policy, I'm worried that this slightly condones it, and I think the minority reports have some better ideas to really hash out. Thank you.
Okay. Microphone 3.
Arvin Vora, delegate from Pennsylvania. This is designed, in my opinion, it's well designed because it targets a problem that we have recently had. In 2016, the biggest lesson that the general population learned about the Libertarian Party is that we're in favor of the fair tax, which was advertised as being revenue neutral, i.e. just as much theft as before. This prevents that. This says that we don't want any new taxes of any kind, and any reduction in any tax of any kind is positive. Is this absolutely perfect in every way? Probably not, but we can continue to improve it. This is a huge step in the right direction, and it addresses the most immediate concern, which is a large-scale misrepresentation of our positions.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak against? Microphone 1.
Rex Lawhorn, delegate Oklahoma, also gubernatorial candidate, who has been facing the public on all these questions that we have been facing here in this room today. The flame of liberty doesn't start out as a raging inferno, it starts out as a flicker. We have to remember as a body that we are trying to spread the cause of liberty. And it's a debate that we've been facing internally for the last 2 years, as we've been having the conflicts between the internal party politics and those where we are trying to spread the flame to the public at large. Our platform is largely the first thing that the public sees when they are first starting to introduce a candidate, or they are starting to see the chairs or the people at the top of the platform. I have voted for all the changes that we have so far instituted into the platform, despite the fact that they are going to greatly hamper my ability to reach the public in a very red state of Oklahoma. I am facing the immigration question every day, and I have been presenting a bold, strong libertarian message that a credible threat is only those people that are trying to cross the border with a nuclear weapon. That is where we need to make the distinguishment, when we can actually have the conversation with the people where we are trying to fan the flames of liberty, not extinguish them and douse them with a hardcore form of anarchy that they have no basis of understanding for. I am strongly in favor of our party going out there and putting forth the absolute strongest message of liberty that we possibly can, on the condition that we are not killing the people that we are trying to win over to the cause of liberty. We need to strongly make sure that we are not hindering the ability of the people on the front lines, the candidates, to go out there and have these conversations with the public to further address what our platform actually discusses.
To speak in favor,
Nick.
Microphone 1, or no, microphone 3, sorry.
With respect, taxation is theft. I call the question. Sorry, Zach from Florida.
Is there an objection to closing debate?
Yes.
Okay. All in favor of closing debate, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. Nay. Debate will be closed. We'll move to a vote on the majority report. All in favor of the majority report, please stand up. Please sit down. All opposed, please stand up. It passes.
Mr. Chair, that didn't look like 2/3 to me.
Sorry, somebody say something?
Did not look like 2/3 to me.
I look like 2/3 to me. So are you asking for a division? Still 2/3. Couple things. We have about 5 minutes left in the orders of the day. If we extend time beyond maybe 5:30, we start running into things like regional caucuses are set at 6. We have gotten through approximately an hour and 15 minutes of the platform committee report instead of an hour and 50, so we're a little bit behind.
Mr. Chair?
Sorry, 1 second. Okay. Mr. Craig,
I move
microphone
to
1.
extend for 5 minutes to complete the consideration of Proposal C.
Second.
Well, we don't have to suspend. We're still in.
Okay, well, I move to extend.
I'm not trying to suspend. I was suggesting to people what amount of time we could extend without causing other problems if we wanted to extend time. But consideration of Proposal C is in order right now. Would you like to do that before or after I announce the tokens?
Before.
Before, okay. Proposal C.
Mr. Chairman, request for information.
Request for information, Mr. Starr.
When would it be in order for me to request a suspension of the rules to change the bylaw that affects multiple minority reports so that the people that voted for the committee report can't do a minority report? When can I present that? When can I suspend the rules to do that?
Let's try it right now.
Okay. If it's in order, I'd like to suspend the rules. I've already given the language to the secretary so that we can eliminate this problem altogether. So,
is there a second? All in favor of suspending the rules in that manner, say aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
We'll proceed to Proposal C.
Point of personal privilege.
Microphone 3, Mr. Perry.
Darrell Perry, New Hampshire, point of personal privilege. I would like to announce a meeting tomorrow at 6 p.m. in Imperial 5A and B. The Secular Caucus will be holding an
rule that out of
organizational
order,
meeting.
Mr. Perry. That is not a point of personal privilege. It is an announcement. You'll have to make it at the end of business. We'll now proceed to Proposal C.
Point of information.
Microphone 2.
How long have you known that Nathan Larson
Sir,
has been
you
a
need
member
to
of the
you need to identify
Libertarian
yourself.
National
Sir,
Party?
you're out of order. Please
You're out of
identify yourself, sir.
Joe Burns from Texas.
All right.
And I don't appreciate
Give
you
me your
covering
point
for
of information.
pedophiles.
Sir! All right.
Don't let the door hit you.
Proposal C.
All right, the committee, if you please turn to Proposal C. We propose to amend current Plank 3.2 entitled Internal Security and Individual Rights by adding one sentence to the end which states, "We oppose the use of torture and other cruel and unusual punishments without exception."
Microphone 1.
Yes, I would just like to. Is there anybody opposed?
Sorry, I should ask. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against this proposal?
If not, I'll speak for it.
I have someone wishing to speak against. Microphone 2. Please identify yourself.
Hi, Mike Shipley, delegate from Arizona. So I'm not technically opposed to it per se, and this was probably an oversight. But some of the members of Outright Libertarians brought this to my attention. I think it's important. In 2016, we changed our acronym to Gender and Sexual Minorities to make sure that we were inclusive of all kinds of consensual behaviors. One of those is kink. So the phrase, "we oppose the use of torture," should probably say non-consensual.
All right.
So I urge delegates to vote this down so that we can consider one with the word non-consensual.
Okay. Microphone 1.
As much as that, I'm sure will play well with the dildo waving crowd. I would like to speak in favor of this proposal on some more serious grounds. Since 9/11, this has been a pressing political issue. The United States government has tortured people. This is something we need to make a statement on. This is something where we invoke the constitutional protections, which we elsewhere say we support in general. And this covers the simple, direct statement. We oppose torture without exceptions, and with all due respect, what people get up to in the bedroom consensually is clearly not what this is talking about.
I'm going to ask, is there anyone else who wishes to speak against?
Yes.
I would note for the body that I've seen no one else seeking to be recognized to speak against. Is there a need for further debate? Oh, sorry. Are you seeking to speak against? Microphone 1?
I am.
Go ahead, microphone 1.
Colin Nickel, Louisiana. I am opposed to torture as punishment. There are exceptions to that when we need information, and
we will allow debate. The gentleman has the floor.
Torture is also not defined. There are certain things that you might consider torture that I do not. We need to define what is torture before passing this.
All right. Is there need for further debate? Is there any objection to proceeding to a vote on this proposal? I hear no objection, so we'll proceed to a vote.
Suspend the rules.
Microphone 2.
Request to suspend the rules to change 2 words that would satisfy the objection of consensual kink for 1 minute.
So you're moving to suspend the rules to amend this to add non-consensual?
No, to replace without exception and remove the comma. We oppose the use of torture and other cruel and unusual punishments by the government. Where it exists. Where one exists.
So there's a motion to suspend the rules to consider this amendment outside of the normal rules. Is there a second? Dies for lack of a second. Is there need for further debate? Hearing none, we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of this proposal, please stand up. Okay, you guys can sit down. All opposed, please stand up. It passes. Orders of the day are that we are at 5:03, so we've gone slightly over. I want to take care of some housekeeping stuff. I did promise I would give the tokens. I'll read all of them. The token counts for the debate tokens for the chair debate. Sarwark, Nicholas Sarwark, 252. Joshua Smith, 188. Matt Cunel, 50. Christopher Thrasher, 87. Matt Shooter, 8. Matt Murphy, 1. Valerie Sarwark, 1. Jesse Fullington, 1. Larry Sharp, 3. Tom Mann, 3. Steve Sheets, 2. Ben Leader, 4. Craig Bowden, 1. So pursuant to the rules that the convention committee put down, Sarwark, Smith, Cunel, and Thrasher will participate in the chair debate. For the vice chair's debate, tokens were James Weeks, 51. Arvin Vora, 69. Steve Sheets, 61. Sam Goldstein, 99. Joe Hauptman, 78. Alex Merced, 203. Jeff Neal, 1. Jim Lark, 1. Donald Henry, 2. And I assume it's Noda. It looks like 2. So I want to explain what this all means. The rules that the convention committee put in place state that you have to have at least 5% of the token at least 5% of the delegates in order to get in. That number was 39. There are 6 people who got over 39. The rules further state that there are only 5 people who would be allowed on the stage. As the rules currently exist, Mr. Weeks will not participate in the debate on the stage. Now that the reactions are complete, are there any motions to suspend the rules that are relevant to this result?
Mr. Chair, I move to suspend the rules. Arvin Vora from Pennsylvania.
Go ahead.
I move to change the rules for the vice chair debate so that the top 6 vote getters are allowed into the debate.
Second! I second!
It's been seconded. There's a motion to suspend the rules. I will accept, Mr. Molman, the suspension of the rules is not debatable. Do you have a point of information that would be relevant to the body?
Yes, point of information. How many podiums and microphones are available for this debate?
What was that?
How many podiums and microphones are available for this debate?
I will provide that point of information. There are, in fact, 5 podiums available and 5 microphones available. And so that's the point of information that I provided to the body. We are now on a motion to suspend the rules to
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Vora.
Is there any rule that prevents people from voluntarily sharing their own podium with another debate contestant?
Not that I am aware of, and Mr. Molman is shaking his head, not that he is aware of. So, we'll move to a vote on the suspension of the rules to allow 6 candidates on the stage for the vice chair debate. All in favor, please stand up. Please sit down. All opposed, please stand up. The suspension of the rules fails. There will be 5 candidates on stage for the vice chair debate.
Move to adjourn.
Sorry.
Move to adjourn.
It's actually orders of the day, but I think this may have been a point of information. So, microphone 2, did you have a point of information?
I was going to move to extend.
Yeah, so, microphone 2. Hold on, keep it down, keep it down. He was at the microphone first, sir, so that's the reason. Microphone 2.
Nathan Watts from Texas. I move to extend business until 5:30 today, and that extra time be used to consider more platform proposals.
There's a motion to extend time today until 5:30. There's a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Motion to extend time fails. Are there any announcements that people need to make? Microphone 3.
Announcement, the Secular Caucus will be holding a formational meeting tomorrow evening from 6 to 7 p.m. in Imperial 5A and B.
All right, microphone 2.
I would just like to remind everyone of the regional caucuses which are taking place.
Regional caucuses will take place at 6 p.m. in various rooms. It's printed in the schedule. Any other announcements?
Right here.
Microphone 1.
An informal meeting of local officials was held this afternoon.
Sorry. Seriously. Microphone 1.
An informal meeting of local officials was held this afternoon. We will be organizing between this convention and next, and will communicate to the chair what best will help us on the ground.
Okay. Microphone 2.
Hey, Nick, thanks for the endorsement. And we have more cookies. So please grab some cookies on the way out. Just a few more left, so have at them.
All right.
And thank my wife when you see her.
I will. Microphone 2.
Pat Dixon from Texas. Just a reminder, the karaoke party's in Storyville at 9 o'clock.
Any other announcements? Microphone 2.
I just wanted to let everybody know that the Outright Libertarians is celebrating our 20th anniversary this year, and we're throwing a masquerade party tonight. So if you just want to dance, come out and dance.
All right. Any further announcements? Oh, lost and found. We have 1 delegate badge for a Pay Rista from Bellingham, Washington, and 1 looks like it's an iPhone something or other small with a back case but not a front case. And it was in a restroom. I don't know which restroom, but that's where it is. Orders of the day. Microphone 3.
Chuck Molden from Pennsylvania. A point of information, if people leave stuff on the desks, will they be there tomorrow morning?
I don't believe you could bet on that happening. So I would take materials that you want to be sure don't go away. Microphone 2.
Mr. Chairman, I believe there will be...
Sorry, microphone 2.
I might not have been able to hear it earlier, but I believe there will be a Sarwark reception in 2732 at a time which is...
The time for the Sarwark Hospitality Suite in 2732 will be after the Vice Chair's debate.
Thank you.
Point of information?
Point of information, microphone 3.
Are there any rules in the debate that prevent you from ceding some of your own time to let somebody else answer a question?
That's a question for the debate organizers, and I don't have your answer. Talk to Mr. Molman.
Okay.
All right, orders of the day are that we are adjourned. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
If you want free t-shirt, hold on.